Chapter 202 Qian Runshui learns of Dilong's return. The Spirit Hall quickly announced that Dylan had returned to the Spirit Hall. At the same time, information about Dylan acting as the Pope was also released. As for why Dylan is the acting Pope, and what the current Pope, Bibi Dong, is like, the Spirit Hall has not directly released any information. She merely made some statements, and the current Pope Bibi Dong, knowing her own inadequacy, went out to gain experience. What exactly is going on? Why did One Punch Douluo return to the Spirit Hall again? This is it, the continent is truly going to become the domain of the Spirit Hall. Yes, the Spirit Hall only has a handful of soul masters, but now even One Punch Douluo has gone back. There's simply no one who can stand against the Spirit Hall anymore, right? Absolutely not. No one can do it. That's right, the fact that the Spirit Hall has two unparalleled geniuses like Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui is already enough to make people despair. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when One Punch Douluo left. At least there was a powerful figure outside the Spirit Hall who could keep them in check. Now that One Punch Douluo has returned to the Spirit Hall, there's no one left to keep them in check. Yes, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is no good, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School is even worse, and even the 6 major sects combined are no good. Since Tang Chen was killed and the Clear Sky sect was destroyed, no one has been able to keep the Spirit Hall in check. Quote. When the 2 great empires and numerous sects learned that Dilong had returned to the Spirit Hall, cries of despair filled the air. Everyone felt the sky above them grow heavy. The Spirit Hall was already ridiculously strong, and with the new generation having 2 prodigies, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, plus the return of Dilong, they truly felt that the future was bleak. Especially those sects and factions felt very powerless. The 2 great empires were a little better off. The 2 great empires didn't have many strong individuals to begin with. Their biggest foundation was ordinary people, a large number of civilians and soldiers. They were not afraid of the Spirit Hall being too strong, because the Spirit Hall before and the Spirit Hall now were not much different to them. It's nothing more than the addition of the Spirit Hall, a power they can't easily provoke, to their empire. However, the power of the Spirit Hall will not threaten the status of the 2 great empires, because the Spirit Hall is ultimately a religious force and cannot replace the 2 great empires. The vast majority of the Soul Masters in the Spirit Hall originally belonged to the 2 great empires. Dylan expressed disdain for this perception of the 2 great empires. In the original novel, Dai Mubai also said the same thing to Tang San, and basically all the forces thought so too. Dylan didn't care whether it was right or wrong. Anyway, the original work has already provided a solution, which is to establish your own empire. That's exactly what Bibi Dong did. If it weren't for Tang San, the main villain, the Spirit Empire, under Bibi Dong's leadership, would have had no problem unifying the continent. And that's what Dylan is going to do. Therefore, after becoming the acting Pope of the Spirit Hall, Dylan began to prepare for all matters related to establishing the Spirit Empire. After starting preparations, Dylan realized that there was quite a lot to prepare for in order to build an empire. For example, if you establish a nation within the branched palaces of 2 great empires, the 2 great empires will certainly not tolerate it, and you will essentially have to abandon those branch palaces. The personnel of all the branch halls also need to be properly arranged. Then, the people in those branch halls are generally from the 2 great empires. How do you get them to leave willingly? None of these things were mentioned in the original work. However, these are all issues that need to be addressed. If things go wrong, the day the empire is established will also be the day the number of Spirit Hall members shrinks significantly. No, that should be the case. It's impossible for all the members of the branch halls in the 2 great empires to be willing to come to the martial Soul Empire. In the original story, the 3 members of the teaching committee of the Heaven Do Royal Academy were unwilling to return to the Spirit Hall. After all, it's hard to leave one's homeland. In short, there are all sorts of problems in it. When will Bibi Dong finally come back? At this point, Tilong began to miss Bibi Dong. He wanted to use Bibi Dong like a beast of burden, believing that she would do well in the future and must have talent in this area. It wasn't that Tilong was incapable, it was just too much trouble, and he didn't want to put in that much effort. But he had no choice but to keep doing it for now. There's no rush to establish the martial soul empire. If we establish an empire now, we'll immediately face resistance from the two great empires, which will make many things inconvenient later on. Let's deal with those sects first. Let's subdue them first. After thinking about it this way, the first place that came to mind for Dylan was definitely the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School takes the lead, it will be much easier to subdue other sects and forces. Angel God's Legacy Space. The reason why Dylan did not sense Qian Runshui's aura was because Qian Runshui had entered the inheritance space to complete the divine test. At this moment, Qian Runshui had just completed her 4th test as an angel. Although she had completed all the assessments before, retaking them now wouldn't significantly improve her speed. This isn't an exam, you can't just write down the answers once you know them. This is an assessment, a test, but also a training and assistance for those who will inherit the tradition. The process is definitely indispensable. For example, Tang San's 9 trials of the Sea God. Those trials may seem difficult, but aren't they actually helping Tang San to train? It increases cultivation speed, physical strength, and mental power. Even in the more difficult tests later on, they were all there to support Tang San, giving him various spirit rings and spirit bones. Qian Runshui's Angel God assessment is similar, so the process is indispensable. Buzz. After Qian Runshui completed the 4th test, Qian Dalu found out and then also entered the inheritance space. Grandfather, I have passed the 4th test of the Angel God. When Qian Runshui saw Qian Dalu, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she stepped forward happily. Not bad, she truly is my granddaughter. Qian Dalu said happily upon hearing this. Although she knew that Qian Runshui was absolutely fine, she was still very happy. Grandpa, where's Yuyu? Why didn't Grandpa bring her in with him? Qian Runshui then inquired about her daughter. The little girl is sleeping, so I didn't bring her in. You can go out and find her later. Qian Dalu said with a smile, then his smile faded as he spoke seriously to Qian Runshui. Xiaoshui, Long Quan is back. The fact that Dylan has returned can't be kept secret. Qian Runshui's 9 trials of the Angel God weren't all conducted in the inheritance space. That bastard is back. What is he doing here? When did this happen? Does he know about Yuyu's existence? Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui's expression immediately changed. Chapter 203 Meeting Qian Runshui's daughter. Qian Runshui's biggest worry was whether her daughter had been discovered by Dilong or taken away by him. Don't worry, Xiaoshui, that guy Longchen doesn't know about Yuyu yet. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu immediately spoke up. That's good. Qian Runshui was immediately relieved upon hearing this, and then asked what had happened. Why did he come back? That guy, Dragon Fist, came back for the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Qian Dalu slowly began to speak, recounting what had happened after Dilong returned. This time, Qian Runshui was shocked again. She had just thought that Dylan had come to the Spirit Hall for some reason, but she didn't expect that Dylan had actually returned to the Spirit Hall literally. Furthermore, he forced his grandfather to agree to become the acting Pope of the Spirit Hall. Grandpa, how could you agree to let him become Pope? What will happen after my mother comes back? Then Qian Runshui asked Qian Dalu, puzzled. Xiaoshui, isn't Grandpa doing this for your own good? Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Qian Dalu then shared his concerns and thoughts with her. Qian Runshui then realized how much Qian Dalu had thought about for her. That's true. Putting aside the fact that Tilong forced her, she and Tilong have a daughter, so there's a possibility of reconciliation. At least she doesn't have the idea of killing Tilong now. She sought revenge against Tilong, but that was all she wanted, to defeat him. She had no intention of killing him. There's still Tang San lurking in the shadows outside. If Dilong joins her and her mother's side, they'll be even more confident in fighting against Tang San. Compared to Dylan, she found it even more unacceptable that she and Bibi Dong would once again be defeated by Tang San. Therefore, if it were about dealing with Tang San, she would be willing to put aside personal grudges and accept Dilong's return. especially after learning about Dylan's current strength and potential. To be honest, she had guessed that Dilong might have twin martial souls, but she didn't expect that the configuration of the spirit rings for Dilong's second martial soul would be so outrageous. However, it wasn't that shocking, because the future Tang San's spirit ring configuration for his two martial souls was even more exaggerated than Dylan's. Tang San's first and second spirits are both 100,000-year spirit rings. Grandpa, I understand. I can accept that bastard's return. But my mother definitely won't be able to accept it. Qian Runshui quickly voiced her concerns. After having a daughter, accepting Dylan was not an impossible thing for her. However, the situation is different with mothers. Even if Bibi Dong had a daughter, she might not necessarily compromise. The fact that Qian Zunji was killed by Bibi Dong in the future is proof of this. Not to mention that Bibi Dong and Dilong did not have any children at this time. Let's wait until she gets back. Whether she can accept it or not depends on you, Xiaoshui. If you still can't accept it in the end, Grandpa will dismiss Long Quan from his position and expel him from the spirit hall. Qian Daoliu said with a smile. That's why he was willing to agree to Dylan's request, leaving everything to Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. If they disagreed, it wouldn't be too late to drive Dylan away. However, Qian Daoliu did not expect that now that Dylan had returned and become the acting pope, he would not be so easy to get rid of. Inviting a god is easy, but sending him away is difficult. Yes, I'll tell Mom. Qian Runshui nodded. In order to fight against Tang San, she felt it was necessary to persuade Bibi Dong. The thought of facing Dylan again made her feel uneasy. Xiaoshui, for now, your priority should be completing the angel god assessment. We'll leave the spirit hall to that guy Long Chen for now. Qian Daoliu nodded with satisfaction, then gave Qian Runshui a warning. I know, Grandpa. Qian Runshui nodded. Dilong was pondering how to subdue those sects when he sensed Qian Runshui's aura through his divine sense. So, their sudden appearance in the hall of worship means they've indeed entered the angel god's inheritance space. Dylan whispered. Actually, he had already guessed where Qian Runshui was. However, he dared not rashly enter the hall of offerings, where Qian Daoliu's strength would be enhanced to the greatest extent. Of course, Dylan wasn't afraid. He believed that with his current strength, even if Qian Daoliu received the power of the angel god, he wouldn't be able to kill him. He can leave the offering hall at any time. Should we go find Qian Runshui? Dylan muttered to himself. His main purpose in coming to the spirit hall this time, besides seizing the Pope's position, was to control Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, preventing them from becoming gods before him. They actually came to us on their own initiative. Qian Runshui, you're like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Dylan was still hesitating when he sensed Qian Runshui's aura leaving the offering hall and heading directly towards him. He immediately sneered in surprise. Knowing that Qian Runshui had come to see him, Dilong simply waited for her to arrive. Swish tilde. After leaving the hall of offerings, Qian Runshui carried her daughter Qian Ziyu to the papal palace where Dilong was. After much deliberation, she realized that if she wanted to win over Dilong to fight against Tang San, then there was no need to hide Qian Ziyu's existence. That's why she brought her daughter with her to meet Dylan. She was worried that Qian Ziyu would be discovered because she didn't know that Dilong had returned to the spirit hall and thought that he was just there to cause trouble. That's why she was worried that if Dylan found out about her daughter, she would be taken away immediately. Mom, are we really meeting Dad? Qian Ziyu, nestled in Qian Runshui's arms, asked with a curious expression and anticipation in her voice. She had asked her before who her father was, but neither her mother nor her great-grandfather would tell her. Now, she's going to have her own father. Is Yuyu happy? Qian Runshui gently rubbed her daughter's head. Yes, Yuyu is very happy. Yuyu has a dad now. Qian Ziyu was overjoyed. Seeing her daughter so happy and expectant, Qian Runshui breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her decision to accept Dilong's decision was the right one. At least for my daughter, it's a good thing. In this way, the daughter can have her father's love. Dragon Fist, come forth. I've brought your daughter. Soon, Qian Runshui carried Qian Ziyu to the outside of the papal palace's bedroom and called out to Dilong inside. Thud. The moment Qian Runshui finished speaking, the door was opened directly. Swish tilde. Dylan's figure also appeared in front of Qian Runshui and her daughter in an instant. Dylan looked at Qian Runshui and her daughter in surprise. Most of the attention was focused on Qian Ziyu. He truly never expected that Qian Runshui would also give birth to a daughter for him. Chapter 204 Open and Frank. Qian Runshui, you actually secretly gave birth to a daughter for me. After his initial surprise, Dylan looked up at Qian Runshui and began to question her. Regardless of the facts, it's best to strike first. You. Hearing Dylan's shameless words, Qian Runshui was immediately enraged. That bastard is as awful as ever. What does secretly mean? Does she need it? It was clearly Dylan who was expelled from the spirit hall, and her decision to give birth to her daughter was her own, and had nothing to do with Dylan. It was only now that Dylan was back that she thought it would be good for her daughter to have a father, so she brought Qian Ziyu over. Are you Dad? Qian Ziyu, nestled in Qian Runshui's arms, looked up at Dilong and boldly asked a question. A pair of big, dark eyes stared straight at Dylan. Yes, come here and give Daddy a hug. When Dilong saw Qian Ziyu's adorable appearance, he immediately went up to her and snatched her away from Qian Runshui's arms. Dad! Qian Ziyu gave a joyful shout and immediately threw herself into Dilong's arms, where she was picked up by him. Dylan is an experienced man now, and after holding Qian Ziyu, he quickly and happily communicated with his daughter. Qian Runshui, standing to the side, felt like an outsider. Qian Runshui was somewhat bewildered as she watched Dilong skillfully handle his relationship with his daughter. They took her daughter away as soon as they arrived. This shameless man actually has this kind of ability. Dragon Fist, you also traveled back from the future, right? Only when she saw that the time was right did Qian Runshui speak up and ask Dilong a question. She was prepared to have an open and honest talk with Dylan. That's right, I'm a time traveler too. Hearing Qian Runshui's question, Dylan was not surprised at all. Given what he had done to seize the initiative, it was normal for Qian Runshui to view him that way. Not only did they steal the immortal herbs, but they also stole the heart of the sea god, the token of Sea God Island, ahead of time. How could anyone do these things if they weren't a time traveler? However, Dilong only admitted that he was also a time traveler, but did not admit that he traveled back from the future. As expected, you must also know that my mother and I were defeated by Tang San, right? Hearing Dylan admit it, Qian Runshui was not surprised at all. If Dylan dared to say that he had not traveled back from the past, she would really be surprised. Certainly, Dylan said with certainty. Did you know that Tang San also traveled back in time? Qian Runshui spoke first, bringing up Tang San's story. I know, not only Tang San, but all 7 Shrek 7 devils are back. Dylan nodded, looking at Qian Runshui who had suddenly become so open and honest. He understood somewhat why Qian Runshui had told him all this. They want to recruit him to fight Tang San together. That's great news. In fact, Dylan was secretly pleased ever since he learned that Qian Runshui had given birth to a daughter for him. He was even happier now, seeing Qian Runshui's current appearance. What? The Shrek 7 devils are all back. This time it was Qian Runshui's turn to be surprised. She knew that Tang San, Zhu Zuqing, and Dai Mubai had returned, but she didn't expect that all 7 Shrek 7 devils would return. What makes them all able to come back? You must be wondering why they were all able to come back, right? Because in the future, all of them, the Shrek 7 devils, became gods. Seemingly noticing Qian Runshui's surprise, Dylan took the initiative to talk to her about the Shrek 7 devils' future ascension to godhood. What? They actually all became gods? Qian Runshui's eyes widened instantly. This was something she had never expected. Seriously, what makes the Shrek 7 devils so special? Yes, it's true. Tang San inherited the sea god and the Asura god, while Xiaowu inherited the Asura blood sword. And shared the Asura god position with Tang San. However, she can only share the position and cannot use it. It can be considered that she occupies a god position for Tang San. When Tang San needs it, we will use the spirit fusion skill to allow him to use the power of the sea god and the Asura temple at the same time. Dylan first explained the situation of Tang San and Xiao Wu, which Qian Runshui had already witnessed, but she didn't understand what was going on. So that's how it is. I knew it was impossible for one person to inherit two divine positions at the same time. So that's how he did it. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Qian Runshui suddenly realized what he meant. She was puzzled by this matter ever since she lost to Tang San. It is clear that a human cannot inherit two divine positions at the same time, even if they possess twin martial souls. The divine position is inherited based on the person, not on the number of martial souls. Tang San was able to do this because the Asura god placed the divine position on Xiao Wu, but did not give Xiao Wu the right to use it. The right to use the Asura god was in Tang San's hands. Oscar has been granted the title of God of Cookery, while Ning Rongrong has been granted the title of Goddess of the Nine Colors. Oscar broke through to the title douluo level before the age of 40. The god of food took the initiative to send down a divine test on him. The nine-colored goddess is the god of food's wife. Ning Rongrong's conditions barely met, so she also obtained the nine-colored goddess's inheritance. Ma Hongjun obtained the position of the phoenix god. He should have been able to obtain the position of the fire god, but unfortunately he was somewhat lazy, so he failed the test and ended up obtaining the position of the phoenix god instead. Zhu Zuqing is the god of speed, and Dai Mubai is the god of war. I'm not quite sure how those two obtained their divine inheritance. In short, it's certain that all of the Shrek 7 devils later became gods, and they became the Shrek 7 gods. Dylan then told Qian Runshui how the other members of the Shrek 7 devils became gods and obtained their divine positions. After listening, Qian Runshui remained silent for a long time. She truly never expected that the Shrek 7 devils would all eventually become gods. When did becoming a god become so easy? But upon closer examination of the Shrek 7 devils' performance, it seems quite reasonable. Because all 7 members of the Shrek 7 devils became titled douluos in their early 20s. They are indeed excellent. This far surpasses the achievements of Tang Hao, who became a titled douluo at the age of 44 and was touted as the youngest titled douluo. Do you know where they are now? After the initial shock, Qian Runshui quickly pressed for more information. She is now even more worried. She already felt it would be difficult to handle having only Tang San become a god. If the other members of the Shrek 7 devils were added, she really wouldn't know what to do. Is it possible that after traveling back in time, she and her mother are destined to end in failure again? 7 gods. There are 7 gods. She, her mother, and Dylan together only make up 3 deities. Moreover, her mother, Bibi Dong, wished she could kill Dylan. Chapter 205, Conquering Qian Runshui again. No, she had to convince her mother to abandon the idea of killing Dylan and instead bring him to their side. I know, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiao Wu have all been forcibly taken by me. When the Haoshan sect was destroyed, Ma Hongjun was there, and I eliminated him along with them. I don't know where the others went, they all disappeared just like Tang San. Dylan said with a smile. Dylan doesn't plan to tell Qian Runshui the news that Oscar and Dai Mubai are also dead for the time being, so that she will be more worried. You actually forced those 3 women on yourself. Qian Runshui was shocked. That's right, and like you, they all gave me a daughter. Ning Rongrong gave birth to the eldest daughter, Qian Ziyu was the second daughter, and then they had their own children. Dylan nodded and continued to explain the situation to Qian Runshui. Quote. Qian Runshui was a little stunned, not expecting that Dilong was so powerful. If Qian Runshui hadn't known that Ning Rongrong and the others would also become gods in the future, and had only known that Dilong had taken them away, she wouldn't have been so surprised. But after learning that they would also become gods in the future, and that they had all been taken away by Dilong and had even had children with him, Qian Runshui couldn't help but be shocked. Why are you telling me all this? And why did you come back? Didn't you say before that the spirit hall was ambitious and you disdained to associate with it? After her initial shock, Qian Runshui looked at Dilong and asked him the question that had been on her mind. Dylan wouldn't have told her these things for no reason. Because I truly wanted to come back. I didn't want to give up on you and Bibi Dong. I can't bear to part with you all. Dylan spoke the truth. Of course, his reluctance to part with Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong was not because of love, but because he didn't want to miss out on two peerless beauties. More importantly, he wanted to control the situation of Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. He originally intended to control them and prevent them from becoming gods before him. Now, of course, we still need to stop them as much as possible. Even if we really conquer them, Dylan wants to take control of the situation and wants to break through to godhood first. Hearing Dylan's words, Qian Runshui's heart raced slightly, and she felt somewhat happy inside. After deciding to win over Tilong, she abandoned her idea of taking revenge on him. Given that the two have a daughter, she also deeply desires that they can eventually be together. So she was quite happy to hear Dylan say that. As for the Spirit Hall's ambitions, that was just an excuse from before. Actually, I know very well that it would be better for the world if the Spirit Empire could unify the continent. The current situation, with the continent divided into two great empires and numerous kingdoms and principalities, and friction and frequent wars between nations, is the most unfriendly to the human world. Only unity can bring lasting peace and stability to the human world. Dylan then answered Qian Runshui's next question. When Dylan said these words, he genuinely believed it, or rather, all Chinese people endorse unification. When he first read the original novel, he didn't understand why Tang San wanted to prevent the unification of the continent. Tang San had a grudge against the Spirit Hall, and seeking revenge was understandable, but his subsequent interference in the two great empires allowed them to remain divided. Especially 10,000 years later, even after Tang San had become a god, he was still interfering in the lower realm, trying to keep the continent divided. Dylan didn't quite understand this. The world Tang San originally came from had the Tang clan, which should be ancient China, or the ancient world of martial arts or fantasy. But no matter which one, the Chinese civilization in that world should also be unified. Tang San couldn't possibly be unaware of the benefits of unification, but he just didn't. Really? You really think so? Qian Runshui's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Dilong's words. In fact, the reason she supported Bibi Dong in unifying the continent in the future was simply because it was the long-cherished wish of the Spirit Hall. She didn't really understand why she had to do it. Of course, unification is absolutely the right path. Dylan affirmed, and then began to explain to Qian Runshui the various benefits of unification. Because Dylan lived in unified China, he knew the various benefits that unification could bring, which the natives of Douluo continent could not see. After listening to Dilong's story, Qian Runshui realized how important unification was and that their Spirit Hall was doing something so great and right. It's all Tang San's fault. If it weren't for him, my mother and I wouldn't have failed. And Douluo continent wouldn't have remained divided. Qian Runshui said in annoyance. Yes, you have no idea how miserable the people of the two great empires will be in the future, after the Spirit Hall is no longer a hindrance. Dylan then went on to describe many things that would happen in the future, such as what would happen 10,000 years from now. He was referring to all sorts of negative information circulating online, saying how bad the two great empires were. For example, it was precisely because the Spirit Hall was no longer there that no one dealt with the evil spirit masters, leading to their proliferation. Furthermore, for ordinary people awakening their martial souls, no one will help them awaken them for free anymore, they all have to pay money to awaken them. Dylan revealed all sorts of scandals. He didn't know if it was all true, but it didn't matter. As long as he could make Qian Runshui angry and make her more convinced of the benefits of unification, that was enough. Damn it, how did the future turn out like that? Have people even lost the opportunity to awaken their martial souls for free? The two great empires truly deserve to be destroyed. Sure enough, after hearing Dylan reveal all sorts of scandals about the future, Qian Runshui was immediately furious. She truly never imagined that the world would be so dark after the Spirit Hall was gone. This made her even more convinced that the spirit hall was the embodiment of light and justice. The unification they seek to achieve is of extraordinary significance. She was now even more convinced that Dylan had also traveled back from the future. Furthermore, the future in which Dylan resides is much further into the future than she previously thought. Otherwise, how could Dylan possibly know about events 10,000 years from now in the Douluo continent? What you've said is all very good, so we are even less likely to let Tang San ruin everything again. This time, we absolutely cannot lose to him again. You'll help us, won't you? Qian Runshui looked at Dilong and asked seriously. Of course, you're my daughter's mother. If I don't help you, who will I help? I just don't know, would you still be willing to be my woman? Dylan nodded, then reached out and gently took Qian Runshui's hands in his, asking softly. Chapter 206. Enjoying photos with Qian Runshui. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Qian Runshui's pretty face flushed red again. She came here today because she wanted to get Dylan to stand on their side and fight against Tang San together. But she never expected that Dylan would be so bold and presumptuous as to ask her to continue being his woman. Before coming here, Qian Runshui thought she would definitely refuse. But now, she finds herself wavering, with a strong urge to agree to Dylan's advances. Because she found that after hearing Dylan's words, she was not angry, but rather secretly pleased. I'll agree as long as you promise not to bully me like you used to. And all those photos of me and my mother, you have to destroy them. After realizing her own thoughts, Qian Runshui quickly made a decision and boldly looked at Dilong to answer. Well, I can agree to what you're saying. But I never intended for anyone else to see the photos. I just kept them for myself, so there's no need to destroy them, right? When Dylan heard Qian Runshui say this, he immediately agreed. Let's deal with Qian Runshui first. Of course, he also tried to preserve those photos. No, those photos can't be kept. Qian Runshui certainly didn't want Dylan to keep those photos. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll destroy them all. But there's no rush to destroy the photos. What I want to do now is to make amends to you properly. Thank you for your hard work during the time I was away. Dylan nodded, then stepped forward and picked up Qian Runshui in a princess carry. What are you going to do? Qian Runshui instinctively tried to struggle, but immediately gave up. What do you think? Of course I should make it up to you properly and make up for everything I owe you these past few days. Dylan laughed heartily. They put it so nicely, but all they really want is Qian Runshui's body. So much time has passed, he had almost forgotten what Qian Runshui tasted like, so of course he wanted to relive it. You bastard. Qian Runshui knew exactly what Dilong was planning to do, and immediately spat out a curse. However, it's good that Qian Runshui didn't resist. After agreeing to Dylan's request, she knew there was no escaping this situation. Besides, she actually missed the feeling of that kind of thing. Then, Dylan carried Qian Runshui back to his papal palace and made amends to her. I must say, it's been so long since I've favored Qian Runshui, and revisiting her now has a really unique flavor. Moreover, no one knows how Qian Runshui managed to do it. She had already started the angel god's assessment, yet she still hadn't cut off her daughter's food. This gave Dylan another thrill. Those who know, know. A woman who hasn't run out of food is really exciting. Where are those photos? Afterwards, Qian Runshui lay in Dilong's arms, reminding him to destroy the photos. Alright, I'll take it out right away. Dylan smiled and had no choice but to summon the photos. For now, let's stick with Qian Runshui. Dilong believes there will be plenty of opportunities to reshoot the film later. So many. Upon seeing the photo summoned by Dylan, Qian Runshui's eyes widened in surprise. After picking up a few photos, she realized that the pictures Dylan had shown were not only of her and Bibi Dong, but also of other people. This is Poseidon. You actually included Poseidon in your photo. And isn't this Tang San's mother, Ah Yin? When Qian Runshui saw that there were also photos of Poseidon and Ah Yin inside, she was once again shocked by Dylan's actions. Dilong had told her about Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing beforehand, so she wasn't surprised to see them. But she didn't expect that, in addition to Xiao Wu and the others, Dylan would also get involved with Poseidon and Yin. This man is indeed a bastard, a lecherous scoundrel. She was well aware of this, but she never expected that Dylan would be so capable as to have gotten involved with Poseidon as well. She was very aware of Poseidon's power in the ocean. How exactly did you do that? Qian Runshui took out a photo of Poseidon and curiously asked Dylan about it. Hey, this is all Poseidon's own doing. Dylan smiled smugly, and then told Qian Runshui how he had cleverly tricked Poseidon into his trap. Qian Runshui then realized that Dylan had tricked Poseidon into coming to the mainland. No wonder she was defeated by Dylan and captured by him. As this woman Ning Dingaling, the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And who are these 2 women? Qian Runshui was surprised to learn that Dylan had conquered so many women. She knew Ning Dingaling and had some knowledge of her. But she really didn't recognize Xiaobai and Aru. So I asked out of curiosity. This is the demon soul Great White Shark King. This is Xiao Wu's mother. Dylan smiled as he introduced her to Qian Runshui. Quote. Qian Runshui was speechless and looked up at Dilong with a hint of disdain. They even prey on soul beasts. She knew that the demon soul Great White Shark King had never transformed into a human. The opponent is a sea spirit beast, so it can transform briefly. She never expected that Dylan had such a peculiar hobby. As for Xiao Wu's mother, she didn't have much to say. Wasn't she and Bibi Dong a perfect example? You bastard, let me count how many women you've had. Xiao Wu, Aru, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Ning Dingaling, Xiao Bai, Yin, Poseidon, Ling Yuan, that makes 9. Including me and Sister Dong, there are 11 of us in total. You bastard, Qian Runshui said in an annoyed tone. There was an inevitable hint of bitterness in her tone. After all, everyone wants their man to have too many women. Tilong, on the other hand, found so many, and they were all so beautiful. None of them were ordinary. As Qian Runshui spoke, she also criticized the photos. I really don't understand what you're trying to achieve by taking these photos. What's so embarrassing about keeping such a photo? No, these photos can't be kept, they must all be destroyed. As Qian Runshui spoke, she destroyed all the photos with her angelic flame. Wait a minute, I only promised to destroy the photos of you and Bibi Dong, I didn't say I would destroy all of them. Dylan immediately stopped him. No, those photos can't be kept either. Qian Runshui, of course, disagreed. If she hadn't seen them, that would have been fine, but now that she had, she didn't want Dylan to keep those photos. Destroying them all is fine too. But you have to make it up to me. Seeing that Qian Runshui was determined, Dilong immediately whispered something in her ear. Chapter 207 Ning Dingaling becomes famous. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Qian Runshui's pretty face instantly flushed. In fact, the compensation that Dilong made her do was something she had done under his coercion before. But it was done against her will, she couldn't refuse. Now, she can refuse. Okay, I agree. However, in order to destroy all the photos, Qian Runshui reluctantly agreed despite her embarrassment. She didn't want to keep photos of herself and her mother, and naturally she didn't want Dylan to keep photos of other women. After she finished speaking, Qian Runshui slowly moved her head toward Dylan's lower body. Dylan felt a great sense of accomplishment. He discovered that he felt a greater sense of accomplishment from getting Qian Runshui to do things willingly, rather than forcing her. Seeing that Qian Runshui had worked hard, Dylan kept his word and destroyed all the photos in the end. We can reshoot it later if we have the chance. Moreover, with Dylan's current spiritual power, if he wanted to appreciate those past scenes, he could easily extract those memories and examine them carefully. Whether there were photos or not would make no difference. Having photos in hand only provides them with more means to threaten them. After spending a few days with Dilong, Qian Runshui continued to complete her 9 trials as an angel god. This time, the 5th trial she was to complete would not be done in the inheritance space, but outside. So a few days later, Qian Runshui left the spirit hall. Meanwhile, Dylan continued his preparations to subdue the sect's forces. During this period, Ling Yuan and Poison Douluo joined the Spirit Hall one after the other. Ling Yuan has returned. She left before saying she was going out to train and seek a breakthrough, and now that she has broken through to the title douluo level, she has returned. The Spirit Hall immediately announced that it had gained a new title douluo, and a female one at that, Spirit Kite Douluo. The news caused an uproar throughout the entire douluo continent. Of course, those who were shocked and excited by this were mostly female soul masters. Female title douluo. After so many years, we've finally produced another female title douluo. Ling Yuan Douluo is amazing. From now on, she is my idol. Quote. For a time, Ling Yuan Douluo was also incredibly popular and quickly became famous. Unfortunately, they didn't know that there were Poseidon and Sea Witch Douluo overseas. All they knew was that there hadn't been a female title douluo on the douluo continent for many years. Therefore, everyone is very excited about this. After the Spirit Hall announced that Ling Yuan Douluo had broken through to become a title douluo and become an elder of the Spirit Hall. Poison Douluo, who broke through to the title douluo level a few years ago, also announced that he had joined the Spirit Hall and become the newest elder of the Spirit Hall. The Soul Master community didn't react much to this. They just remarked that the Spirit Hall had gained another title douluo, making them even stronger. The fact that the Spirit Hall had gained 2 more title douluos in succession made many sects and forces sigh that the Spirit Hall was getting stronger and stronger. However, they were used to it. The Spirit Hall was already very strong, so it didn't matter if it became a little stronger. Having a lot of debt is not a burden. It was the message that the Spirit Hall announced next that truly moved them. Because the Spirit Hall announced that it would call on all major sects to come to the Spirit Hall to select the new 7 major sects. Since the destruction of the Haoshan sect, the 7 major sects have been missing one member. Many sects and forces are vying for this spot, such as the Ghost Leopard sect, the Wasp sect, and other powerful sects. They all claim to be one of the new 7 major sects, but none of them have gained universal recognition. Therefore, all the sects were very excited after receiving the invitation from the Spirit Hall. If one can be recognized by the Spirit Hall, then one will truly become one of the 7 major sects. Some of the sects that were already among the 7 major sects wanted to accept the demands, while others did not. Because the Spirit Hall is selecting the new 7 major sects, they also need to conduct a re-evaluation. They were unhappy about this. If they were selected, that would be fine, but if they weren't, wouldn't they lose their status as one of the 7 major sects? They definitely wouldn't want to. But it seems that not wanting to do anything about it is useless. No, we can't not go. Otherwise, the world will only think that we are afraid, guilty, and unworthy of the position of the 7 major sects. Those who don't want to go have to take this into consideration. So even though they were very unwilling, they had no choice but to accept the Spirit Hall's invitation. Yes, of course we'll go. We absolutely have to go. Maybe we can even improve our ranking this time. Those who believe they have enough ability naturally don't want to miss such an opportunity. Therefore, the world of Soul Masters suddenly became lively because of the invitation from the Spirit Hall. Because the Spirit Hall has stated that this selection and ranking will be conducted through a competition. Soul Masters in Douluo continent all love competitions, that's for sure. Thus began a spectacular competition. Under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, the 7 newest sects were quickly selected within half a month. As expected, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has earned the title of the #1 sect. There's nothing we can do about it. Among all the sects and forces, only the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has 2 title douluos. In terms of the number of title douluos, only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan can compare, but the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan only has 1 title douluo. Everyone knows that the title of the #1 sect can only be contested between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. In terms of the number of title douluos, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is slightly inferior. In team competitions, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan was no match for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Although Yu Yuanjun is very strong, he could easily fight against Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. However, The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's team also included the sect leader, Ning Dingaling. With Ning Dingaling's assistance, Sword Douluo was able to hold off Yu Yuanjun all by himself. In the end, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School team easily defeated the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus School, and undeniably took first place. Through this competition, everyone also discovered that Ning Dingaling, the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, had evolved her martial soul into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda at some point. Furthermore, Ning Dingaling's soul power level had broken through to level 84, making her a soul douluo. At just over 30 years old, she was already a level 84 soul master. She was also a support-type soul master, and achieving a title in the future was practically a certainty. That's amazing. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has become so powerful. That's the 9 Jeweled Glazed Tile Pagoda. Sword Douluo is only level 93, but with her help, he managed to hold back Yu Yuanjun, who is level 96. He's too strong. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Can it be renamed 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School from now on? Chapter 208, Forcing All Sects to Submit. It is an honor to be the #1 sect in the world. This is the pride of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. On this occasion, I would also like to announce something to everyone. Effective immediately, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will be renamed the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After Ning Dingaling went on stage to accept the award, she also announced the renaming of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Now that her martial soul has evolved into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, there's no need to hide it any longer. After Ning Dingaling went on stage to receive the award, Yu Yuanjun went up to receive the award on behalf of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, making it the second-ranked sect among the 7 major sects. Next are the Elephant Armor Sect, Wind Sword Sect, Holy Dragon Sect, Ghost Leopard Sect, and Wasp Sect. The new 7 major sects are those mentioned above. There are no upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, only 7 major sects. The 3 upper sects and 4 lower sects that will emerge in the future are simply distinguished by the fact that the 3 upper sects all have title douluo, while the 4 lower sects do not. Now that the Haoshan sect has long been destroyed, the saying of the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects no longer exists. Even if they appear in the future, they will be the upper 2 sects and the lower 5 sects. However, these names are too cumbersome to pronounce, and they are basically no longer used. After the emergence of the new 7 major sects, Di Long, as the acting pope of the Spirit Hall, also made his appearance. Buzz. As soon as Dylan appeared, he immediately unleashed his soul pressure, intimidating all the soul masters present. Under the intimidating power of Dylan's soul pressure, everyone's expression changed drastically. So strong. What terrifying soul pressure. Yu Yuanjun felt the soul pressure emanating from Di Long, and was secretly shocked. He discovered that Dylan's strength was much greater than he had sensed before, and several times stronger. He couldn't understand how Dylan had improved his strength so dramatically. It was simply unbelievable. He used to think he could hold his own against Di Long, but now he felt like an ant in front of him. He almost doubted whether he was imagining things. He was a level 96 Super Douluo, how could he be an ant? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo naturally felt the same way. However, they weren't surprised at all, because they already knew how powerful Dylan was. They simply lamented that they didn't know if they would ever have the chance to become as powerful as Dylan, or even come closer to his level. So strong. That's terrifying. Is this the power of One Punch Douluo? No wonder he could kill Haoshan Douluo Tang Chen with one punch. That soul pressure is truly terrifying. Quote. If even the title Douluo are like this, then the rest are even worse off. They're practically kneeling down. As expected of a senior, truly amazing. Ning Dingaling looked at Di Long's figure, her eyes filled with pride and honor. She increasingly felt that being able to be Dylan's woman was a very lucky thing. Thank you all for accepting the invitation to participate in the selection of the 7 major sects. The new 7 major sects are the result of everyone's expectations. We hope that you can shoulder the responsibilities of the 7 major sects and work together to protect our douluo continent. Dylan quickly withdrew the soul pressure from his body, and then spoke to the sect leaders of the 7 major sects. Ning Dingaling and the others quickly and modestly expressed that they would definitely shoulder the responsibility of protecting the mainland. Dylan said a lot of polite things. There's no way around it. These are things I have to say. Quote. In order to better protect the peace of the continent, and to better protect the ordinary soul masters and people below, I hope that all the major sects can accept the supervision and jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. What do you think, sect leaders? Only at the very end did Dylan reveal his true intentions, speaking to all the sect leaders present. What? You want us to accept the supervision and jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall? That's impossible. Our sect will absolutely not agree to this. That's right, we won't agree either. What right does the Spirit Hall have to interfere with us? Quote. Upon hearing Dilong's words, the expressions of all the sects present instantly changed, and everyone's faces turned very grim. They certainly don't agree with Dylan's unreasonable ideas. If they agree, wouldn't that be tantamount to them submitting to the Spirit Hall? They were all powerful sects, and none of them were willing to bow down and submit to the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness the Pope, as representatives of the majority of soul masters, we should indeed shoulder the responsibility of protecting the continent. A sect that is disorganized is indeed prone to disputes, and friction and battles between soul masters often occur. Some of them are fighting over soul beasts. Some of them are simply verbal disputes. If there were a Spirit Hall above us to supervise and govern us, it would indeed be better to maintain stability among spirit masters. As the number one sect in the world, our 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School should set an example. Therefore, on behalf of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I agree to the Spirit Hall's supervision and jurisdiction over us. While many sects were angry and repulsed by Dylan's words, Ning Dingaling stood up. When Ning Dingaling stepped forward, the people initially thought she was representing everyone in rejecting the Spirit Hall. Unexpectedly, Ning Dingaling was the first to speak up and agree with Dilong's idea. What makes you say that, Sect Leader Ning? Sect Leader Ning, you're so foolish. Sect Leader Ning, how could you say that? You are now the sect leader of the number one sect in the world. Where is your pride? Quote. Upon hearing Ning Dingaling's subsequent words, the soul masters from the various sects present were all filled with righteous indignation and expressed their dissatisfaction with Ning Dingaling. Ning Dingaling pretended not to hear what those people were saying. Her eyes were fixed on Dylan with a firm yet gentle gaze. She would support Dylan in whatever he wanted to do. Based on her understanding of Tilung's abilities, those who oppose him will not have a good ending. Even her 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School is the same, so in terms of strength, she would not disobey Dilong. She was even more aware of Tilung's strength and domineering nature. Once Tilung decided to do something, no one could stop him. Anyone who tries to stop us will end up like the Haoshan sect, becoming a thing of the past. Not to mention, Tilung is her man and the father of her child. With this relationship, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School will only gain more benefits after submitting to the Spirit Hall. Dylan had told her that the rise of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was an accident, and that as a support-type soul master, without strong personal power, its future decline was inevitable. However, joining the Spirit Hall is a different story. As long as the Spirit Hall exists, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Spirit will be an indispensable part of it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Sect leader Ning truly lives up to his reputation as the leader of the number one sect in the world. He certainly has a grand vision. What do you all think of sect leader Ning's idea? Upon hearing Ning Dingaling's words, Dylan burst into laughter, then turned to the others and asked them questions. Chapter 209 The Founding of the Spirit Empire. The expressions of the various sects and forces turned grim after hearing Dilong's words. They didn't want to agree. But faced with such a terrifying figure as Dylan, they dared not object. They all looked at each other, hoping the other would stand up against Dylan. Soon, the sect leader of the Elephant Armor sect came out. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him, offering him silent encouragement and support. Sect leader Ning is right. Our Elephant Armor sect is also willing to accept the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. The sect leader of the Elephant Armor sect looked at Dilong and said the same thing as Ning Dingaling, causing all the sect leaders present to widen their eyes. Our Wind Sword Sect. Our Ghost Leopard Sect. The two sect leaders of the Wind Sword Sect and the Ghost Leopard Sect exchanged glances and then stepped forward together, saying, "Our sects are also willing to accept the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall and contribute to the stability of the continent." The Elephant Armor Sect, Wind Sword Sect, and Ghost Leopard Sect were all dealt with by Dylan beforehand. They certainly didn't agree to it at first. But under Dylan's coercion and enticement, he finally gave in. Because they refused to compromise, destruction awaits them. They didn't want to disappear from the douluo continent like the Haoshan Sect. After securing the cooperation with the Elephant Armor Sect, Wind Sword Sect, and Ghost Leopard Sect, Dylan did not pursue any other sects. In his view, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with these 3 other sects, was already sufficient. Of the 7 major sects, 4 have chosen to submit to the Spirit Hall. Would the others dare to resist? Really? After seeing that several sects, including the Elephant Armor Sect, had also expressed their willingness to submit to the Spirit Hall, the remaining sect leaders all looked extremely grim. Now, they can only turn their attention to Yu Yuanjun, the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, which ranks second among the 7 major sects. Now, they can only wait and see what Yu Yuanjun decides. If Yu Yuanjun dares to resist, they will barely have the courage to resist along with him. But if Yu Yuanjun doesn't dare to resist, they will have no choice but to grit their teeth and compromise. Damn the Spirit Hall. As expected, he had ill intentions. I shouldn't have accepted the Spirit Hall's invitation to participate in this competition for the 7 great sects. Each sect and force was filled with regret, having long lost the excitement and exhilaration they had felt upon arriving. They felt only anger and resentment, as if they had all been tricked by the Spirit Hall. I'm so depressed. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Yu Yuanjun's face also turned extremely ugly. He certainly didn't want to submit, but he didn't dare to voice his opposition. He had just personally experienced Dylan's strength. It was something he simply could not resist. If he dares to lead the rebellion, he will ruin his plans. He believed that his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would soon be destroyed by the Spirit Hall for some reason, just like the Clear Sky clan a few years ago. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is also willing to accept the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall for the sake of the stability of the continent. So after thinking for a long time, Yu Yuanjun bitterly spoke words of submission. He didn't want to either, but he didn't dare to stand up and object. Haha, good, good, good. Of the 7 major sects, 5 have already agreed to accept the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. What are the opinions of the Holy Dragon Sect Master and the Wasp Sect Master? Upon hearing this, Dylan laughed again, then looked at the sect leader of the Holy Dragon Sect and the sect leader of the Wasp Sect. The 2 sect leaders, the Holy Dragon Sect Master and the Wasp Sect Master, who were being questioned by Dylan, felt a chill run down their spines as they felt Dylan's oppressive gaze. We are also willing to accept the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. Unable to withstand the pressure, they immediately made the same choice as Yu Yuanjun. Thus, all 7 new sects chose to compromise. Our Black Tiger Sect is also willing to accept the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. Our White Horse Sect, us, ... With the complete submission of the 7 major sects, the remaining sects also made their choices one by one, expressing their willingness to accept the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. There was nothing we could do, the situation was beyond our control. They did not want to submit to the Spirit Hall, but given the prevailing trend, they dared not go against it. Even though they were 1,000 times unwilling. The fact that all the major sects had submitted, no, all of them had expressed their willingness to accept the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall could not be kept secret. With the end of the competition and the return of the major sects, the news quickly spread throughout the entire continent. The entire continent was immediately in an uproar. What is the Spirit Hall trying to do? Isn't the Spirit Hall's ambition a bit too great? Is this a soul master destined to rule the entire continent? Yes, that means that almost all the soul masters on the entire continent will be under the control of the Spirit Hall. This is terrifying. Everyone was taken aback by the Spirit Hall's big move and began speculating about what their next move would be. Many people have already speculated that the Spirit Hall may really want to unify the continent, and even the whole world. The Heavenly Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, which were not initially worried, have now begun to worry. From this day forward, the Spirit Empire is officially established. I, Dylan, am the founding emperor of the Spirit Empire. What douluo continent needs is a unified continent, not a continent torn apart. The existence of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, and the continuous wars, have killed countless people. The existence of these two empires will only bring endless conflict to the douluo continent. Both empires have long been corrupt, with nobles running rampant and everything in ruins. Douluo continent has no need for such a corrupt empire. Effective today, the Spirit Empire also officially declares war on the two great empires. I, Dylan, the founding emperor of the Spirit Empire, will surely lead the empire to destroy the two great empires, unify the continent, and bring a longer-lasting peace to the douluo continent. As the two empires had feared, things did indeed turn out as they had. After subduing the various sects and forces, Dylan immediately began his next move. That is to establish the Martial Soul Empire. At the same time, it declared war on the two great empires. Damn it, how dare he! He actually established the Spirit Empire. Emperor Shifeng of the Heaven Do Empire was instantly overwhelmed upon learning of the establishment of the Spirit Empire. He had always believed that the Spirit Hall could not unify the continent because the Spirit Hall was a religion, not a country. The power of the Spirit Hall, at most, meant that these two great empires had one more ancestor on their heads. Although they were unhappy about having their ancestors above them, it didn't stop the two great empires from continuing to rule the continent. But now, the establishment of the Martial Soul Empire has broken his defenses. He never expected that the Spirit Hall would choose to establish an empire. Chapter 210 Yu Shaoging's Jealousy. Furthermore, the Martial Soul Empire's declaration of war against them, as well as the declaration of founding a nation to unify the continent, all caused the two great empires to break through their defenses one after another. Both empires, enraged, swiftly retaliated. They certainly weren't willing to sit idly by and wait to die. First, they targeted the Spirit Hall branches within the two great empires. However, when they arrived, they discovered that all the branch halls were deserted, and all the branch hall members had returned to the Spirit Empire. Of course, there were also many who were unwilling to betray their original country, so they chose to leave the Spirit Hall. There are quite a few such soul masters. Pope, what are your plans next? Qian Daoliu looked at Di Long with a complicated expression. He truly hadn't expected that Dylan would act so swiftly and so decisively after becoming the acting Pope of the Spirit Hall, establishing the Spirit Empire in less than 6 months. Qian Runshui had told him about Bibidong establishing the Spirit Empire in the future, so he also knew the benefits of establishing the Spirit Empire. This is indeed a good thing for the Spirit Hall. He was just a little unwilling that this kind of thing was done by Dylan. He preferred that this feat be accomplished by his granddaughter, Qian Runshui. However, since Dylan had already done it, he couldn't object to anything. Moreover, he was only slightly disappointed. Qian Runshui had already passed the Angel God's inheritance test, and he was already quite satisfied. What he wants most now is to ensure the stability of the Spirit Hall and to ensure that Qian Runshui can successfully complete the Angel God's inheritance test. That's why he came over today to ask Dylan what he plans to do next and whether it will affect Qian Runshui. What else can we do? Of course, we'll destroy the two great empires and unify the douluo continent. To be specific, just bring a bunch of tidal douluos and crush them directly. Dylan said with a smile. Wouldn't this inevitably cause a lot of casualties? Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu frowned immediately. He hadn't expected that Dylan's method would be to fight directly. No need. I plan to lead a group of tidal douluos and parachute directly into the capitals of the two great empires, annihilating their royal families. To catch the thief, first catch the king. If we wipe out the royal families of both empires, the two empires will naturally fall apart. The rest is naturally simple. Dylan continued. This method is simple and direct, but it is also the most practical. Dylan couldn't understand why Bibi Dong didn't use this method after establishing the Spirit Empire in the original work, but instead waited 5 years before launching a war against the two great empires. The Spirit Empire's strength lies in its large number of spirit masters, and its high-level combat power far surpasses that of the two great empires. They could simply wipe out the royal families of the two great empires. Between the two great empires, is there anyone who can stop the Spirit Empire's decapitation strike? No, there isn't any. The two great empires have very few titled douluo, so how can they resist the Spirit Empire's decapitation strike? They could have easily dealt with the two great empires, but they insisted on waiting 5 years, only to find that Tang San had become a god instead. Dylan wouldn't give them a chance. If we can resolve the conflict between the two great empires in the fastest way possible, then we must do it in the fastest way possible. Quote. Qian Daoliu fell silent upon hearing Dilong's words. He was even a little dazed. How come he hadn't thought of such a simple method before? That's a good idea. You haven't disappointed me after all. Do as you wish. I will get the others in the Hall of Offerings to cooperate with you. Qian Daoliu nodded and acknowledged Dilong's statement. Thank you, Your Excellency. Dylan laughed. Although he could handle it without the help of those retainers, it would be even better if Qian Daoliu was willing to let them do it. Qian Daoliu nodded, said nothing more, and left quickly. Dylan quickly made arrangements to carry out a decapitation strike against the two empires. The Spirit Hall is indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing. That damned dragon fist actually established the martial soul empire. Given the Spirit Hall's current strength, he might actually be able to lead the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. Damn it! Yu Shaogang, who had been hiding everywhere and devouring human soul masters and soul beasts, had bloodshot eyes after learning the latest news from the Soul Master world. An aura of murderous intent erupted from him. The more famous and powerful Dylan became, the more jealous and angry he became. On what grounds? How could such a bastard have such great abilities? Moreover, seeing that the other party was very likely to accomplish the feat of unifying the continent, he was insanely jealous. He would not be jealous of anyone who accomplished such a feat, he would only admire them. Only Tilong was not an option. Because Tilong was his longtime enemy. He wished he could kill Dylan with his own hands, so when he saw that Dylan not only became the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but also established the Spirit Empire and became its founding emperor. Now that he might even accomplish the feat of unifying the continent, he was extremely frustrated. The happier Dylan was, the angrier he became. Enraged, Yu Shaogang wondered if he could sabotage Dylan's actions. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a good way to help the two great empires fight against the Spirit Hall. The main problem was that all the sects and forces had submitted to the Spirit Hall, leaving the two great empires with very few spirit masters to resist. It's all those sects' fault. They're all spineless, they all chose to submit to the Spirit Hall. Father too, a complete waste. If he hadn't ultimately chosen to compromise, the Spirit Hall wouldn't have been able to subdue all the sects so easily. Unable to find a solution, Yu Shaogang quickly turned his anger on the sects and forces, eventually even cursing his own father as a good-for-nothing. He truly didn't expect that his usually strong and domineering father would be intimidated by Tilong and ultimately choose to compromise. He knew that his father, Yu Yuanjun, must be unwilling to accept this. Deep down, they must be unwilling. However, he didn't even dare to resist and chose to submit. This made Yu Shaogang look down on him extremely. No, I absolutely cannot let that bastard dragon fist unify the continent so easily. Father is definitely unwilling to submit to the Spirit Hall. I'm going back now to persuade him to rebel against the Spirit Hall. If Father takes the lead and sets an example, the other sects will surely follow suit and rebel. No sect truly wants to submit to the Spirit Hall, it's just that no one is willing to take the lead, so everyone is afraid to do it. As long as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan takes the lead, they will simply follow. Yu Shaogang quickly came up with a solution and then chose to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Chapter 211 Yu Shaogang, Father, you're confused. Xiaogang, you beast, how dare you come back? Yu Yuanjun looked at Yu Xiaogang, whose demeanor had changed drastically, his face full of righteous indignation. He was deeply saddened by Yu Xiaogang's fall into becoming an evil spirit master. If he had known that Yu Xiaogang would go down such a wicked path after leaving the sect, he would never have let Yu Xiaogang leave the sect under any circumstances. Looking at Yu Xiaogang in front of him, he felt heartbroken and guilty. Father, I came back because I had something to do. Yu Xiaogang looked at his father and quickly said in a serious tone. He knew that although his father appeared righteous and stern, he still cared about him deep down. All right, just tell me what it is. After you finish speaking, just leave quickly, and I'll pretend you were never here. Yu Yuanjun sighed. If any other evil spirit master appeared in front of him, he would have slapped them to death long ago. But the person in front of him was, after all, his son, and he couldn't bear to part with him. Father. Hearing Yu Yuanjun's words, Yu Xiaogang felt a pang of sadness. He knew that Yu Yuanjun was doing it for his own good, but he didn't expect that Yu Yuanjun would be in such a hurry to get rid of him. They didn't even ask how he'd managed all these years. He had originally wanted to confide in the other person about the grievances he had suffered over the years. Father, you've made a terrible mistake regarding the spirit hall. After forcing himself to calm down, Yu Xiaogang looked at Yu Yuanjun and immediately began to criticize him. How dare you, Xiaogang? Who taught you to speak to your father like that? Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Yu Yuanjun's face immediately turned ashen. Father, am I wrong? It is because of your defection that no sect dares to defy the spirit hall, which has led to all sects becoming its lackeys. If father had insisted on opposing the spirit hall back then, those sects would definitely have supported you. Ignoring his father's anger, Yu Xiaogang stared directly at Yu Yuanjun and loudly retorted. Upon hearing his son's words, Yu Yuanjun's expression darkened even further. He never expected that his son would come back specifically to criticize him. You bastard, what do you know? If I hadn't compromised back then, the Clear Sky sect would have been a cautionary tale for us, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragons. Even if I don't consider myself, I must consider the survival of the entire sect. Yu Yuanjun looked at Yu Xiaogang and angrily rebuked him. Does compromise actually work? Given that Pope's power, do you think he won't continue to weaken the sect's influence? Even after he unifies the continent, the sects will still decline. Instead of waiting to be slowly boiled like a frog, it's better to stand up and fight back. Yu Xiaogang, as if he had known you would say that, immediately retorted sharply after Yu Yuanjun finished speaking. So what? Even if the sect declines further, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex will still exist. But if the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex dares to stand up and be the first to act, the fate of the Clear Sky sect will be the fate of our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Yu Yuanjun snorted, dismissing Yu Xiaogang's rebuttal with disdain. If Yu Xiaogang could think of something, how could he not understand it? He simply has a longer-term vision than Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang only considered the positive side, thinking that if Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up and took the lead, other sects would also stand up to resist. But nothing is absolute. What if those sects and forces don't dare to step forward? And what makes you think the Spirit Hall wouldn't dare to make a move? Yu Xiaogang just had too high hopes for himself. Quote. Upon hearing Yu Yuanjun's words, Yu Xiaogang, who had been arrogant, immediately froze. He wasn't stupid, so he immediately realized that he might have oversimplified things. The father is right, but he was unwilling to admit it. He just didn't want Tilong to have a smooth journey. Father, when have we, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, ever been willing to compromise? This is not the style of our sect. There are only Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex that die in battle, not Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex that kneel down. Father, listen to me. Stand up against the Spirit Hall now, and those sects and forces will definitely follow closely behind Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Our sect still has a chance to break free from the Spirit Hall's control. So Yu Xiaogang pretended not to understand Yu Yuanjun's words and continued to persuade and entice Yu Yuanjun. She even used words to provoke her father. You Upon hearing Yu Xiaoging's words, Yu Yuanzhen's eyes widened in fury. How could he not see that his son was trying to provoke him? The problem is that Yu Xiaoging's answer is indeed difficult for him. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex has always been powerful and domineering. Compromise is not its style, much less his. He simply had no choice. Does he want this? He definitely doesn't want to. God knows how frustrated he was. But for the sake of the sect's survival, he had no choice but to compromise himself. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaoging not only failed to understand him, but also provoked him in person. Tell me honestly, why are you targeting the spirit hall? Yu Yuanzhen simply stopped talking about the matter and directly revealed Yu Xiaoging's purpose. Quote. Yu Xiaoging's expression stiffened slightly again. It turned out that his father had seen through his intentions all along. Quote. Father, didn't you ask me why I've become the way I am today? Then I'll tell you, it's all the spirit hall's fault. Back then, in order to find a way to break through, I successfully joined the spirit hall. Yu Xiaoging decided to speak frankly, revealing that he had almost died when he went to Poseidon Island, and that he survived only because of his own wisdom. But in order to survive, he also suffered inhuman torture, being attacked by a group of pirates. That's why I hate Dragon Fist. He could have taken me with him, but he was jealous that the Holy Maiden liked me, so he abandoned me. After I finally returned to the mainland, I was discovered by Qian Zunji. Before I even had a chance to see Bibi Dong, I was sent to the City of Slaughter. In the City of Slaughter, in order to survive, I had no choice but to sell my ass. Father, do you think I shouldn't hate the Spirit Hall? Shouldn't I hate that Dragon Fist? As Yu Xiaoging spoke, the Killing God domain was automatically released, and his face became ferocious. Xiao Gang. Yu Yuanzhen was shocked. He really hadn't expected that his son would suffer so many setbacks and torments after leaving the sect. No wonder Yu Xiaoging fell into depravity and became an evil spirit master. Xiao Gang, I can understand why you want to target the spirit hall, but Qian Zunji sent you to the City of Slaughter, and he has already been killed by you. You have already taken your revenge, haven't you? Xiaoging, it's time for you to let go. As for the current Pope Dragon Fist, his actions back then weren't wrong, were they? Yu Yuanzhen's eyes were filled with heartache and anger. Chapter 212 Yu Xiaoging sacrifices his own family for the righteous cause. He never expected that Yu Xiaoging's experience would be so tragic. However, he could understand Yu Xiaoging's hatred for the Spirit Hall and Qian Zunji. He hated the Dragon Fist, and felt that Yu Xiaoging was being somewhat unreasonable. At that time, it was perfectly normal for Tilong to only rescue Bibi Dong. Who would want to carry an extra burden? Dylan was already doing his best to take Bibi Dong away. Yu Xiaoging's survival was due to his own abilities. Although his later experiences were indeed tragic, they were his own fault, and he shouldn't blame Tilong for his misfortunes. On the contrary, Yu Xiaoging should be grateful to the Scarface pirates. Without them, Yu Xiaoging would have died long ago. Of course, given Yu Xiaoging's experience, he certainly wouldn't voice this thought, lest he further provoke Yu Xiaoging. He now wants to dispel Yu Xiaoging's hatred for Dilong and the Spirit Hall. He doesn't want Yu Xiaoging to lose his life in the end because of seeking revenge against Dilong. He didn't think Yu Xiaoging would be a match for Tilong. He knew that Yu Xiaoging had indeed become more capable after becoming an evil soul master. Even Qian Zunji had died at Yu Xiaoging's hands. However, he still did not believe that Yu Xiaoging was a match for Tilong. Dylan's strength was far too great for him. He was simply beyond the capabilities of an ordinary title douluo. If you don't become a peerless douluo, you're not qualified to stand on the opposite side of Dylan. He didn't believe that Yu Xiaoging, who had already become an evil soul master, could still reach the level of a peerless douluo. Evil soul masters cultivate very quickly, but that's only temporary. In the later stages, cultivation is often more difficult for evil soul masters than for normal soul masters. He didn't know how Yu Xiaoging cultivated, but he didn't believe that Yu Xiaoging could grow to the level of D. Long. Therefore, he hoped that Yu Xiaoging would stop treating Tilong as an enemy and even stop trying to take revenge on him, as that would be pure suicide. How could it not be wrong? Bibi Dong made him take me with him. He could have taken me with him. If he had, none of what happened to me later would have happened. Yu Xiaogang broke his guard and roared. Quote. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's hysterical state and his bloodshot, murderous eyes, Yu Yuanjun knew that Yu Xiaogang was convinced that Dilong was responsible for his misfortunes. Or rather, Yu Xiaogang was unwilling to admit that his misfortunes were caused by his own lack of ability, so he blamed Dilong for them. Do you know what kind of enemy you're facing? So Yu Yuanjun changed the direction of the opening. Yu Xiaogang paused for a moment before slowly saying, I know. How could he not know? Tang Chen, one of the two peerless douluo, Haoshan douluo, and the former sect leader of the #1 sect in the world, died at the hands of Dilong. He never imagined that Dylan could grow to this level. He still finds it somewhat unbelievable whenever he thinks about it. If Dylan is really that strong, why was he so badly defeated and forced to flee in a panic on Poseidon Island? However, he knew very well that with Dylan's current strength and status, he had virtually no chance of getting revenge. That's why he tries everything he can to cause trouble for Tilong and make him unhappy. Then I advise you to give up your hatred. He didn't owe you anything. From now on, you'd better hide yourself well and not expose yourself to the world. If all else fails, you can go back to the killing city. You should be safe there. That's the best place for you. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang was also self-aware, Yu Yuanjun continued to persuade him. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang realized that it was impossible for him to persuade his father to stand up against the spirit hall. My father understands everything. He understood Yu Yuanjun's suggestion. The killing city was indeed his best destination. But he was unwilling to simply slink away into the city of slaughter. He was unwilling to just watch Tilong's success. The more successful the other person is, the more upset he becomes. Yu Xiaogang quickly racked his brains, trying to think of any other way to persuade Yu Yuanjun. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with any other good solutions. Because Yu Yuanjun understands everything. Thinking about this, Yu Xiaogang felt extremely agitated, and a strange sense of violence began to grow within him. He was a completely useless father. Since becoming an evil spirit master, Yu Xiaogang has never been the same Yu Xiaogang again. Especially after suffering so many hardships, and now being toyed with by Luo Sanpao from time to time, his temperament has long since become abnormal. Since my father is no longer useful, I should find a way to make him useful. Luo Sanpao has yet to devour a title douluo level powerhouse. If I devour my father, my strength will surely increase dramatically, right? Yu Xiaogang became more and more excited as he thought about it, and he felt that this was a good idea. Since Yu Yuanjun was unwilling to help him, he would make Yu Yuanjun useful himself, which could be considered as helping his son. I understand, father. The killing city is indeed the best place for me. His mind had become so twisted that he wanted to kill his father and have him devoured by Luo Sanpao, but on the surface, Yu Xiaogang appeared to have listened to Yu Yuanjun's advice. Father, my martial soul has evolved into the bloodthirsty evil dragon. Would you like to take a look? Then, as if to show off to his father, Yu Xiaogang told him about the evolution of his martial soul. Oh, the bloodthirsty evil dragon, that name sounds a bit sinister, but it shouldn't be weak. Let me summon it and see. Upon hearing his son's words, Yu Yuanjun's eyes lit up slightly. He really wanted to know how Yu Xiaogang's useless martial soul had evolved. Regarding Yu Xiaogang's situation, the spirit hall only stated publicly that Yu Xiaogang was an evil spirit master, and did not say anything else. So Yu Yuanjun was also a little curious at this moment. Yes, father. Upon hearing Yu Yuanjun's words, Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up, and he summoned Luo Sanpao. Buzz. The vengeful blood evil dragon Luo Sanpao was quickly summoned by Yu Xiaogang. Luo Sanpao, whose body was filled with the aura of resentment and bloodlust, gave people an ominous feeling as soon as he appeared, but he also carried a strong sense of oppression. Yu Yuanjun saw it and had to admit that his son had truly evolved his original useless martial soul into an extraordinary top-tier martial soul. A 6-ring soul emperor, not bad. As expected of Yu Yuanzhen's son. Looking at the spirit rings on Yu Xiaoging's body, Yu Yuanzhen felt somewhat proud and couldn't help but praise Yu Xiaoging. He praised Yu Xiaoging because he felt that this might be the last time he would see him. This is the true form of a martial soul. Immediately after reaching out and touching Luo Sanpao's head, Yu Yuanzhen was shocked and looked at Yu Xiaoging in disbelief. Luo Sanpao, make your move. However, what he received in response was a cold and ruthless command from Yu Xiaoging. Chapter 213 Yu Xiaoging, Father, become my strength. Roar. PFF'd. Luo Sanpao, who was already standing in front of Yu Yuanzhen, suddenly attacked and bit at Yu Yuanzhen. When Yu Yuan realized what was happening, it was too late. He only had time to take a step back, but half of his body was still bitten by Luo Sanpao. As everyone knows, soul masters are all fragile, and very few have strong physiques. Especially without summoning a martial soul, even a titled douluo is still a fragile character. So Yu Yuanzhen, who was bitten by Luo Sanpao, was torn apart by Luo Sanpao's forceful bite. PFF. Luo Sanpao gnawed off half of Yu Yuanzhen's body and swallowed it with a gulp. Thud. Yu Yuanzhen, who had lost half of his body, also collapsed to the ground, spitting out blood. Yu Yuanzhen's head is still intact, so he is not dead for the time being. You beast. Yu Yuanzhen looked at Yu Xiaoging with a pained expression and disbelief in his eyes. He really didn't expect that Yu Xiaoging would actually kill him. Physical pain is nothing compared to the pain in one's heart. He truly never imagined that Yu Xiaoging would stoop to such a low level. Why? Yu Yuanzhen did not summon his martial spirit to resist, because he knew that he no longer had the ability to resist. He forced a glare at Yu Xiaoging, desperate to understand why Yu Xiaoging wanted to kill him. Even if Yu Xiaoging fell into evil spirit mastery, he wouldn't have committed patricide. Does this mean there's absolutely no humanity left? Father, you noticed it just now, didn't you? Luo Sanpao has descended in his true form. This is what makes Luo Sanpao so special. Even before it evolved, it could appear as a martial soul true body and still possess its own consciousness. Luo Sanpao was never a waste, it's just that none of you discovered his true path to growth. It's more real than a martial soul true body. It can evolve by eating, something no other martial soul can do except for Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao can evolve through devouring. Father, since you are unwilling to help me, then I will do it myself. Father, be my strength. With a crazed look on his face, Yu Xiaoging finished speaking to Yu Yuanzhen and then continued to give Luo Sanpao the order to eat Yu Yuanzhen through his consciousness. Roar. Luo Sanpao roared and opened his mouth to continue biting at Yu Yuanzhen. Click. Yu Yuanzhen looked at the gaping maw that was biting at him and closed his eyes in despair. On his deathbed, he was still regretting that he shouldn't have let Yu Xiaoging leave. If he could discover Luo Sanpao's uniqueness, perhaps everything would be different. PFF. Soon, Yu Yuanzhen was swallowed up by Luo Sanpao. Buzz. After absorbing Yu Yuanzhen, a powerful energy immediately erupted from Luo Sanpao's body and eventually fed back to Yu Xiaoging. Boom. In an instant, Yu Xiaoging found himself breaking through level 70. Furthermore, he could feel that the energy Luo Sanpao was feeding him was still continuously flowing into his body. It's just that his soul power level is fixed at level 70 because he hasn't absorbed his 7th soul ring yet, but his cultivation level is still skyrocketing. He believed that his level would increase dramatically after he absorbed his 7th spirit ring. He could sense that Luo Sanpao's improvement after absorbing Yu Yuanzhen far exceeded that before. Perhaps it's because they share the same origin. After all, Luo Sanpao is essentially a mutated blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. Therefore, the energy obtained from absorption has an incredibly high conversion rate. Cool. Yu Xiaoging, who had felt guilty after seeing his father killed, immediately forgot about his guilt after noticing the surge in his cultivation level and couldn't help but groan. Yu Xiaoging suddenly discovered that the conversion rate of soul masters who devoured the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex martial soul was actually so high. Since the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is destined to decline sooner or later, there's no need for it to exist. Their value lies in becoming my energy. Yu Shaogang couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Indeed, after killing Yu Yuanjun, he wanted to devour the Soul Masters with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul even more, and he couldn't help but want to devour the entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. It's just that with his current strength, it's difficult for him to do that. The reason he was able to kill Yu Yuanjun was entirely due to a sneak attack. In addition, Yu Yuanjun was completely unprepared for him, which allowed him to launch a sneak attack. If he wants to continue hunting down Soul Masters with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, it certainly won't be as simple as killing Yu Yuanjun. But Yu Shaogang was unwilling to give up. He felt that if he could devour all the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, he might be able to break through to the title douluo level directly. How can we kill them all? Yu Shaogang quickly began to think. At this point, he didn't consider the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan as the place where he grew up, nor did he regard those people as his own clansmen. All he can think about now is how to quickly improve his strength. Right, use poison. It's time to put the poison that my mistress gave me to use. Soon, Yu Shaogang realized something and excitedly took out a dose of poison that Tang San had given him from his soul tool. Not long after, a message once again shocked the entire Soul Master world. Several years later, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan followed in the footsteps of the Clear Sky clan and was destroyed. When we first received this news, no one could believe it. There's no reason why the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan should be in trouble. Unlike the Clear Sky clan, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan did not offend the Spirit Hall. On the contrary, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan also contributed to the Spirit Hall's efforts in subduing other sects in the last incident. Therefore, the Spirit Hall would never take action against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Based on the existing evidence, as everyone has discovered, the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was definitely not the work of the Spirit Hall. This is even more surprising. Besides the Spirit Hall, who else could have wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan so quietly? Dylan was somewhat surprised, and then personally went to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to inspect the situation on site. There was only blood, no bones left. This doesn't seem like the methods of a normal Soul Master. This is the method of an evil Soul Master. Looking at the blood-stained, lifeless Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Dylan quickly made an analysis. Buzz. After releasing his divine sense and carefully sensing the surroundings, Dylan sensed a familiar aura lingering there. The aura of the God of Slaughter. Domain of the God of Slaughter. Could it be that good-for-nothing Yu Shaogang? Dylan was somewhat surprised because he suspected that the culprit who destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was likely Yu Shaogang. Chapter 214. Yin is also pregnant. Outsiders don't know where Qian Zunji was killed by Tang San and Yu Shaogang, but Di Long, as the acting pope of the Spirit Hall, must know the details. Therefore, he knew that Tang San and Yu Shaogang had both completed their trials in the City of Slaughter and possessed the God of Slaughter domain. Tilong already knew about this and was already surprised by it. But now, after discovering that the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was likely the work of Yu Shaogang, Dylan was once again surprised. Has Yu Shaogang completely turned to the dark side? How could they even lay a hand on the sect that gave them birth and upbringing? He possessed the Killing God domain and used poison. His body was completely destroyed, likely because he was devoured by Yu Shaogang's mutated evil martial soul. Besides Yu Shaogang, Tilong couldn't think of anyone else. To be able to kill Yu Yuanjun so quietly, it must have been through a sneak attack. Yu Shaogang is even more suitable. That's ruthless. You're even more of a beast than me. Dylan sighed. Dylan then announced his discovery to the public. The culprit was identified as the evil spirit master Yu Shaogang, and the wanted notice and reward for Yu Shaogang were increased. It's actually Yu Shaogang, who has fallen into the clutches of evil spirit masters. You beast! How dare you harm the sect you were born into? Everyone, not even bones remained, they were all devoured. They're worse than animals. The entire Soul Master community was quite shocked after receiving the announcement from the Spirit Hall. No one expected that the one who destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be Yu Shaogang, the son of the clan leader who had been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Most people are convinced by T-Lung's judgments. Because Dylan had no reason to lie about this. It's impossible that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was destroyed by the Spirit Hall. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex would have been a loss for the Spirit Hall. Yin, can you find this Yu Xiaoging? After Dylan publicly announced that the murderer was Yu Xiaoging, he returned to the Spirit Hall and summoned Yin to question her. This Yu Xiaoging is already wanted by the Spirit Hall, yet he still dares to be so active. Dilong felt that he shouldn't be kept around any longer. It wasn't that he felt Yu Xiaoging posed any threat to him, but rather that T-Lung disliked the name. Furthermore, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, who should have been his ally, was now wiped out by Yu Xiaoging. Dylan was very unhappy. Therefore, Dylan decided that if he could find Yu Xiaoging before destroying the royal families of the two great empires, he would eliminate Yu Xiaoging first. To avoid the other party popping up every now and then and causing annoyance. Since Yu Xiaoging usually hides in the wild, it would be perfect to send Yin to find him. Her blue-silver domain can connect with the blue-silver grass across the entire continent. Although it may take some time, Yin has the ability to find Yu Xiaoging. Especially since Yu Xiao had just appeared at the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, finding her based on that shouldn't be difficult. Anyway, Dylan believed that Yin could be found, it just depended on whether she was willing to do so. However, this meant that Dylan would have to remove the seal on Yin's body. This could give Yin the opportunity to commit suicide and escape. But T-Lung wasn't afraid, because Yin was now pregnant too. He couldn't believe that Yin, who was already pregnant, would be willing to commit suicide to escape. Yes, master, Yin replied. Alright, then I'll lift your seal. You help me find Yu Xiaoging's location. Dylan nodded. Buzz. T-Lung then removed the seal from Yin's body. After that, Dylan took Yin to the wilderness blue-silver domain. Then Yin began, using her blue-silver domain to begin sensing. Seeing Yin's actions, Dylan knew that Yin had no intention of committing suicide or escaping, otherwise, she would have ended her own life just now. Great, I've finally conquered it again. Dylan expressed his satisfaction. Even if Yin stayed because of the child in her womb, Dylan didn't care. As long as she hasn't left, that's fine. Yin searched for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Finally, on the 4th day, Yin opened her eyes. Master, I've found Yu Xiaoging. He's currently in the Stardo Great Forest, hunting a 50,000-year-old soul beast. It looks like he's going to absorb his 8th soul ring. After Yin opened her eyes, she quickly spoke to Dilong. The 8th spirit ring. T-Lung was visibly surprised upon hearing this. He truly hadn't expected Yu Xiaoging's strength to improve so rapidly. I've actually broken through level 80. Even Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong haven't broken through level 80 yet. They haven't broken through to the Soul Saint level yet. But he was overtaken by that good-for-nothing Yu Xiaoging. Indeed, turning to the dark side is the strongest catalyst. I'll take you there right now. Roar. Without saying much, Dylan summoned the Golden Dragon Soul and flew directly towards the Stardo Great Forest with Yin. Roar. With a roar from Luo Sanpao, a 30,000-year-old soul beast was successfully killed by Luo Sanpao after a fierce battle. Thud. The 30,000-year-old soul beast quickly collapsed to the ground. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a black spirit ring appeared on the other party's corpse. Buzz. At the same time, a soul bone radiating a black light also appeared. It's a soul bone. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiaoging was overjoyed. He never expected that he would also get a soul bone. His luck this time was simply amazing. Yu Xiaoging first put away the soul bone, then sat down cross-legged, and after guiding the black soul ring, began to absorb and refine it. Let me see just how high my cultivation level has been. Yu Xiaoging was filled with anticipation, waiting to see how much his soul power level would break through after absorbing the 8th soul ring. After absorbing the 7th spirit ring, his spirit power level directly broke through to level 80, which was within his expectations. After devouring his father, Yu Yuanjun, he felt that his cultivation level was about to exceed level 80. After devouring all the soul masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he felt that his cultivation level was actually good enough to break through to the title douluo level. But no matter how confident you are, you still have to wait for him to confirm before you know. So now, Yu Xiaogang doesn't want to waste a single second. He was thinking about quickly absorbing his 8th spirit ring and then seeing if his spirit power level had really broken through level 90. If so, that would be fantastic. There's definitely no problem. It would be abnormal if they couldn't break through level 90. Yu Xiaogang said confidently to himself. The thought of breaking through level 90 and becoming a titled douluo filled Yu Xiaogang with excitement. Who would have thought that he would one day become a titled douluo? Chapter 215 Titled Douluo. That's trash. Buzz. Before long, Yu Xiaogang completed the absorption of his 8th spirit ring, and the black 8th spirit ring appeared on his body. Yellow, purple, black, black, black. Looking at the powerful spirit rings on his body, Yu Xiaogang felt a great sense of accomplishment. However, Yu Xiaogang quickly shifted his focus to his own soul power level. Level 90. As expected, it's level 90. I've really broken through to the title douluo level. Upon sensing his cultivation level, Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up with excitement. Although he had a premonition, Yu Xiaogang was still incredibly excited. However, Yu Xiaogang was not in a hurry. Instead, he took out the soul bone and absorbed it. He certainly understands the principle that a skilled craftsman must first have the right tools. Only after absorbing the soul bone can he better hunt for his 9th soul ring. It just so happens that this place is in the Stardow Great Forest. After he absorbs the soul bone, he only needs to find a suitable target soul beast, and he will soon be able to become a title douluo. Thinking about this filled Yu Xiaogang with enthusiasm. Before long, Yu Xiaogang successfully absorbed the soul bone. Luo Sanpao, let's go hunt for the 9th spirit ring. Full of energy, Yu Xiaogang stood up and decided to go hunt soul beasts. Roar. However, what responded to him was Luo Sanpao's excited roar. Yu Xiaogang looked up and saw Luo Sanpao staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Yu Xiaogang, who had been very excited, suddenly trembled. All his excitement vanished instantly, leaving only humiliation and resentment. Luo Sanpao, I really owe you something. Come on, Luo Sanpao. Yu Xiaogang forced a smile and said something to Luo Sanpao, then silently turned around, walked to a big tree, and put his hands on the trunk. Roar. With an excited roar, Luo Sanpao pounced on Yu Xiaogang. Dylan, with Yin by his side, soon arrived at the Stardow Great Forest. After entering the Stardow Great Forest, Dylan continued to have Yin search for Yu Xiaogang's location. Buzz. After closing her eyes, Yin quickly located Yu Xiaogang's position through the countless blue-silver grasses in the Stardow Great Forest. Upon seeing the images that the blue-silver grass had witnessed and transmitted, Yin's expression immediately turned strange. Yu Xiaogang actually got involved with his martial spirit. She knew that place was usable, and Dylan had let her use it quite often. At first, she found it a little difficult to get used to, but after getting used to it, she thought it was quite good. But there should be a limit, right? With the scale of the Blood Evil Dragon, it's impossible for it to be comfortable, right? Yin, what's wrong? Seeing Yin's strange expression, Tilung immediately asked her a question. See for yourself. Yin said something softly, and then a clump of blue-silver grass sprouted from the ground and wrapped around Dylan's arm. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, Dylan received the images that Yin had transmitted to him in his mind. After seeing the scene Yin showed him, Dylan was speechless. He truly hadn't expected that Yu Xiaogang and Luo Sanpao would have this kind of relationship now. This is really putting Yu Xiaogang in a difficult position. Judging from Yu Xiaogang's expression, you can tell how much pain he is in right now. After Yu Xiaogang took over as acting pope, he learned about Yu Xiaogang selling his buttocks in the Killing City. But he didn't expect that Yu Xiaogang not only sold his buttocks in the City of Slaughter, but now he was actually selling his buttocks to his own martial soul, Luo Sanpao. Yu Xiaogang really went all out for power. Dylan suddenly felt that not killing Yu Xiaogang and letting him continue to live was actually a form of torture for him. Forget it, let's just kill him. So that it won't keep popping up and bothering people. However, in the end, Dylan felt that there was no need to keep Yu Xiaogang alive. Since they had already found him, they might as well kill him. Let's go, let's kill him. Dylan said something to Yin in a low voice, and then headed towards where Yu Xiaogang was. On the way to Yu Xiaogang's location, Yin kept monitoring Yu Xiaogang. Before Dylan could arrive, Yu Xiaogang had already comforted Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao, let's go. We're going to hunt for our 9th spirit ring now. Then Dylan saw Yu Xiaogang excitedly go to find a suitable soul beast. The suffering that had just befallen Yu Xiaogang seemed to have vanished. Even Tilong had to admire Yu Xiaogang's strength. He was truly incredibly patient. The 9th spirit ring. Has he already broken through to the title douluo level? From Yu Xiaogang's shouts, Dylan also learned about Yu Xiaogang's current situation, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. It turns out that Yu Xiaogang has not only broken through to the soul douluo level, but has already broken through to the title douluo level. This speed is truly astonishing. Keep in mind, Yu Xiaogang is not even 30 years old yet. In the original novel, Yu Xiaogang only managed to break through level 30 when he was 50 years old. If it weren't for the immortal herb given by Tang San, I probably would have been stuck at level 29 for the rest of my life. Now, things have gotten even better. He's broken through to the title douluo level directly. Although Yu Xiaogang used the methods of an evil soul master, this speed was still too exaggerated in Dilong's eyes. It can only be said that Yu Xiaogang's original martial soul was not trash. On the contrary, it had great potential. Since he wants to break through, then let him break through. Dylan muttered something to himself. Since they had already found Yu Xiaogang, Dilong didn't mind waiting a little longer to let Yu Xiaogang complete the hunting and absorption of the 9th spirit ring. Dylan's plan was to kill Yu Xiaogang only after Yu Xiaogang officially became a 9-ring titled douluo. First, let the opponent experience the excitement of breaking through to the title douluo level, and then kill him, letting him experience the feeling of falling from the clouds to the underworld. Soon, Dylan's divine sense was also able to perceive Yu Xiaogang's location. Now, Yu Xiaogang has even less chance of escaping from Dylan's clutches. Dylan didn't rush to show himself, but secretly followed Yu Xiaogang, watching him search for a suitable soul beast. Yu Xiaogang seemed to be quite lucky. Half a day later, he found a suitable 60,000-year-old soul beast. After a difficult battle, Luo Sanpao successfully defeated the soul beast, devouring it and causing its soul ring to explode. Good, Luo Sanpao, you did a fantastic job. Yu Xiaogang excitedly praised Luo Sanpao. Then Yu Xiaogang couldn't wait to absorb the black 60,000-year soul ring. Buzz. Yu Xiaogang absorbed the nutrients in half a day. The 9th spirit ring soon appeared on him. Ha 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 ha. Yu Xiaogang, I'm also a title douluo. After Yu Xiaogang broke through, he immediately looked up at the sky and burst into laughter. Chapter 216 Yu Xiaogang's Collapse. I never imagined that the good-for-nothing from back then would one day break through to become a title douluo. Should I congratulate you, Yu Xiaogang? Just as Yu Xiaogang was still in high spirits, a voice rang out, instantly freezing Yu Xiaogang's expression. It's you, Dragon Fist. Upon seeing Dylan appear before him, Yu Xiaogang felt as if the blood in his body had frozen. Yu Xiaogang had thought about the situation of him appearing in front of Dilong many times. That would definitely happen when he has the power to kill Tilong. He would then appear in front of Tilong in a very powerful manner, kill Tilong, and avenge himself. This is definitely not the case. Although he has now broken through to the title douluo level, Yu Xiaogang is self-aware enough to know that he is no match for Dilong. Yu Xiaogang, you slaughtered the sect that raised you, you're worse than an animal. A cultist like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. Dylan looked at Yu Xiaogang and announced calmly. Buzz. After speaking, Dylan unleashed his powerful soul pressure, directly intimidating Yu Xiaogang. Faced with the soul pressure of Dylan, even though Yu Xiaogang had already broken through to the title douluo level, he was completely unable to resist and his body was uncontrollably pressed down. Yu Xiaogang felt his legs were about to buckle and he was about to kneel down. No, Yu Xiaogang was naturally unwilling to kneel before Dilong. He gritted his teeth and roared, immediately unleashing his innate domain, Killing God domain. Only after Yu Xiaogang unleashed his Killing God domain was he able to resist Dilong's soul pressure and avoid kneeling down immediately. He would kneel to anyone but Dilong. The other party was his longtime enemy. The domain of the God of Slaughter. Your Killing God domain is too weak, it hasn't evolved even once. Dylan sensed Yu Xiaogang's killing aura and immediately let out a cold laugh. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Dylan unleashed his Killing God domain, which had evolved several times. Buzz. As soon as Dylan unleashed his Killing God domain, Yu Xiaogang's Killing God domain collapsed instantly, as if it had encountered a natural enemy or a higher level superior. Puff. Yu Xiaogang spat out a mouthful of blood. Thud. Then his legs gave way and he knelt down in front of Dylan. Ah! Yu Xiaogang let out a scream, but the humiliation he felt was even harder to accept, and he was filled with resentment. He gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up, but no matter how hard he struggled, his legs seemed to have no will to obey him. Dragon Fist. Why is your God of Slaughter domain so powerful? I refuse to accept this. Yu Xiaogang glared at Dilong, his eyes filled with resentment. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Not only was he not as strong as Dylan, but now he was even inferior to his opponent in the God of Slaughter domain and was forced to kneel down. I'm very curious, how did you survive on Poseidon Island? Can you tell me? Instead of answering Yu Xiaogang's question, Dylan asked him a question. Yu Xiaogang's life is now in his hands, he can crush him at any time. However, Dylan wasn't in a hurry. Although villains often die from talking too much, slowly torturing an enemy to death is a very satisfying thing. It was sold out in a flash, that was incredibly fast. Just like in matters between men and women, sometimes men can't go too fast, otherwise it won't be satisfying enough. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. I won't tell you anything. Yu Xiaogang glared at Dylan, having no intention of satisfying Dylan's curiosity. He also knew that satisfying Dylan's curiosity would allow him to live a little longer. But knowing he couldn't escape, he didn't want to live any longer to avoid suffering more humiliation. For example, right now, he can't do anything but kneel down. He would rather die sooner. Although he was also very unwilling. In exchange, I'll tell you something about Bibi Dong. When Dilong saw that Yu Xiaogang didn't say anything, he immediately laughed. Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Yu Xiaogang's expression shifted slightly. He was indeed curious about Bibi Dong's situation. There was something he had always wanted to know, whether Bibi Dong still loved him. He simply didn't have the chance to find Bibi Dong, nor did he dare to appear in front of her. Back then, I told those people on Sea God Island that I wasn't a member of the Spirit Hall, but was forced onto the island by them. With my cultivation level, I shouldn't have been in the expeditionary force in the first place, so they believed me. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaogang finally answered Dylan's question. I see. Dylan nodded, confirming his suspicions. Then, he smiled and said, all right, let me tell you about Bibi Dong too. You don't need to worry about her anymore, because she's already my woman. After rescuing her from Poseidon Island, she has been my woman. What? Yu Xiaogang's face darkened even more upon hearing Dilong's words, his expression filled with disbelief. I don't believe it. Bibi Dong likes me so much, she couldn't possibly have fallen for someone else so quickly. She's not that kind of person. You're right about that, but whether she's willing or not, can she resist in the face of absolute power? Dylan laughed. You actually forced her. Yu Xiaogang was shocked upon hearing this. Only then did he realize that this was how Dilong had made Bibi Dong his woman. You're shameless, you bastard, you're a complete beast. Upon learning the truth, Yu Xiaogang could no longer contain himself and began to berate Dilong. No matter what, she was a woman he once loved. Moreover, Bibi Dong genuinely liked him. And another thing, Bibi Dong actually knew about you being sent to the slaughter city by Qian Zunji. Later, She wanted to rescue you, but she found you selling your ass inside the slaughter city. Ignoring Yu Xiaoging's curses, Dylan continued talking about Bibi Dong. What? Bibi Dong found out. Yu Xiaoging, who was still cursing Di Lung, froze upon hearing Di Lung's words. Yu Xiaoging's expression changed repeatedly. He really didn't expect that Bibi Dong would find out about his selling his buttocks in the killing city. Yes, that's when Bibi Dong saw your true colors, realized that you weren't actually that good, and that you were just a cowardly piece of trash. Dylan replied with a smile. Seeing Yu Xiaoging's distressed expression, Dylan felt a sense of satisfaction. Sure enough, it's more interesting to slowly torture Yu Xiaoging to death. Chapter 217 The Death of Yu Xiaoging. She knows everything. Yu Xiaoging looked utterly dejected. He truly hadn't expected that even Bibi Dong knew about his affair with his buttocks. Yu Xiaoging felt incredibly ashamed at that moment. Oh, right. Bibi Dong doesn't know you're still selling your martial soul's butt. I'll tell Bibi Dong about this next time I see her. It'll let her know how terrible her judgment was before. Seeing Yu Xiaoging's lifeless expression, Dylan continued speaking. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoging's expression changed again. He hadn't expected that Di Lung would even know about such a thing. He felt as if he were naked in front of Dylan, with everything about him completely exposed. After Yu Xiaoging's expression changed repeatedly, a look of madness quickly flashed in his eyes. Dragon Fist, it's all your fault. If you hadn't abandoned me back then, none of this would have happened. Even if I die today, I'll splatter your blood. Luo Sanpao, explode. Yu Xiaoging, who was suppressed by Dylan's soul pressure and killing god domain, was unable to move, but he could still control Luo Sanpao. So after being repeatedly humiliated by Dylan, he decided he didn't want to live anymore and directly ordered Luo Sanpao to self-destruct. Of course, this was also because he knew that he had no chance of escaping from Dylan's clutches today. Since he was destined to die, he certainly didn't want Dylan to have an easy time. Roar. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoging's order, Luo Sanpao roared. A hint of hesitation flashed in Luo Sanpao's eyes. After all, it possessed its own consciousness and knew what self-destruction meant. After some hesitation, Luo Sanpao finally chose to self-destruct, and a terrifying aura swelled up from his body. Because it knew very well that Yu Xiaoging was doomed today, and it couldn't escape either. Why not just go all out one last time? Boom! After Luo Sanpao's body swelled to a certain extent, it exploded with a bang. Dylan did not stop him. He simply raised a layer of soul power to shield Luo Sanpao from his self-destruction. Puff. Seeing that Luo Sanpao's self-destruction could not harm Di Long, Yu Xiaoging suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His eyes widened, and the life force in his eyes gradually dissipated. Luo Sanpao's self-destruction backfired on Yu Xiaoging, causing them to perish together. I've already said it, even if you break through to the title douluo level. It's garbage too. Dylan looked at the lifeless Yu Xiaoging and gave a faint hum. Boom. Then, Tilung unleashed a dragon fist, instantly obliterating Yu Xiaoging's corpse. He didn't need to destroy the evidence, he just didn't want Yu Xiaoging to have any chance of being resurrected. Yin, you did a good job this time. I won't confine you anymore. Just follow me obediently. After eliminating Yu Xiaoging, Dylan said to Yin, who was standing to the side. Yes, master. Yin came out and responded softly to Dylan's words. The reason she didn't choose to commit suicide and escape was entirely because of the child in her womb. She couldn't bear to part with the baby in her belly. At the same time, it was also through this period of time that she gained a certain understanding of Tilung. That bastard, though he's not a good person. But just as Dylan himself said, he does indeed possess great strength and potential, and truly has the possibility of becoming a god. After learning about her original future from Zhu Zuqing and the others, she realized that she was actually doing quite well the way she was now. In particular, she knew that Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had already become gods, had now become Di Long's women. Therefore, her becoming Dylan's woman was not a disgrace to herself. In the city of slaughter, Bibi Dong, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. What happened? Bibi Dong was a little puzzled. Just now, she suddenly had a sudden whim. Has something happened to Xiaoshui? Impossible. Qian Dalu is watching over Xiaoshui. It's impossible for anything to happen to her. Maybe I'm just being too sensitive. After muttering a few words, Bibi Dong stopped paying attention. She never even considered Yu Xiaogang. She had long since let him go. The reason I suddenly felt this way is probably because I used to love someone. Right now, she had no idea that her inexplicable feeling might mean that something had happened to Yu Xiaogang. I wonder how the spirit hall is doing now. And that bastard Dylan, I wonder where he is now. Bibi Dong then thought of the spirit hall and Dilong. Thinking of Tilong was a frequent occurrence for her, because she was always thinking about getting revenge on him. Compared to Qian Runshui, she truly hated Dilong. She could never forget that Dylan had defiled her, shattering her beautiful illusions about love. I've already achieved a 64-game winning streak. I'm sure I can complete this experience in less than a year. Then Bibi Dong thought about her current progress in the Killing City, and she was quite satisfied with it. Bibi Dong was genuinely curious about the current situation in the outside world. So after Bibi Dong finished her cultivation, she quickly arrived at the outer city of the Slaughter City and found a fallen one who had only recently entered the Slaughter City. Tell me what's been happening outside lately, and I'll spare your lives. If you don't talk, then you'll have no choice but to die. After capturing them, Bibi Dong began to interrogate them in a cold voice. I'll tell you whatever you want to ask. The fallen man captured by Bibi Dong immediately agreed, showing an attitude of answering every question. Okay, tell me what has happened in the outside world over the past year or so. Bibi Dong nodded, then pressed for more details. A lot has indeed happened in the spirit hall over the past year. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the fallen one immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression immediately changed. She expected that the spirit hall should be calm after she left, so how could so many things have happened? Tell me quickly, what happened? Bibi Dong quickly pressed for more information. Yes, I'll tell you right away. Upon seeing Bibi Dong's appearance, the fallen one hurriedly began to recount. One Punch Douluo has returned to the spirit hall, and he has even become the acting pope of the spirit hall. As soon as she heard what the other party was saying, Bibi Dong's expression turned even uglier. What did you say? Dragon Fist has returned to the spirit hall and has even become the acting pope of the spirit hall. Chapter 218 Bibi Dong learns the news. Bibi Dong could hardly believe what she was hearing. Dylan has returned to the spirit hall and become its acting pope. So what did she become? She is the true pope of the spirit hall. She's not even dead yet, so how come there's a proxy pope? Moreover, with Qian Runshui in the spirit hall, how could they allow that bastard Dilong to return to the spirit hall? Neither Qian Runshui nor Qian Dalu tried to stop it. For a time, Bibi Dong had too many flaws to criticize. She really couldn't understand why such a thing had happened. She even doubted the authenticity of the message. It's true, all the newcomers know this. Seeing Bibi Dong's incredulous expression, the fallen one quickly assured her. Wasn't that Dragon Fist wanted by the spirit hall? Why would the spirit hall accept his return? Bibi Dong asked coldly. That's beyond my knowledge. All I know is that One Punch Douluo returned to the spirit hall and became its acting pope. The fallen one quickly replied. Bibi Dong's expression turned even colder upon hearing this, but she also knew that it was normal for the other party not to know. Alright, continue telling me what happened next. Yes. The fallen one didn't dare to have any thoughts of his own. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, he immediately continued to recount what had happened afterward. What do you mean, that you've subdued all the sects and factions? What do you mean by establishing a martial soul empire? The fallen man recounted all these major events. After hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression turned even uglier. Aren't these all things she will do in the future? Bibi Dong was actually making preparations, but she wanted to do these things after she left the city of slaughter. But she never expected that after she entered the city of slaughter for training, Dylan would actually return to the spirit hall and even become the acting pope of the spirit hall. She really couldn't understand why Qian Daolu and Qian Runshui would agree to Dilong's return to the spirit hall. Is it because of Yuyu? In the end, Bibi Dong could only think of her granddaughter, Qian Ziyu. Damn it, why did I forgive that bastard Dragon Fist? Bibi Dong was truly furious. The things that Dylan did should have been done by her. Now it's all Dylan's feet. Bibi Dong felt like her home had been raided, and she was extremely upset. I've told you everything I know, can I go now? The fallen one looked at Bibi Dong, whose face was pale, and cautiously asked. Since you've already said it, you can go die now. Puff. Bibi Dong coldly looked at the other party and immediately killed him. She was in a terrible mood and filled with murderous intent, so naturally she wouldn't let the fallen man in front of her leave. Damn Dragon Fist, I will never let you get away with this. However, killing a mere fallen one did not quell the anger in Bibidon's heart at all. Bibi Dong clenched her fists, her heart filled with hatred for Dylan. She used to hate Dylan for defiling her and for often being bullied by him. Now, she has to add that Dylan has taken her position as Pope. Although she was only acting as Pope, Bibi Dong knew very well that once she returned, she would never be able to sit on the papacy again. Unless she gets out, she won't have the strength to defeat Dylan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to regain his position from Dylan's control. And the martial soul empire, that should have been established by her. Bibi Dong was getting angrier and angrier. She should have come to the city of slaughter sooner, or even a few years later. She believed that if she were around, she would definitely not allow Dylan to return to the spirit hall. Now look what's happened, Dylan has taken everything from us. Damn Dragon Fist, you just wait. Once I obtain the Rakshasa god's inheritance, I'll make you pay. Bibi Dong made a solemn vow in her heart. All she can do now is pray that she can pass the Rakshasa god's inheritance test, just like her future self, and eventually become a Rakshasa god herself. After becoming the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong believed that killing Dylan would be as easy as killing an ant. Therefore, Bibi Dong quickly suppressed her anger and calmed down, knowing that for her, completing 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena and finishing the training in the Slaughter City were the most important things. As for the Spirit Empire, does it even have an emperor? After she kills Dylan, she can take everything back. She now only hopes that the Rakshasa god's inheritance that she will receive in the future will truly be obtained in the City of Slaughter. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know where to find the Rakshasa god's legacy. It's all my future self's fault for being so useless, only giving me the memories of my godlike self, and those memories only lasted a few days. Dylan had no idea that Bibi Dong already knew about his return to the Spirit Hall, his becoming the acting pope, and the establishment of the Spirit Empire. At this moment, Dylan was leading a group of powerful warriors, directly attacking the Heavenly Do Empire. Behind Dylan were all titled douluo, and each of them was quite powerful. Of course, none of the titled douluo are weak. While leading his team to attack the Heavenly Do Empire, Dylan also dispatched another team to attack the Star Luo Empire. That team was also entirely composed of titled douluos. Dylan simply refused to believe that a 7-person team, all of whom were titled douluo, couldn't destroy the Star Luo Empire's royal family. It's not like they're asking them to wipe out the entire Star Luo Empire's taxi fleet, they're just asking them to destroy the Star Luo royal family. The Star Luo Empire only has one titled douluo, the Star Luo Emperor. If they can't even do this much well, then they shouldn't be sitting in the positions of Spirit Hall. Elder and Grand Elder, Your Majesty, now that we have eliminated the royal families of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Empire will soon be able to complete its unification, right? Following behind Dylan, Lingyuan Douluo whispered to Dylan, I can't help but ask you this question. Of course, with the royal family gone, the two great empires will definitely be in chaos and unable to resist our martial soul empire. Unification is only a matter of time, Dylan said with a smile. In his view, whether the Spirit Hall wanted to destroy the two great empires or unify the continent, it would be just as simple. Because the Spirit Hall has a sufficient number of powerful individuals. It is only because Qian Zunji and Qian Dalu were too useless that they thought of having Qian Runshui impersonate Shui Qing of the Tiando Empire and then steal the Tiando Empire. That action, in Dylan's opinion, was absolutely idiotic. Why doesn't he just wipe out the Heaven Do Empire's royal family? Chapter 219 The Demise of Heavenly Do. Dylan, leading a group of powerful figures, made no attempt to conceal their presence and flew directly from the sky towards the capital of the Star Do Empire. There's no need to hide anything, given their speed. Even if someone below discovers it, there won't be time to notify them. Because the messenger wasn't even as fast as Dylan and his men, how could they possibly deliver the message? So it wasn't until Dylan and his men arrived above the imperial city of the Heavenly Do Empire that the royal family discovered the enemy's arrival. Look up there. What terrifying soul pressure. My God, they're all 9 rings, all titled douluo. It's the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has attacked. That's the Pope of the Spirit Hall, one punch douluo. Quote. The guards and palace maids of the Heaven Do Empire's palace were all stunned by the sudden arrival of the powerful team. Under the soul pressure of a group of titled douluos, they could only tremble and kneel on the ground. Not one of them was able to stand up. Even the Emperor's guard, who possessed soul douluo level cultivation, could only kneel on the ground in the face of such soul pressure. Only the Snow Peak Emperor, despite only possessing the cultivation level of a soul saint. However, despite the terrifying soul pressure from numerous powerful figures, he managed to withstand it and did not kneel down like the others. Of course, even though he could still stand, it was very difficult. Dylan was somewhat surprised to see this. It seems that to become the Snow Peak Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, one must have certain abilities, at least in terms of willpower. Spirit Hall, what are you trying to do? Emperor Shifeng looked up at Dilong and the others, his face grim as he questioned them. What are you doing? If I remember correctly, didn't your 2 great empires already declare war on the Spirit Empire? I have led this team here today, naturally to annihilate your Heavenly Do Empire. Considering our past transaction, Emperor Shifeng, I will give you 2 choices. Either surrender and the Heavenly Do Empire will cease to exist, or fight to the bitter end and the Heavenly Do royal family will go first. Dylan looked down at Emperor Shifeng from his high vantage point and spoke domineeringly. It is an explanation, but more importantly, it is a declaration. Impossible. The Heavenly Do Empire will never surrender. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Emperor Shifeng refused without the slightest hesitation. Father, the princes behind him, including Shui and Shuexing, all changed their expressions upon hearing Emperor Shifeng's words. In that case, I'll send you on your way. Dylan snorted coldly. He had only given the other party a chance because Emperor Shifeng had once traded the heart of the sea god to him. Since the other party didn't want it, there was no need for him to hold back. Let's get started. The entire Heavenly Do royal family will be wiped out. Then, Dylan gave orders to Lingyuan douluo, douluo, and others behind him. With a group of thugs behind him, Dylan naturally didn't need to do anything himself. Yes, Your Majesty, Lingyuan douluo responded and took the lead in making a move. 8th soul skill, Phoenix Flame Boiling. Boom boom boom. Countless fireballs fell from the sky, hurtling towards Emperor Shifeng and his entourage. 9th soul skill, Chrysanthemums Wither. Wounds cover the ground, fallen flowers break the heart. 8th soul skill. After Lingyuan douluo made his move, Zhu douluo and the others also joined in, charging towards the imperial city. Not only members of the royal family, but all high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Do Empire could not escape their brutal killings. The palace guards were simply eliminated, serving no purpose whatsoever. The guards were no match for the group of titled douluo powerhouses. They had absolutely no ability to resist. No. When Emperor Shifeng saw so many people being slaughtered, his eyes widened in horror, and he truly regretted his actions. Spirit Hall, you will all die a horrible death. After Emperor Shifeng uttered his final curse, he was killed by Lingyuan douluo. Then came Crown Prince Shui, Prince Shuexing, all of whom were killed one by one. Buzz. On the snowy night, a piece of soul bone emerged from the prince's corpse. When Dylan saw it, he reached out and took it. Swan wings. Dylan looked at the soul bone in his hand and couldn't help but smile. This external soul bone was originally traded by him to Emperor Shifeng. He used this external soul bone to exchange for the heart of the sea god from the Snow Peak Emperor. As a result, the external soul bone was absorbed by Crown Prince Shui, which is normal. Emperor Shifeng is so old that it wouldn't be of much use to him. It would be more cost-effective for Crown Prince Shui to absorb it. However, it seems that even if Prince Shui absorbed it, it was of no use, and it eventually returned to Dailong's hands. Furthermore, its quality improved considerably after being worn by Prince Yuki. Originally it was only a low-grade 10-year quality, but now it's a 10,000-year quality. Prince Shui must have spent a lot of resources to evolve this external soul bone. Unfortunately, even with so many resources, the external soul bone did not completely fuse with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen out after his death. We'll give this external soul bone to Tang Tang after she awakens her martial soul. After putting away the external soul bone, Dylan thought about keeping it for his daughter. After a period of slaughter, the entire Heavenly Do Imperial Palace was covered in blood. Almost all of the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace were killed by the powerful men brought by Dilong. Now, the Heavenly Do Empire is leaderless. The only thing waiting for the Heavenly Do Empire is its collapse. Its destruction is only a matter of time. Or rather, from this moment on, the Heavenly Do Empire was already considered destroyed. After all, the entire royal family of the Heavenly Do Empire had been slaughtered. The Heavenly Do royal family has been eliminated. Let's go back. Dilong, who was sitting on the throne of the Heavenly Do Empire waiting, got up and left after sensing that it was almost time. Yes, Your Majesty. Ling Yuan Douluo and the others naturally followed Dilong and left together. Only after they left did the people outside, whose attention had already been alerted, dare to enter the palace to check the situation. Dead. They're all dead. Emperor Shifeng, along with his ministers and generals, are all dead. Our Heavenly Do Empire is finished. Quote. When people discovered the devastation at the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace, their expressions changed drastically. Even a fool would know what the fate of the Heaven Do Empire would be after the entire royal family and high-ranking officials were slaughtered. After the establishment of the Martial Soul Empire, they considered that the Heaven Do Empire might one day fail. However, they never imagined that while the Heavenly Do Empire still existed, its royal family and high-ranking officials would be purged first. The Spirit Empire's move was simply brilliant. It's utterly unreasonable. They wiped out all the high-ranking figures of the Heavenly Do Empire in one fell swoop. Chapter 220 Tang San's Fall. No, I'm not reconciled. Your spirit hall is truly shameless. You don't dare to confront us head-on, so you resort to such a shameless method to launch a sneak attack on Star Luo. In the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire, under the combined attack of a group of titled douluo, the White Tiger Douluo and Star Luo Emperor was ultimately outnumbered and suffered a crushing defeat. None of the ministers and generals around were able to step forward to help. Even the Empress couldn't help. The Spirit Hall didn't even give them a chance to use their spirit fusion technique. So noisy. Storm Douluo looked disdainful upon hearing White Tiger Douluo's words. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Storm Douluo killed his opponent with a single sword strike. Puff. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire died with regret. After the death of White Tiger Douluo, the other high-ranking officials of the Star Luo Empire, including ministers and generals, were also slaughtered by the powerful figures of the Spirit Hall, just like those of the Heaven Do Empire. A few days later, news that the royal families and high-ranking officials of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire had all been killed spread throughout the Douluo continent, causing an uproar. The two great empires are finished. Everyone had come to realize that the collapse of the two great empires was only a matter of time. We surrender. We are willing to dissolve our nation and merge into the Martial Soul Empire. Upon learning the news, kingdoms and duchies such as the Kingdom of Barak and the Duchy of Fasno immediately expressed their willingness to surrender and submit to the Spirit Empire. Even the two great empires couldn't stop the Spirit Empire's decapitation operation, so how could they possibly withstand it? They didn't want to die, so even though they were unwilling, they still obediently chose to surrender. In the face of life and death, everything else is meaningless. In a small town on the edge of a wild soul beast forest, Tang San also learned all the information. That damned martial soul empire, it actually appeared so quickly. They even directly killed the royal families of two great empires. This dragon fist is utterly despicable. Tang San's face looked extremely pale. He had deep feelings for both empires. The Heaven Do Empire is the empire he belongs to, and also the empire of his disciple Shui Bang. He is also the Blue King of the Heaven Do Empire, enjoying the same supreme power as the emperor. The Star Luo Empire, on the other hand, is the empire of his good brother, Dai Mubai. Although Dai Mubai ultimately gave up inheriting the throne, in Tang San's eyes, it was still Dai Mubai's empire. Now, the two great empires that were originally closely related to him have been destroyed at the same time. The moment those kingdoms and duchies chose to surrender, the two empires were effectively finished. Because those kingdoms and enterprises occupied 5 or 6/10 of the territory of the two great empires. He truly hadn't expected Dylan to be so despicable. They actually chose to use a decapitation strike, slaughtering the top officials of the two great empires. It's utterly shameless. How can the strong wantonly slaughter the weak? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Then Tang San thought of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, who had returned to the Star Luo Empire, and his heart sank. The Star Luo Empire has been destroyed. Could Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing be dead too? No, they'll definitely find a chance to escape. After all, they were both gods once. Tang San thought to himself, choosing to believe Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Then, Tang San looked into the distance and fell into a daze. He genuinely didn't know why things had turned out this way. Except for Xiao Wu, all of the Shrek 7 devils traveled back in time together. But now, he has no idea how anyone else is doing, except for himself. They don't even know if they're alive or dead. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing may very well have perished along with the Star Luo Empire. Ma Hongjun was likely killed along with the Haoshan sect when it was destroyed. He is also extremely worried about Ning Rongrong and Oscar, wondering how they are doing now. Despite his worries, he dared not go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to ascertain the truth. Especially after learning that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was the first sect to choose to submit to the Spirit Hall, Tang San became even more hesitant to go. In his view, Ning Rongrong and Oscar are probably already gone. Otherwise, with Ning Rongrong around, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would never have chosen to submit to the Spirit Hall. Could it be that I'm really the only one left of the Shrek 7 devils? Boss Dai, Zhu Zuqing, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, where are you all? Tang San now misses the days when everyone was together. Of course, the one he misses most is Xiao Wu. However, after leaving the City of Slaughter, he went to the Star Do Great Forest several times, but he still couldn't find any trace of Xiao Wu. Not to mention Xiao Wu, he couldn't even find Daming and Erming. Therefore, Tang San is very worried that something might have happened to Xiao Wu and the others. After all, he knew that Qian Runshui had also traveled back in time. Therefore, she must know about the 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. If she persuades Qian Dalu to hunt down Xiao Wu and the others, they won't be able to escape at all. And there's also Ti Lung, whom he's now very certain is also a time traveler and knows everything. The fact that the immortal herb from the yin-yang well of ice and fire was intercepted is the most compelling evidence. If you weren't a time traveler, you wouldn't know about those immortal herbs in the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Then Xiao Wu, Daming, and Erming would be in even greater danger. Oh, and his mother-in-law should still be alive at this time, and she is also in great danger. Tang San became more and more frightened the more he thought about it. He truly could not accept the reality that Xiao Wu was no longer there. I must improve my strength as soon as possible so that I will be able to question Qian Runshui and the others. Tang San became increasingly frightened, but there was nothing he could do now except try his best to improve his strength. If he has enough strength, he can go to Qian Runshui and Dilong and ask about Xiao Wu and the others. And what about Dai Mubai and the others? He was unwilling to accept the fact that his partner and wife had been murdered until he was certain. Swish 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 tilde tilde tilde. The 8 spider lances uncontrollably emerged from behind Tang San. At this moment, the 8 spider lances behind Tang San were emanating a black and red aura, appearing so eerie and dangerous. Tang San's current strength is not weak either. He has now broken through to the Soul Saint level. This speed is already quite fast. Keep in mind that when he first came out of the City of Slaughter, he was only a Soul King. Tang San also got his inspiration from his teacher, Yu Shaogang. He had advised Yu Shaogang against going astray. However, after leaving, Tang San thought about it carefully and realized that the only way he could quickly improve his strength was by using the devouring ability of the 8 spider lances. As for whether using heretical methods is detrimental to one's future attainment of godhood, he couldn't care less about that anymore. Without Xiao Wu, there's no point in becoming a god. Chapter 221 The Empress and the Concubines. He now only wants to gain enough strength in the shortest amount of time. Only when he has the strength can he go to find Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, and reunite with his wife and companions. With this in mind, Tang San stopped paying attention to the news of the destruction of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Compared to finding Xiao Wu, let the 2 great empires be destroyed. Afterwards, Tang San put away the 8 spider lances on his back, left the town, and entered the Soul Beast Forest. The entire continent is now basically under the control of the Spirit Empire, so he dares not hunt and devour spirit masters. Therefore, Tang San chose to devour soul beasts, which would reduce his guilt to some extent. Moreover, he would try his best to find and devour those evil soul beasts. Tang San believed that he still had his bottom line. Unlike his teacher Yu Shaogang, who even devoured soul masters. When they were in the City of Slaughter, Yu Shaogang had no objection to Yu Shaogang devouring those fallen soul masters. However, continuing to devour soul masters after emerging from the miraculous is utterly shameless. In the end, Yu Shaogang even slaughtered the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan that had raised him. After Yu Shaogang was killed by Dilong also issued a statement saying that the evil soul master who had wreaked havoc and slaughtered his entire sect had been killed. Therefore, Tang San also learned that Yu Shaogang was dead. He truly never imagined that his teacher would fall so low as to destroy his own sect. He found it hard to believe that his teacher, Yu Shaogang, had done something so shameless. I'm not going to keep thinking about our teacher, he's already been killed by Dragon Fist. The teacher has paid the price for his actions. Tang San sighed again. However, Yu Shaogang's rapid improvement in strength still frightened him. Even Tang San felt a strange envy, and even had an urge to devour a soul master. No, I absolutely cannot follow the teacher's example. Even if I have to devour soul masters, I should go back to the City of Slaughter and devour the soul masters there. Having solidified his resolve to follow the righteous path, Tang San quickly put away the 8 spider lances on his back and hurriedly left the town to hunt soul beasts in the Soul Beast Forest. Tang San was still struggling. As everyone predicted, both empires perished swiftly. The territories of the 2 great empires were quickly annexed by the Spirit Empire, and the douluo continent was soon unified. After Dylan completed the great cause of unification, he then made Qian Runshui his empress, and all the other women were made concubines by Dilong. The reason why Qian Runshui was made empress was naturally because Dilong unified the continent with the help of the Spirit Hall. It would be unreasonable not to give Qian Runshui the position of empress. After unification, Dylan began to implement a series of sweeping reforms in the empire. It can't really be called a reform, since the Martial Soul Empire was newly established and many regulations hadn't been established yet. Dilong could only be said to have issued a series of policies. Dylan didn't want to waste his energy on this. However, after unifying the continent, Dylan's divine sense detected the existence of the power of faith. Just as he had predicted, after unifying the continent, he truly gained the power of faith. However, this power of faith is still very scarce and is far from enough for Dylan to be deified. After going down to investigate, Dylan realized that this was because too few people truly felt the benefits of unification and appreciated him. This is normal. Just like Qin Shi Huang of the world, after he completed the unification, few people in the 6 states recognized him and felt that they were not Qin people. The same applies here. The people of the 2 great empires cannot immediately regard themselves as subjects of the martial soul empire. Qin Shi Huang failed to achieve this, and it was only after the war resumed that the people of the world realized the benefits of unification. However, Liu Bang plucked the peach, and the Han dynasty he established was so successful that later generations identified themselves as Han people. If Dylan could do that, the power of faith would definitely be enough. It's just that it's difficult to do that. Previously, Dylan had planned to let Bibi Dong complete the unification, then create chaos, and finally he would complete the unification himself. Looking back, I realized it wasn't necessary. This is douluo continent, not Earth. Extraordinary powers exist here. Dylan could live for another 900 years or so. Over time, the people will naturally come to regard themselves as citizens of the Spirit Empire and will genuinely accept the Spirit Empire. However, this method requires time. Dylan didn't want to wait that long, so he introduced various policies and regulations that benefited the country and its people, making the people of douluo continent increasingly recognize the martial soul empire and him, the Dragon Fist Emperor. While trying to gain wider acceptance of the martial soul empire and himself as the great emperor, Dilong did not forget his own cultivation. His cultivation level can no longer be improved. However, other aspects can still be cultivated. After inquiring with Qian Runshui, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong, who were once deities, Dilong learned that to create one's own divine position, one must have something unique to cultivate to the extreme in a certain aspect or a certain attribute. After much deliberation, Dylan finally decided to continue practicing his Dragon Fist. If he could truly create his own godhood, then he would be the god of Fist. Of course, if you don't want to be called the Fist God, you can change it to something else when the time comes. However, his power is tied to his Dragon Fist. Dylan felt there was nothing wrong with achieving godhood through his own Dragon Fist. In the mortal realm, he could use his Dragon Fist to destroy everything in his path. It is believed that once he achieves godhood with his Dragon Fist, it will certainly be able to do the same in the divine realm. If you want to better cultivate the Dragon Fist, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well is the most suitable place. So Dilong quickly made a decision. After issuing various policies and regulations, he became a hands-off manager, leaving his concubines and officials of the martial soul empire to implement them. He planned to return to the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire to cultivate. However, before returning to his cultivation, Dylan prepared to launch a campaign against Seagod Island on behalf of the Spirit Empire. Now that the douluo continent has been unified, the surrounding maritime forces must also be conquered and made part of the Spirit Empire. Especially Poseidon Island. Dylan didn't know if Tang San had gone to Seagod Island, but with enough manpower, he was confident he could conquer it. If Tang San is on Seagod Island at that time, I'll just kill him. If he weren't there, that would be even better. After conquering Seagod Island, Tang San would have no chance of obtaining the 9 trials of Seagod again. Poseidon, you'd better just obediently become my beloved concubine. Chapter 222 Reunion with Poseidon. Many years have passed. The Spirit Hall once again embarks on an expedition to Seagod Island. Well, to be more precise, this is the time when the Spirit Empire is on an expedition to Seagod Island. This time, Dylan brought almost all the top fighters with him. Dylan didn't bring any experts below the title douluo level, he only brought experts at the title douluo level. Of the 7 high priests, apart from the Grand Priest Qian Dalu, all the others were brought in by Dylan. There are also 12 elders. That's right. With the addition of Poison Douluo who joined the Spirit Empire later, the Spirit Empire now had 12 elders at the title douluo level. In addition to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, the group of title douluo powerhouses led by Dylan consisted of 21 people, making a total of 22 if Dylan is included. Although Ning Dingaling has strong support abilities, Dilong didn't let her come along this time. Because it's unnecessary, he already has enough powerful warriors under his command. Little White Dylan didn't ask her to come over, After all, she was once the sea god's mount, and asking her to take action against Sea God Island would be somewhat difficult for her. So Dylan left her in the Spirit Empire. Anyway, the power he brought was already very strong. Poseidon alone could subdue the other party. The remaining 7 guardian pillars, along with the soul masters on the island and the powerful individuals brought by Dylan, were more than enough to sweep them away. Poseidon can draw upon the power of the sea, and its ability to sustain combat is terrifyingly strong. However, Dylan only needs to go all out, and his attacks are so powerful that Poseidon will have to deal with them with all his might, leaving him no time to spare. At this point, Poseidon will be completely restrained by Dylan. As long as Poseidon is held back by Dylan, the remaining people on Poseidon Island will absolutely not be able to withstand the attacks of the others. However, on the way to Sea God Island, Dylan temporarily hid in the 7 treasure-glazed brocade sky and had Spirit Kite Douluo take him to Sea God Island. Because Dylan knew that Poseidon could sense his presence, and if Poseidon sensed his presence and intercepted him beforehand, even if he brings many powerful warriors, Poseidon will still be able to handle them. Dylan couldn't maintain his full power for very long. During this period, the others must completely take over Poseidon Island. If they were intercepted by Poseidon after setting sail, then there would be no chance for anyone else. Before they even reach Poseidon Island, everyone will be driven back by Poseidon. Hidden within the 7 treasure-glazed brocade space, Dylan, accompanied by Spirit Kite Douluo, flew across the sea with the others, rapidly heading towards Sea God Island. As expected, Poseidon failed to notice anything amiss along the way and did not come out to intercept them. It wasn't until the group had traveled dozens of nautical miles from Poseidon Island that Poseidon, who was in the Temple of Poseidon, suddenly opened her eyes. Not good. Poseidon's expression changed instantly, because she sensed that there were far too many powerful individuals arriving. Swish tilde. Without any hesitation, Poseidon vanished from her spot and reappeared directly in front of Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others. With so many powerful individuals arriving, she certainly didn't want them to enter Sea God Island. Boom! The moment Poseidon appeared, she immediately unleashed her full aura, intimidating all the powerful figures of the martial Soul Empire. No matter who you are not welcome on Poseidon Island. Please leave immediately. Poseidon coldly stared at Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others. How could a group of tidal Douluo powerhouses have come here for no reason? Poseidon didn't want to know, she just wanted them to leave. So strong. Is this the sea god Douluo who defeated Haoshan Douluo and the Grand Elder? That's really terrifying. Quote. When Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others sensed the aura emanating from Poseidon, their expressions all turned solemn. When they arrived, they already knew about Poseidon Island and Poseidon's power. But when they actually faced Poseidon, they realized just how strong he was. The oppressive feeling he exuded was even stronger than that of the Grand Elder, Thousand Paths. Even the current founding emperor of the Spirit Empire, One Punch Douluo, did not exert as much pressure on them as the Poseidon before them. Only then did they realize just how powerful the legendary sea god Douluo Poseidon truly was. No wonder the Grand Elder and Haoshan Douluo Tangchen were defeated by him back then. Upon hearing Poseidon's expulsion, neither Golden Crocodile Douluo nor the others responded. Because they knew it was time for Dylan to come out. Ultimately, whether to continue the attack on Poseidon Island or retreat should be decided by Dylan. Buzz. As expected, after hearing Poseidon's order to expel him, Spirit Douluo released Dylan from the 7 treasure-glazed tile brocade space. Dylan's figure quickly emerged from within, appearing before Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others, as well as before Poseidon. Damn it, it was you, you bastard. When Poseidon saw Dylan, his expression immediately changed. She never expected that Dylan would dare to come to the sea again, and this time, he even brought so many powerful people with him. This woman is mine. Poseidon Island is now in your hands. Proceed according to the original plan. Dylan did not answer Poseidon. After sensing the location of Sea God Island, he first gave instructions to Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others behind him. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Quote. Upon hearing Dylan's instructions, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others readily agreed. Swish 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 tilde tilde tilde. They then each bypassed Poseidon and continued their journey toward Poseidon Island. Boom! Wrath of the Sea God. Seeing this, Poseidon naturally couldn't let Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others go to Sea God Island, and immediately used her soul skill to prepare to block them. Boom! One punch to the end. Seeing Poseidon make a move, Dylan also immediately followed suit. Poseidon, your opponent is me. As Dylan made his move, he spoke calmly to Poseidon. It also seemed to be telling Poseidon that he shouldn't even think about stopping Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others. Hateful. Poseidon's expression changed immediately upon hearing Dylan's attack. She hadn't expected that Dylan's attack would be so powerful. If she didn't focus all her attention on dealing with Dylan, she might be injured immediately. However, if she withdraws her power to defend against Dylan's attack, she will be unable to stop Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others. Poseidon was caught in a dilemma. 7th Soul Skill. Golden Crocodile True Form. While Poseidon hesitated, Golden Crocodile Douluo unleashed his martial soul true body. Relying on his powerful martial soul true body and his 100,000-year soul ring, he led the others to break through Poseidon's soul skill interception and continue heading towards Sea God Island. Golden Crocodile Douluo also possesses a 100,000-year soul ring. Damn it, don't even think about going there. Poseidon exclaimed in surprise and anger, and tried to stop him again. Chapter 223 Poseidon's Frustration. Swish 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 tilde. Before long, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others quickly headed towards Sea God Island under Poseidon's angry glare. Poseidon tried to intercept them, but Dylan stopped him. Poseidon, I told you. Your opponent today is me. With me here, you won't be able to stop my men from attacking Poseidon Island. After Dylan stopped Poseidon, he also loudly announced to her. Damn it, what exactly do you want to do? While angrily striking, Poseidon questioned Dylan. After several attempts, she discovered that Dylan was stronger than before, and with Dylan holding her back, she was unable to get back in time. Do what? It seems the High Priest is unaware of what's happening on the continent. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Dylan chuckled as he made his move. To be honest, I've already unified the Douluo continent. The two original empires, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, have both become part of the Spirit Empire. Oh, the Martial Soul Empire is the empire I founded. Dylan explained to Poseidon. He stayed here precisely to keep Poseidon in check. Poseidon, the god of the sea, could draw upon the power of the entire ocean. Even if Poseidon wanted to defeat Poseidon, he could only restrain him. So if Dylan could keep Poseidon in check through conversation, he wouldn't mind saying a little more. This doesn't fall into the category of the villain talking too much. I'm asking you why you attacked Poseidon Island. Poseidon had no interest in Dylan's unification of the continent. That's why I'm going to conquer Poseidon Island. I've already unified the mainland, so of course I can't let the overseas regions go. The world should be completely unified. Dylan laughed heartily. Impossible. We, the Sea God Island, will never yield. Poseidon rebuked. Don't you think the world should be unified? Dylan continued to ask. Poseidon Island will never submit to anyone. Poseidon simply continued, speaking angrily. Hee, it seems you still don't understand your sea god. Poseidon, you can't possibly be unaware of why your sea god worshipped the gods back then, can you? You must know how turbulent the sea used to be. It was precisely because the sea god unified the sea and brought lasting peace to the creatures of the sea that he was able to gain the faith of all the creatures of the sea, and thus became a god through faith. Therefore, unification can bring about positive changes to the world. Now that I have unified the continent, I naturally want to unify the sea as well, so that the whole world can be unified. That's how we can bring about a better change in this world, isn't it? I believe that if your sea god knew why I did this, he wouldn't stop me. Dylan chuckled coldly, then continued his explanation. As for the other continent, the Sun and Moon continent, Dylan didn't mention it. There's no need for that. At this point, neither the people on Douluo continent nor the people on Sea God Island knew about the existence of the other continent. Dylan has no immediate plans to conquer the other continent as well. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Poseidon was somewhat speechless. She originally wanted to angrily rebuke Dylan for talking nonsense. But upon closer examination, Dylan's words are not wrong. The sea god she worshipped was the one who unified the ocean, ending years of chaos and thus gaining the faith of all sea creatures. Therefore, Dylan is right in saying that unification can bring about better changes in the world. Poseidon was unwilling to admit it, because if he did, wouldn't their Poseidon Island have to surrender obediently? How could she possibly agree to that? No matter what you say, we, Poseidon Island, will never yield. Poseidon snorted angrily, and his attacks became even more ferocious. She had already sensed that the people Dylan had brought had entered Poseidon Island. Damn it, what exactly are you planning to have those people do to Sea God Island? Do you want to destroy Poseidon Island? Upon realizing this, Poseidon undoubtedly became anxious. Without her presence, the 7 sacred pillars' guardians would have had no chance of stopping Golden Crocodile Douluo and his group. She could tell how powerful those people were just by looking at them. There are several Super Douluo in it. Her Sea God Island only has one Super Douluo, Sea Dragon Douluo. Faced with so many powerful figures from the Spirit Empire, the Sea Dragon Douluo and his group on the island simply couldn't hold out for long. Poseidon feared that the men Dylan brought were there to slaughter the entire Poseidon Island. Because after destroying Sea God Island, the ocean will lose its centripetal force, making it possible for the Spirit Empire to rule it. That depends on what you think. If you are willing to represent Sea God Island in submission and pledge allegiance to the Spirit Empire, then Sea God Island can naturally continue to exist. Conversely, there would be no need for Poseidon Island to exist. In short, I will not allow any entity in this world to exist outside the control of our martial soul empire. Dylan said calmly, choose to submit, and I can make you my concubine. If you choose to refuse, then Poseidon Island can disappear today. I cannot defeat you, but I can easily restrain you, and my men can easily destroy Poseidon Island. Dylan looked at Poseidon, whose face was pale, and gave her 2 choices. Quote. Poseidon's expression changed repeatedly in response to Dylan's words. She certainly didn't want to submit, so Poseidon didn't answer anything, but just kept attacking in anger. She knew she couldn't defeat Dylan anytime soon, so she just wanted to get rid of him and get back to Poseidon Island. With her there, she is confident that she can protect Poseidon Island no matter how many enemies come. Boom boom boom. Unfortunately, Tilong didn't give her that chance. He kept pestering her. This left her no time to rush back. Boom boom boom. Soon after, an earth-shattering battle broke out on Poseidon Island. On Sea God Island, there are so many Soul Masters, plus the 7 Holy Pillar Guardians, that their strength is not weak. Facing the attacks of Golden Crocodile Douluo and others, although they are no match for them, they will not be taken down silently. It is normal for a fierce battle to break out. Hateful asshole. You bastard. Quote. In her desperation, Poseidon became even more unable to break free from Dylan's control and could only continue to hurl insults at him. Soon, the sounds on Poseidon Island gradually quieted down. It seems that my men have captured those Holy Pillar Guardians. Poseidon, now it's time for you to make a choice. If you refuse to surrender, then there's no need for the people on Poseidon Island to exist. After Dylan heard the noise subside, he immediately smiled at Poseidon. Chapter 224 The Sea Witch and the Glasses-Wearing Secretary. High Priest, where exactly are you? If you don't come back soon, our Sea God Island will be finished. Quote. At this moment, on Sea God Island, the 7 guardians of the sacred pillars, as well as the other soul masters, were all lying on the ground, none of them able to stand up. None of the 7 sacred pillar guardians died, but the other soul masters weren't so lucky, some of them did die. Dylan had instructed them to avoid killing as much as possible, but in the course of the battle, some omissions were inevitable, so there were still some casualties. The 7 guardians of the sacred pillars, including Sea Dragon Douluo, struggled to stand up and continue to protect Sea God Island and drive away the enemies, but at this moment they could only scream in helplessness. Now, all they can do is pray that their high priest Poseidon will return soon. Poseidon heard the calls of the people from Poseidon Island, even though she was dozens of miles away overseas. Poseidon's expression immediately turned even more grim. She was already struggling to withstand Dylan's threats. Now, after hearing those people's calls, Poseidon could no longer hold on. 3. I promise you. So Poseidon compromised right when Dylan was counting down the days. She had no choice but to compromise. Knowing Tilung as she did, he was definitely the kind of person who meant what he said. If she doesn't compromise, Dylan will definitely wipe out the people on Poseidon Island. Buzz. After finishing speaking, Poseidon, with a grim expression, withdrew her martial spirit and all her soul skills. Very good. Then come back with me and announce that Sea God Island has joined the Spirit Empire. Dylan laughed heartily, then stepped forward and embraced Poseidon's delicate body. Poseidon's delicate body trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to resist, but in the end she restrained herself. The moment she compromised, Poseidon already knew what she would have to face in the future, and she had already mentally anticipated it. Poseidon, I miss you so much. When we get back, I'll definitely spend some quality time with you. Dylan sniffed Poseidon's neck and smiled smugly. Snort. Poseidon simply gave a faint hum. Dylan ignored Poseidon's attitude, as long as she appeared compliant on the surface. Swish tilde. Immediately afterwards, Dylan carried Poseidon to Poseidon Island. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the golden dragon soul beneath Dylan's feet, Dylan, carrying Poseidon, soon appeared before the eyes of everyone on Poseidon Island. Very good. His Majesty actually managed to defeat the sea god Douluo. His Majesty is indeed formidable. Quote. The people of the Martial Soul Empire were all overjoyed to see Dylan return with the beautiful Poseidon in his arms. Because they knew that this meant they had essentially achieved their goal for the trip. Their Martial Soul Empire really intends to incorporate maritime forces beyond the continent into the Martial Soul Empire. Their Martial Soul Empire is truly about to achieve complete unification of the continent and the sea. This remarkable feat was accomplished with their participation, and their name will surely be recorded in history. They are naturally honored to have done so. Of course, they also greatly admired Dylan's abilities. They were very clear about Poseidon's strength. That was the sea god Douluo, whom even Qian Dalu and Tang Chen couldn't defeat together. Now he's being held in Dilong's arms like this. It's simply unbelievable. High Priest. High Priest. Damn it, release the High Priest at once. Quote. However, while Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others were happy to see Dylan holding Poseidon, the people on Sea God Island were furious upon witnessing this scene. They truly hadn't expected that their high priest would also be captured. All right, everyone, quiet down. Poseidon then shouted, and his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. I hereby declare that, from this day forward, Sea God Island shall be incorporated into the Spirit Empire. From now on, we are all citizens of the Spirit Empire. Poseidon didn't explain much, but simply announced it. What? Should our Sea God Island join the Spirit Empire? How so? Quote. The people on Poseidon Island were all incredulous after hearing Poseidon's words. They couldn't believe that Poseidon would choose to yield. Poseidon's behavior made them feel as if they didn't recognize her anymore. Their high priest shouldn't be like this. They had originally intended to question Poseidon. After just one glance at the current situation, they all fell silent. After looking around and realizing that everyone had lost the ability to resist, they understood why their high priest had chosen to submit. Because they have already lost. If Poseidon doesn't admit defeat, none of them will survive. Poseidon chose to submit for their sake. High priest, come back to the mainland with me. Leaving 2 guardians of the 7 pillars on Poseidon Island is enough. The rest should come to the mainland. I need them to do things for me. After hearing Poseidon's announcement, Dylan ignored the reactions of the people on Poseidon Island and spoke directly to Poseidon. Yes, Your Majesty. Poseidon reluctantly agreed to Dylan's request. Can she still resist? She had no choice. However, even if only 2 guardians of the sacred pillars remain on Poseidon Island, she believes that as long as Dylan doesn't take action against Poseidon Island, its safety will still be guaranteed. Now that the entire world has been unified by the Spirit Empire, and Sea God Island has also submitted to the Spirit Empire, what danger could Sea God Island possibly face? There are some threats on the high seas. The former demon orca and deep-sea demon whale king were of the demon orca race, but they have now been wiped out, and the deep-sea demon whale king has been killed by Dylan. There is no longer any danger in the ocean that could threaten Poseidon Island. You can choose which two to keep, but the Sea Witch and your bespectacled secretary have to come with you to the mainland. Dylan nodded and continued speaking to Poseidon. Dylan just saw the Sea Witch and Poseidon's bespectacled secretary. They are both very beautiful women, and they are the type of beauties that Dylan hasn't yet encountered. So Dylan was not hesitant to take her into his harem. He was the founding emperor, yet the number of his concubines was far fewer compared to the two previous empires. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Poseidon looked at him with a mixture of shame and anger. How could she not know what Dylan meant by those words? Despite her anger, Poseidon was also helpless. She simply couldn't refuse. I understand, I'll tell them later. Poseidon said helplessly. Chapter 225 The heart of the sea god successfully recognizes its master. Poseidon quickly went down to make the arrangements. After she left Sea Dragon Douluo and Seahorse Douluo behind, the other Holy Pillar Guardians went to the mainland with Poseidon. High Priest, are you all right? After Poseidon finished making the arrangements, the bespectacled secretary stepped forward and asked with concern. As her secretary, she was naturally more concerned about Poseidon's situation. I'm fine. Poseidon shook his head and looked at his secretary, saying, the Spirit Empire is too strong this time. There's no other way. In order to protect Sea God Island, we have no choice but to join the Spirit Empire. High Priest, I know. If the enemy hadn't been so strong, the High Priest definitely wouldn't have compromised. The secretary understood. After you come with me this time, that man might want to take you as a concubine. You should be prepared. Poseidon nodded, then said something somewhat awkwardly. What? The bespectacled secretary gaped in astonishment upon hearing this. She truly never expected that the emperor of the Martial Soul Empire would actually want to take her as a concubine. No wonder she felt that Dylan's gaze was a little different when he looked at her, but she never expected that he would actually take a liking to her. Was the founding emperor of this Martial Soul Empire actually a lecherous man? Then, High Priest, the bespectacled secretary, who quickly realized what was happening, immediately looked at Poseidon with concern. If Dylan wouldn't even spare her, how could he possibly spare the High Priest, who is even more outstanding than her? Yes, I will become her concubine too. Poseidon nodded shyly, without denying it. Damn it, how could he do this? The bespectacled secretary was immediately filled with anger. Hearing that Poseidon was also to be taken as a concubine, she was even angrier than when she heard that she herself was being taken as a concubine, because she valued Poseidon more than herself. It's alright, he truly deserves us, we haven't been wronged at all. Poseidon shook his head, seemingly more accepting of the situation. There was nothing she could do, she had already been ruined by T-Lung countless times. So what else could she not let go of? Oh, and the Sea Witch too, go tell her. Then Poseidon had his secretary and the Sea Witch relay the message. Yes, High Priest. The bespectacled secretary opened her mouth, not entirely surprised. After all, sea witches are so beautiful, and they're mermaids, so men all like them. The bespectacled secretary quickly informed the Sea Witch about the matter. Am I going to become the Emperor's concubine in the Spirit Empire? When the Sea Witch found out, she blushed immediately. Despite being a titled douluo, she is still only a teenage girl in human years. Upon suddenly learning that she was to be taken as a concubine, the Sea Witch couldn't help but feel a little shy. Half a day later, Dylan led Poseidon and the others back to the mainland. Upon returning to the mainland, Dylan immediately announced that the Spirit Empire had conquered Sea God Island. They also announced that their emperor had taken 3 more concubines, all of whom were found on Poseidon Island. Upon returning to the empire that very night, Dylan immediately took Poseidon back to relive their past romance, savoring Poseidon's flavor once more. Subsequently, Tilong did not spare the sea witch and the bespectacled secretary either. They were both taken in by him one after another. Both women were excellent, top-notch, and gave Dylan a different kind of experience. In particular, Dylan's identity as a mermaid gave him a unique experience. The bespectacled secretary is pretty good too. It really proves the saying, everyone who wears glasses is. However, what pleased Dylan even more was the ability of his bespectacled secretary to handle affairs. After discovering her talent, Dylan immediately arranged for her to enter the upper echelons of the martial Soul Empire, making her his imperial secretary and giving full play to her abilities. Swish tilde. Dylan reached out and flipped his hand, and the heart of the sea god appeared in his palm. He hadn't brought the other person out for a long time. If it weren't for conquering Poseidon Island, Dylan would have almost forgotten that the heart of Poseidon was still in his hands. He had failed countless times before in his attempts to make the heart of the sea god recognize him as his master. After a while, Dylan gave up. Dylan brought it out again, this time to see if he could still gain the approval of the heart of the sea god even after conquering Poseidon Island. If possible, Dylan wouldn't mind undergoing the 9 trials of the sea god. Although he prefers to create his own divine position, having a divine trial by his side would also be a good thing. Obtaining divine recognition is one thing, whether he wants a divine position is another. When he is undergoing the divine test, he can discuss with the other party in advance that if he can create his own divine position, he will not inherit the other party's divine position. If one fails to create one's own godhood, then one can inherit the godhood of the other. Anyway, that's what Dylan plans to do. He preferred to create his own godhood rather than inherit one. Because only what you cultivate yourself is the most suitable for you. As for whether the other party is willing or not, that depends on what the other party wants. Let's discuss it. Buzz. With these thoughts in mind, Dylan's consciousness also entered the heart of the sea god. Boom. Dylan's mind immediately went through the same situation as before. Consciousness was pulled into a vast ocean, undergoing the test of the heart of the sea god. Previously, Dylan had always failed. However, this time, for some unknown reason, or perhaps because Dylan's aptitude had truly met the requirements, Dylan successfully made the heart of the sea god recognize him as its master. It actually recognized me as its master. Is it because my aptitude has improved? Or because I conquered Sea God Island? Dylan looked at the heart of the sea god in his hand, which he had already recognized as his master, with some disbelief. Having failed so many times before, Dylan thought he would fail again this time. Surprisingly, it actually succeeded this time. Looking at the heart of the sea god in his hand, Dylan almost wanted to ask the other party if he was shameless. However, Dylan was still very happy to have gained the approval of the heart of the sea god. At least prove yourself that even if you fail to create your own godhood, you can still obtain the position of the sea god. Poseidon, I have something to show you. Dylan quickly arrived at Poseidon's residence and revealed the heart of the sea god. He just wanted to see what Poseidon's expression would be when he saw him take out the heart of the sea god and gain its approval. This is. When Poseidon first saw Dylan coming, she thought he was here to bully her again, and she was prepared to not be able to sleep well tonight. But to her surprise, Dylan took out something that shocked her. Is this the heart of the sea god? Poseidon examined it carefully for a few moments before daring to confirm. That's right, it's the heart of Poseidon. And it has now recognized me as its master. Chapter 226 Poseidon's Return. How is this possible? Where did you obtain it? Poseidon was overjoyed when he heard Dylan's confirmation. Although she has submitted to Dylan, she remains the high priestess of Poseidon Island, and finding a successor to the Poseidon god remains her mission. Therefore, the heart of the sea god is extremely important to her. Because the heart of Poseidon is an accessory to the divine artifact Trident of Poseidon, only a Trident of Poseidon with the heart of Poseidon inlaid is a complete divine artifact. Only when the Trident of Poseidon is complete can the legacy of Poseidon truly be passed down. Therefore, the heart of the sea god is of paramount importance and indispensable to the secondary inheritance of Sea God Island. I got it after we returned from the last attack on Poseidon Island. It's just that it never agreed to acknowledge me as its master until I conquered Poseidon Island. Only then did the heart of Poseidon finally agree to acknowledge me as its master. It seems that, just as I said, the sea god also supports unification. Dylan continued, smiling. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Poseidon was taken aback. She had actually supported Dylan's statement before, but she couldn't admit it because she couldn't represent Poseidon Island in submission. But now, after hearing what Dylan said, she truly felt that Dylan was right. She had always harbored some resentment about Dylan conquering Poseidon Island, but now she suddenly felt at peace with it. Even the heart of the sea god has accepted Dylan, so what else does she have to worry about? Your Majesty, would you like to see if you can obtain the sea god's inheritance? Since your Majesty has gained the approval of the heart of the sea god, you are almost certain to pass the sea god's inheritance test. Once you complete the test, your Majesty will become the new sea god. After figuring it out, Poseidon immediately spoke excitedly to Dylan. To inherit the legacy of the sea god and become the new sea god. But I prefer to create my own godhood, just like the sea god did back then. Dylan pinched Poseidon's chin and said in an arrogant tone. He has every right to be arrogant. Poseidon was quite surprised to hear Dylan's words. She hadn't expected that Dylan's ambition was so great that he didn't want to inherit the divine position but wanted to create his own. This is hundreds or thousands of times harder than inheriting a divine position. But creating one's own godhood isn't that easy. Your Majesty has already gained the approval of the heart of the sea god. Isn't obtaining the inheritance the easiest path to godhood? Despite her shock, Poseidon quickly tried to persuade her. Since Dylan has already gained the approval of the heart of the sea god, she naturally hopes that Dylan will go to Sea God Island to inherit the sea god's position. In this way, she can be said to have fulfilled her mission. The mission of the High Priest of Poseidon Island, or rather the mission of the island's existence, is to select a suitable successor. If I fail to create my own godhood, then we'll see. I will not inherit the divine position of any other deity until I have the hope of creating my own. Dylan refused outright upon hearing this. Dylan was a man of his word. Since the heart of the sea god has already recognized him as its master, he is not in a hurry to undergo the sea god's inheritance test. He used to worry that Tang San might pass the Sea God Island inheritance test, but now he doesn't have to worry anymore. Because Poseidon Island has now submitted to him, Tang San wants to pass the sea god's inheritance test. Absolutely impossible. The inheritance test on Poseidon Island requires the guardians of the sacred pillars to initiate it under the guidance of the sacred pillars' power. Dylan had already given instructions that anyone who wanted to participate in the Sea God Island trials would need to be audited by the Spirit Empire. Therefore, it is impossible for Tang San to pass the inheritance test of Sea God Island again. Now that the heart of the sea god has recognized him as its master, it's even less likely that Tang San will be the one to succeed him. After handing over the affairs of the Spirit Empire to others, Dylan went to the ice and fire yin-yang well to continue practicing his dragon fist. But Poseidon was not giving up. He followed Dylan to the yin-yang well of ice and fire, and volunteered to be Dylan's relaxation and entertainment during his training. Dylan was happy to do so. He hadn't had enough of the high and mighty Poseidon yet. Poseidon went to great lengths to get Dylan to go to Poseidon Island to undergo the inheritance test, using all the things he had only done under Dylan's pressure in the past. However, unlike before when she was forced, she is now doing it willingly. All right, I'll go back to Sea God Island with you. Under Poseidon's intense offensive, Dylan quickly succumbed and agreed to go to Poseidon's island. This was Dylan's original plan. The reason he didn't rush to go before was simply to control Poseidon. In retrospect, the results have been quite good. Really? That's great. Let's go now. Poseidon was overjoyed upon hearing this. So Dylan and Poseidon went to Poseidon Island again. Poseidon did not have Dylan begin the inheritance test at the sacred pillar, but instead took Dylan directly to the temple of Poseidon on Mount Poseidon. Trials can be initiated at the 7 sacred pillars, and of course, they can also be initiated at the temple of the sea god. This was also Dylan's first visit to the temple of Poseidon. The last time he came, Dylan was a little wary, so he didn't come. This time, Dylan was no longer afraid, because he had already gained the approval of the heart of the sea god. Your Majesty, shall we begin? Poseidon looked at Dylan and asked him with barely concealed excitement. She couldn't wait to witness the emergence of the examiners for the sea god's inheritance. Let's begin, Dylan said calmly. Good, Poseidon responded excitedly. Buzz. Then Poseidon waved his scepter, and a beam of golden light descended from the dome of the Temple of Poseidon. After golden light enveloped Dylan, the test began. Dylan's body quickly began to change colors. It started as white, then yellow, then purple, black, red. The color changes are exactly the same as the color changes of the soul ring quality. Seeing the color change on Dylan's body, Poseidon's eyes were filled with excitement. Reaching the highest level, the red assessment, so quickly, it must be something special. He should be able to pass the final golden divine test. Poseidon secretly began to look forward to it. She knew the assessment results would be available soon, but time seemed to be passing too slowly, making her feel like every second was an eternity, and she couldn't wait for the final results to appear. Boom! Finally, when the red color on Dylan's body reached its peak, the color on Dylan's body turned into a dazzling gold. The golden divine exam, it really is the golden divine exam. Poseidon couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Chapter 227 Poseidon. Dylan also sensed the changes in his body immediately. This instantly confirmed to him that he was capable of obtaining the 9 trials of the sea god. Is the sea god here? Dylan's consciousness attempted to call out. Even when facing a deity, Dylan was still willing to bow and respectfully address him as, Your Excellency. Open black lens bracket. What are you calling me for? Close black lens bracket. Soon, Dylan received the sea god's feedback in his mind. I can accept the sea god's inheritance test, and I will complete the test, but I will not immediately inherit the sea god's divine position. Because what I truly desire is to create my own divine position, just like the sea god did back then. Only if I later decide that I am unable to create my own godhood will I choose to inherit your godhood, Lord Sea God. I wonder if Lord Sea God would agree. Dylan's consciousness responded immediately. Buzz. Upon hearing Dylan's response, the golden light emanating from Dylan flickered for a moment. Even the sea god above the divine realm was somewhat surprised at this moment. He truly hadn't expected that the qualified successor he had finally found would actually want to create his own godhood. Tilung is currently undergoing his divine test, so he is able to know about Tilung's condition. Dylan's talent and ability are truly outstanding. Instead of immediately accepting the simpler divine test, he wanted to create his own divine position. This courage and confidence were greatly appreciated by the sea god. Open black lens bracket can. Close black lens bracket. After thinking for a moment, the sea god smiled and responded with a single word. As the mighty god of the sea, does he need to force others to accept his legacy? However, he also admired Tilung, so he agreed to Tilung's request. If Dylan fails to create his own godhood, it's not too late for him to inherit his sea god title. He's waited so many years, he doesn't mind waiting a few more. Swish swish. 9 golden cards swirled around Dylan. Dylan glanced at the card, and only managed to make out the contents of the first one. Open black lens bracket. The first of the 9 trials of Poseidon, traversing the light of Poseidon, close black lens bracket. Quote. After seeing the content of his first test, Dylan was speechless. He's already a peerless douluo, why would he give himself such a simple test? Or is it that the simpler ones in the first 9 trials of Poseidon are fixed? Your Majesty, that's wonderful. You've really passed the 9 trials of the sea god. Poseidon was very pleased to see that Dylan had successfully passed the 9 trials of the sea god. Well then, I'll complete the first of the 9 trials of the sea god first. Dylan nodded, and then asked Poseidon to help him complete the 9 trials of Poseidon. The first test, crossing the light of the sea god, was completed by Dylan in just half a day, and he directly climbed to the top of the steps. It wasn't as simple as Dylan had imagined, because the oppressive force of those steps varied according to the examinee's cultivation level. But it wasn't that difficult. Dylan finished it in just half a day. Therefore, His own 9 trials of Poseidon were probably not as simple as he thought. Open black lens bracket. The first of the 9 trials of the sea god was completed beyond expectations. Reward. All soul rings quality increased by 500 years. Sea god affinity increased by 10%. Close black lens bracket. After Dylan completed the first test, the reward was distributed. The reward he received was different from the one Tang San received in the original novel. Tang San initially gained only sea god affinity, while Dilong increased the quality of his spirit rings. After completing the first test, Dylan saw the contents of the second test. Sure enough, the content of the second test was no longer the same as in the original work. Tang San and his companion's second test was to break through the ring-shaped blockade. Dylan skipped over his second test, which was Tang San and the other's third test, titled Body Training. Your Majesty, please follow me. When Dylan was able to see the content of his second test, Poseidon knew it immediately and appeared in front of Dylan right away. Dylan nodded and then followed Poseidon. Soon, Poseidon brought Dylan to the place where he trained his body using the tides. Boom! After summoning her martial spirit, Poseidon performed some operations and summoned the sunken silver mother pillar from the seabed at the edge of the cliff. Because only Dylan was conducting the assessment, only one was summoned. Your Majesty, please. This trial requires Your Majesty to endure the daily torment of the waves. If you can persevere for a year, you will have completed it. Poseidon said to Dylan. Dylan nodded without saying anything, and in a flash appeared on the silver mother pillar in the sunken sea. Clang clang tilde. A series of rattling sounds of chains rang out, and as soon as Dylan appeared, several chains appeared and bound him together. Boom! Then the second test, the title Body Training, began. Thud! Giant waves began to crash relentlessly against Dylan, who was tied to the pillar. Dylan silently endured it for a while, then felt that this second test was completely unnecessary for him. His current physical strength means that the so-called title Body Training has no effect on him at all. Bang! After realizing that the title Body Training was no longer effective for him, Dylan immediately broke free of his chains, not wanting to waste any more time on this second test. Dylan knew that there was more to completing the title Body Training than just sticking to it for a year. Open black lens bracket. The second of the 9 trials of the sea god is complete. Reward. All soul rings quality increased by 1000 years. Sea god affinity increased by 15%. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, as Dylan broke free of his chains, the second test was completed. The rewards were distributed quickly. The color of the spirit ring on Dylan's body changed very quickly. Everything else remained the same, except that the first spirit ring of the first spirit soul changed from yellow to purple. That's not bad. It seems that through the 9 trials of the sea god, I might be able to evolve all my spirit rings into 100,000-year spirit rings. Upon seeing this change, Dylan was somewhat pleased. He didn't actually have any complaints about the color of his first spirit ring. After all, with his current strength, even if all the spirit rings of his first martial soul were replaced with 100,000-year quality ones, it wouldn't improve his strength much. Once one can become a god, those spirit rings will be even less of a rarity. After all, gods can bestow 100,000-year soul rings on a whim. It is clear that a 100,000-year soul ring is something that gods can create at will. However, as much as he didn't mind, Dylan would still be very happy if all the spirit rings of his first martial soul could become 100,000-year spirit rings. He's handsome, after all. After completing the second test, Dylan continued with the third test of the 9 trials of the sea god. The third exam was considerably more difficult. However, for T-Lung, it was only a little difficult. T-Lung spent a few days completing the third test. Then, Dylan completed the 9 trials of the sea god one by one, following the order of the trials. In less than a month, T-Lung had completed the first 6 tests. Chapter 228 Inherit first, then create originally. After completing all the previous tests, Dylan was rewarded with an upgrade in the quality of his soul ring. After completing the 6 trials, all of Dilong's spirit rings were at least black 10,000-year spirit rings, and his 9th spirit ring for his first spirit was even upgraded to a 100,000-year spirit ring. After that, all the spirit rings should evolve into 100,000-year spirit rings, which should be fine. The 7th test was to pull out the trident of Poseidon. This hurdle was not difficult for T-Lung either. Dylan simply reattached the heart of Poseidon to the trident of Poseidon, and then easily pulled it out. This is my self-created golden 13 halberds. I hope you can master it. After Dylan drew the trident of Poseidon, a wisp of Poseidon's divine consciousness, which originally existed in the heart of Poseidon, appeared and passed on the golden 13 halberds to Dylan. Dylan thought it was always good to have more skills, so he learned it. What he cares about most is his dragon fist. However, this doesn't prevent him from learning more powerful moves, which might help him deepen his understanding of dragon fist. In particular, a divine skill like the golden 13 halberds would definitely be very helpful for Dylan to improve his dragon fist. Having mastered the golden 13 halberds, Dylan's 7th test was now completely complete. Then it took Dylan another month to complete the 8th test of the sea god. The main 8th test was indeed difficult, as it required Dylan to master the soul power transformation technique, an ability that should only be mastered by gods. The divine artifact, the trident of Poseidon, was originally formed by Poseidon through the transformation of his soul power into armor. However, it is not impossible for those below the god level to master this ability. For example, the deep-sea demon whale king possessed the ability to transform soul power into armor. Therefore, the content of the 8th test was not meant to be difficult for T-Lung, it was possible for him to complete it. At first, Dylan was also a little anxious, not knowing where to begin. But then he remembered that the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king was still hidden inside that nearly million-year-old soul ring. The deep-sea demon whale king needs to be well hidden so that he can't be discovered. He needs to hide deep in the ocean, so he can't perceive the outside world through him like the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. The deep-sea demon whale king was almost asleep deep within the soul ring, only awakened when Dylan's soul power underwent a drastic change. In the original novel, the deep-sea demon whale king did the same thing, only emerging when Tang San was preparing to inherit the position of sea god, wanting to possess Tang San and thus become the sea god himself. Dylan guessed that the deep-sea demon whale king's hiding this time was also for this purpose. That's why the soul tremor didn't occur when he absorbed the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring. Originally, the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king was hidden there, and Dylan didn't intend to bother with it. Give him hope, then let him despair in the end. However, now that his 8th test is to master the transformation of soul power into armor, and the deep-sea demon whale king happens to have mastered this as well, Dylan naturally decides to make use of it. So Dylan extracted the deep-sea demon whale king's soul from its soul ring. With his own divine sense, plus the combined power of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, he completely controlled the deep-sea demon whale king. After forcing out the secret to transforming soul power into Kai, Dylan completely erased the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king. It took Dylan a month to master the soul power transformation technique, thus completing the content of the 8th trial of the sea god. Dylan began to realize that the 9 trials of the sea god were actually designed based on the examinee's circumstances, and that it wasn't something that could be easily completed simply because someone was strong. The 9th test is the same as in the anime. With his memories as a reference, T-Lung completed the 9th test relatively easily. Dylan, are you really not planning to inherit the position of sea god immediately, but instead want to try to create your own godhood? After the 9th test was completed, the sea god's consciousness appeared in the sea god's inheritance space and asked Dylan a question. Yes, Lord Sea God. I still prefer to create my own godhood, because I believe that what I cultivate myself will be the most suitable for me. Dylan said with certainty. Haha, great, as expected of the person I've chosen. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Poseidon burst into laughter. Actually, even if you inherit the position of the sea god, it won't prevent you from creating your own divine position. After laughing, Poseidon suddenly spoke to Dylan. What's the meaning? Upon hearing this, Dylan looked at the sea god in surprise. What I mean is, even after inheriting the sea god's power, you can still create your own divine position. Moreover, having the sea god's power as a reference will help you create your own divine position. However, this means you'll have less time. The sea god explained. Please speak, Lord Sea God. Dylan immediately asked for advice. The sea god nodded slightly in satisfaction, then continued, after inheriting the position of sea god, you can only stay in the mortal realm for 100 years. If you cannot create your own divine position within these 100 years, then you will be forced to ascend to the divine realm. In that case, you will never have the possibility of creating your own godhood again. On the contrary, if you can create your own divine position within these 6 months, then after creating your own divine position, you can choose to separate the position of the sea god and let someone else inherit it through a test. The advantage of doing this is that you can better create your own divine position, but the price is that you must succeed within 100 years. If you insist on not inheriting the position of sea god for now, and you have completed the 9 trials of the sea god, plus what I promised you before, I will reserve the position of sea god for you. You will still have thousands of years to become the god of creation. The choice is yours. Poseidon explained it to Dylan in detail. He also hoped that Dylan would choose to inherit the position of sea god first, which is why he explained so much. Because he had really had enough of the divine realm and wanted to explore other places. If he has a divine position on him, he cannot leave. I see, I'll think about it. Upon hearing the sea god's words, Dylan immediately began to consider them. He wasn't worried that the sea god was deceiving him. It was unlikely, as the other party was a deity who wouldn't lie to him about something like this. Lord Sea God, then I choose to inherit the position of sea god first. After considering it for a while, Dylan quickly made a decision. Dylan's main consideration was that Qian Runshui would soon inherit the position of angel god, and Bibi Dong was also very likely to become Rakshasa god again. Becoming a god after the two of them wouldn't be ideal, so now that there's a better option, Dylan naturally chose to inherit the divine position first. This wouldn't prevent him from creating his own divine position. 100 years is enough. With his current strength and having inherited the position of the sea god, if he fails to create his own divine position within 100 years, then it proves that he is incapable. But he believed he could do it. Chapter 229 Tang San in despair. Good, as expected of someone I have chosen, you certainly have courage and confidence. Upon hearing Dylan's choice, Poseidon's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. In that case, are you ready to accept the position of the sea god? Then, the sea god's expression became serious. Yes, Lord Sea God, I am ready. Dylan answered seriously. Boom. After Dylan finished speaking, the succession to the throne of the sea god began. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Dylan felt his level break through 100, and he also gained the divine essence of the sea god. The soul power within him has also transformed into divine power. Alright, the throne of the sea god has been passed on to you. I hope that during your reign you will be a qualified sea god. After the sea god finished speaking to Dylan, his figure disappeared and left. And Dylan became the new sea god. The soul bones on Dylan's body had already formed a set of divine armor. At this moment, Tilong looked extremely domineering, and he exuded an aura as vast as the ocean. Buzz. Dylan's dragon fist martial soul also gained a new soul ring, the 10th soul ring, a blue-gold soul ring. As for the 9 spirit rings preceding Dilong's first martial soul, they have all now become 100,000-year spirit rings. When Dylan completed his 8th trial, all of his spirit rings evolved into 100,000-year spirit rings. The spirit rings he currently possesses are incredibly luxurious. However, these things only look glamorous. In reality, they're just so-so. Even with his 2nd spirit, Dylan felt he could add a 10th spirit ring to it. Dylan could sense that adding a 10th spirit ring to it would have a negligible effect on its performance. Because after achieving godhood, the subsequent cultivation focuses on divine power, and the soul power brought by the 100,000-year soul ring is not much if it is converted into divine power. This might explain why, in the original story, after Tang San became a god, there wasn't much mention of whether his 2nd spirit soul had any spirit rings attached. Wow, Master, you are truly amazing. You actually became a god. After the old sea god left, the spirit of the Ice Emperor immediately appeared in front of Dylan and cheered for him. The Snow Empress also appeared, her face also showing excitement. How long has it been? She was forced to sacrifice herself to Dylan, which lasted only 2 or 3 years. In such a short time, Dylan actually became a god. Originally, she had expected that if Dylan could become a god within 1,000 years, that would be powerful enough. Now it's much better. It doesn't take 1,000 years at all, just 2 or 3 years. This surprised and delighted both Shuidi and Bingdi. They had really made the right bet. Although, in the beginning, they had no choice but to sacrifice themselves to Dylan. Your Majesty, thank you for fulfilling the sea god's wish. Another soul appeared in front of Dylan and spoke to him. It's Poseidon. To begin the 9th trial of the sea goddess, one must sacrifice her life. Dylan knew that even if Poseidon sacrificed himself, his soul would still be preserved, so he did not stop him. He simply asked the old sea god to leave Poseidon's soul in his body. The old sea god knew about the relationship between Dylan and Poseidon, so he naturally agreed. Therefore, Poseidon is now also residing in Dylan's body in the form of a soul, just like Snow Empress and Ice Empress. Whether it will be resurrected or remain in T-Lung's body in the future depends on T-Lung's choice. No need to thank me, I'm the one who actually benefits. Dylan said with a smile. It means that for a long time to come, I won't be able to let you serve me. I'll remember all of this. After I resurrect you, you'd better make it up to me properly. Looking at Poseidon's soul form, Dylan continued. Yes, Your Majesty, I will definitely serve Your Majesty well. Then, Poseidon didn't expect Dylan to say something like that at this time. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and then she reluctantly agreed. Snow Empress and Ice Empress listened from the side, their pretty faces turning slightly red. Having been with Dylan for so long, they naturally knew what he was talking about. If there's one thing they both disliked about T-Lung, it's his womanizing nature. Because they knew that even after they were resurrected, they would not be able to escape the clutches of evil. They were supposed to wait a very, very long time before they were resurrected. It seems that soon they will have to learn to serve Dylan, just like Xiaowu and the others. I'll carefully experience the power of the sea god myself. You all go back first. Dylan quickly returned the souls of Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and Poseidon to his body. Then he went to Poseidon Island and carefully studied the power of Poseidon. Meanwhile, Tang San, far away on the mainland, felt a sudden urge to look towards the sea the moment Dilong successfully inherited the title of sea god. Has the position of sea god been inherited? Tang San's face was extremely pale. After all, he was once the sea god, so Tang San was still able to sense some of the sea god's position. Therefore, when the position of the sea god was inherited by someone, he vaguely sensed it. This made Tang San somewhat defensive. That was his divine position. Who the hell is it? Who stole my throne as the sea god? Tang San summoned the clear sky hammer and angrily swung it wildly in place, smashing things around him to vent his anger. He truly hadn't expected that the position of sea god, which should have belonged to him, would be inherited by someone else so quickly. Is it that bastard Long Quan? Dylan gripped the Haoshan hammer tightly. The only person he could think of who had snatched the sea god's position was Dylan. Because the heart of the sea god ended up in Dylan's hands. His great-grandfather, Tang Chen, was killed by Dylan because he tried to help him retrieve the heart of the sea god from Dylan. He could never forget that the heart of the sea god was in Dylan. It was precisely because he did not possess the heart of the sea god that he did not go to Sea God Island. So if we're talking about who inherited the position of sea god, the most likely candidate is Dylan. Thinking about this made Tang San even angrier. Then I felt a sense of despair. He had originally planned to use the methods of evil spirit masters to quickly increase his strength, and then find Dilong to force him to reveal Xiaowu's whereabouts. He was confident that he could defeat Dylan once his cultivation level improved and he mastered the Tang clan's unique skills. But now it seems that even if he raises his strength to the level of a peerless douluo, he still won't be able to defeat Dylan. How could Tang San not break through his defenses? Damn it! Is there really no other way for me? Chapter 230 Reunion with Bibi Dong. On Poseidon Island, it took Dylan several days to become familiar with the power of Poseidon. At the same time, Dylan also sensed another force of faith converging on him, the power of the sea creatures, faith in the sea god. After they gathered on Dylan, they did not merge into Dylan's power, but rather into his divine essence, the divine essence belonging to the sea god. He could only use this power of faith to strengthen the power of the sea god's divine status. He wants to achieve deification through faith, but he still needs to continue collecting his own faith. Although the current sea god is also him, there are still differences between the two. The power of faith belonging to the position of the sea god is only for the position of the sea god. After all, those creatures don't even know that the sea god they worship has changed. Therefore, after becoming the sea god, Dylan did not intend to let the world know. Because if that were the case, the faith that the people of the mainland had in him might very well turn into faith in the sea god. The power of faith was still very helpful for him in creating his own godhood, and Dylan could not give it up. After his initial contact with divine power, Dylan gained a better understanding of how to create his own divine position and how to use the power of faith for assistance. He believed that 100 years would be enough time for him to create his own godhood. Dylan was also determined to create his own godhood. After obtaining the power of the sea god, Dylan tried to use his one punch to the end, but it turned out that he could still use one punch to the end. Using his ninth spirit ring to unleash one punch to the end, he couldn't gather all the power into a single punch, but he had already mastered one punch to the end and could unleash it without going through the ninth spirit ring. By using this method, even at the end of his punch, he can still gather all the power in his body into one punch, which means he can also concentrate the power of the sea god into one punch. The power of that weapon still shocks Dylan to this day. That kind of destructive power could easily kill me instantly, so killing other gods of the same level would definitely be no problem for me as well. Therefore, his dragon fist still has great potential. Perhaps after he becomes a god with the dragon fist, he will be able to continue to defeat other gods who are of higher levels. Even a god king can be instantly killed. Dylan originally planned to return to the mainland after inheriting the position of sea god. However, he now felt that the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were no longer enough to help him quickly recover from the exhaustion of using one punch to the end. Previously, with the yin-yang well of ice and fire, he could recover quickly after using one punch to finish off his power. That won't work now. He felt that even with the energy of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, it would take him several days to recover. Fortunately, the yin-yang well of ice and fire is no longer viable, but the ocean can. Even Poseidon could harness the power of the sea, so it goes without saying that Dylan, now the god of the sea, could do so as well. Therefore, Dylan will not return for the time being, but will stay on Poseidon Island to cultivate. Master, when will you be able to revive me and Sister Shui? Once everything had stabilized, Hayote's spirit appeared before Dylan and cautiously inquired. As Hayote spoke, she also secretly glanced at Dylan. I want to see from Tilung's expression whether he really intends to resurrect them. Shui Di also appeared in front of Dilong, looking at him as well. Poseidon never appeared again. Now, Dylan has become the sea god. Besides being her man, Dylan is also her faith. She absolutely believes in Dylan. Let's talk about resurrecting you after I ascend to the realm of gods. That way, you can live directly in the realm of gods. You two are so beautiful, I'm waiting for you two to serve me together, I would never lie to you. Dylan looked at Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor and said with a smile. Upon hearing Dylan's words, both Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor blushed. Although they knew they couldn't escape Dylan's clutches, this was the first time he had told them so bluntly, which made them completely give up hope. However, once they realized that the other party was a deity, they felt no resistance at all. It was their good fortune to meet Tilung and even collaborate with him. Looking at the Hayote and Yukite palaces, which he could only admire but not touch, Dylan quickly began to miss his women. Poseidon was the only one who came with him this time. However, Poseidon has now sacrificed himself to help him begin the 9 trials of the sea god, and is currently in a soul state, unable to satisfy Dylan. Dylan had no choice but to arrange for Xiao Wu and the others to come to Poseidon Island. The two Holy Pillar Guardians, Seahorse Douluo and Sea Dragon Douluo, who were originally stationed on Sea God Island, were quickly recalled to the mainland by Dylan to help build the new world he had envisioned. The Sea Witch Douluo was switched back. Then Dylan's women and children were also brought to Poseidon Island by him. Of course, that's not all. Qian Runshui is still undergoing the divine examination. The bespectacled secretary is very good at managing the empire, and Dailong also asked her to continue to help manage the empire. The girl with glasses also really liked it. When Dylan first asked her to participate in managing the empire, the girl with glasses was overjoyed, and later became more proactive in serving Dylan. When she was first taken into Dylan's harem, she wasn't entirely willing. There's also Ning Dingling, who doesn't like a secluded island life. She really enjoyed visiting for a few days, but she didn't find it as interesting as leaving the 9 treasure glazed tile school. Dylan went with her. Anyway, his women still liked to go out, take risks, and fight, so Dylan let them go. All you need to do is come to Poseidon Island from time to time to serve him for a while. If you prefer a more stable lifestyle, you can simply stay on Poseidon Island. For example, Xiao Wu's mother, Aru, and Tang San's mother, A Yin, both of whom really enjoyed life on Sea God Island. It wasn't until 2 months later that Dylan left Poseidon Island and headed to Killing City. Because Dylan knew that Bibi Dong was about to appear. Just as Bibi Dong had been keeping a close eye on when Tang San and Yu Xiaoging would emerge from the City of Slaughter so she could ambush them, Dilong also had the Empire keep a close eye on Bibi Dong's training in the City of Slaughter. Therefore, Dylan was able to know in time that Bibi Dong was about to complete her 100-game winning streak in the Hell Slaughter arena. Buzz. After arriving in the City of Slaughter, Dylan went straight into the City of Slaughter. Even if he hadn't become the sea god yet, let alone now that he's a god, Dylan would have no problem entering the City of Slaughter. Because he is the god of slaughter in the City of Slaughter, someone who has passed the trials of the City of Slaughter, and can enter the City of Slaughter at any time. After arriving in the City of Slaughter, Dylan began to sense Bibi Dong's location. Chapter 231 Bibi Dong falls into Dilong's clutches again. Soon, Dylan's divine sense detected Bibi Dong's location. Right there in the hellish killing field. After arriving at the Hell Killing Arena, Dylan quickly saw Bibi Dong holding her 100th Hell Killing Arena match. He casually found a place to sit down and began to admire Bibi Dong at that moment. The sight of Bibi Dong before him was quite a surprise to Dylan. Because Bibi Dong on the killing field was completely different from the Bibi Dong of the past. She had an added decisiveness and ruthlessness that she hadn't shown before, and she had a bit of the style of later generations. Soon, with Dylan's approval, Bibi Dong quickly killed the other 9 fallen ones one by one. So strong. What an amazing woman. As expected of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he has truly achieved a 100-game winning streak. That was before. The current Pope of the Spirit Hall has long since changed. No way, Bibi Dong is still the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and Long Quan is just the acting Pope. What's there to compare? The current One-Punch Douluo is already the founding emperor of the Spirit Empire. He wouldn't even look at the position of Pope. Quote. The audience members were buzzing with discussion, and somehow the conversation drifted to Tilong. However, as the founding emperor of the Spirit Empire, and having eliminated 2 great empires to unify the Douluo continent, it is normal for Dilong to have unparalleled fame. Even in the isolated killing capital, Dylan's name was frequently mentioned. Because the killing city isn't truly isolated from the world, they just can't get out, and new fallen ones are constantly being sent in from outside. Little did they know that if they didn't leave now, they would become sacrifices to open the path to hell. The King of Slaughter appeared soon. After inquiring about Bibi Dong's choice, the path to hell soon began. Buzz. Ah. Don't want. Run. The original. Audience members quickly started crying and wailing, but it was no use, they were all sacrificed by the King of Slaughter. For some reason, despite the considerable number of killing gods that have emerged over the years, this matter has yet to be discovered by other fallen ones and has not spread throughout the City of Slaughter. This leads to later degenerates being unaware of this situation, resulting in them being harvested one crop after another, like leeks. However, it's understandable. The King of Slaughter certainly wouldn't let such a thing leak out, otherwise where would he get the sacrifices to open the path to hell? The path to hell was quickly opened, and Bibi Dong fell down. Dylan stopped looking and his figure quickly disappeared into the city of Slaughter. Throughout the entire ordeal, the King of Slaughter remained unaware of Dylan's presence. After leaving the city of Slaughter, Dylan waited for Bibi Dong at the exit. He believed that Bibi Dong would definitely be able to pass the test of the Hell Road and come out of it. This wait lasted for half a day. Buzz. Finally, at the center of the array at the exit, a white light flashed, and then Bibi Dong's figure was teleported out from the exit of the road to hell. However, Bibi Dong was unconscious when she came out. Bibi Dong, it's time for you to wake up. Dylan called out to Bibi Dong, using the penetrating power of his divine power to directly wake her from her coma. I succeeded. When Bibi Dong woke up, she was overjoyed. What? Didn't you notice me? Bibi Dong's expression changed instantly when a familiar male voice rang out. It's you, Dragon Fist. Bibi Dong turned to look at Dilong, and all her good mood vanished in an instant. Congratulations, Bibi Dong, you've completed your training in the City of Slaughter. How was it? Did you pass the Rakshasa God's divine test? Ignoring Bibi Dong's angry expression, Dylan greeted her warmly, as if she were an old friend, and asked her questions. When Bibi Dong heard Dylan reveal her purpose for coming to the City of Slaughter, she was initially terrified, but then she felt relieved. Since she remembered that Dylan was also a time traveler, it was normal for him to know that she might have obtained the Rakshasa God's inheritance from the City of Slaughter. Besides, Qian Runshui may have already accepted Dylan, and he can still learn about her situation from her. Dragon Fist, you're shameless. You actually seized my martial soul empire. So Bibi Dong didn't ask Dilong how he knew, nor did she answer his question. Instead, she started cursing at him. She had wanted to say those words for a long time. Establishing a martial soul empire should have been her job. That's because I know that the spirit empire you built ultimately failed, so I'll reluctantly take over this task. As you probably already know, not only were the Heaven-Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire destroyed, but even Sea God Island has now submitted to the Spirit Empire. Dylan laughed heartily. What? Poseidon Island has also submitted. How is this possible? Bibi Dong was surprised when she heard Dylan's words. She only knew that Dylan had accomplished the feat of unifying the continent, but the news of the conquest of Sea God Island had not yet reached the City of Slaughter, so she was unaware of it. Why not? Is Poseidon Island really that hard to deal with? Now that you're out here, anyone from the outside world can find out by asking. But there's no need for that. I'm here to take you to Poseidon Island. Once you've seen it, you'll understand. Dylan continued to laugh, and then in a flash, he appeared in front of Bibi Dong. You bastard, what do you want to do? Upon noticing Dylan's approach, Bibi Dong was immediately frightened and tried to back away. Swish tilde. Before she could retreat, Dylan grabbed her waist, leaving her with nowhere to go. With another push, Dylan pulled Bibi Dong directly into his arms. You bastard, you're asking for it. Bibi Dong was instantly enraged, her soul power surged, and the killing god domain uncontrollably erupted from her body. The God of Slaughter domain requires time to master, and Bibi Dong hasn't gotten used to it yet. Now, she's been provoked by Dilong, so naturally, it's out of control. Buzz. However, Bibi Dong's killing god domain was like a child tickling Dylan's itch. It had no effect whatsoever. Dylan completely ignored it. How is this possible? Bibi Dong was shocked, never expecting that the killing god domain she had worked so hard to obtain would have absolutely no effect on Dilong. Bibi Dong, you didn't expect this, did you? You've fallen into my hands again. I have been missing your body very much. Chapter 232 Bibi Dong temporarily submits. Dylan didn't rush back to Poseidon Island. Instead, he took Bibi Dong to a hotel in the nearest town and first indulged in the pleasures of Bibi Dong once more. This also allows Bibi Dong to relive the feeling of being controlled by him. Bibi Dong initially resisted fiercely, but soon gave in. Since you can't avoid it, you might as well cooperate and make yourself feel more comfortable. You bastard, not only did you steal my pope and the throne, but you also bullied me like this. Once I have enough power, I will definitely not let you go." After it was over, Bibi Dong said angrily to Di Lung, looking weak and listless. "You've lost your chance." Dylan touched Bibi Dong's large treasure and said with a smile. "You still haven't answered me. Have you passed the Rakshasa God's test? If you get it, there's still a sliver of hope for revenge. If not, then forget about it, because I've already taken Tang San's sea god position." Then Dylan directly told Bibi Dong the fact that he had become the sea god. "What? You stole Tang San's sea god position?" Upon hearing Dylan's words, Bibi Dong was immediately dumbfounded. She knew that Tilung was very capable and had great potential, but she never expected that he would achieve godhood so quickly. Buzz. Dylan didn't say anything, but simply released his own Poseidon power. Bibi Dong has memories of the future, so she immediately knew that Tilung had not lied to her and that he had truly achieved the position of sea god. This made Bibi Dong somewhat desperate. Does she still have any hope of revenge? She was motivated by the belief that she could become the Rakshasa god, while Dylan could not. Now, Dylan has achieved godhood first, but she has not received the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Yes, after leaving the city of slaughter, Bibi Dong did not pass the test for the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. She only has memories of her future self after becoming the Rakshasa god, so she has no idea how she obtained the Rakshasa god's inheritance test. She asked her daughter, Qian Runshui, but Qian Runshui didn't know either. Qian Runshui only knew how Bibi Dong initiated the 9th trial of the Rakshasa god. Before that, Bibi Dong completed all the trials herself, and no one knew about them. Only Bibi Dong herself knew the truth. So, she was already somewhat desperate because she couldn't find the Rakshasa god's inheritance in the city of slaughter. Now that she knows Dylan has achieved the position of sea god, she is naturally even more desperate. For a moment, Bibi Dong's eyes glazed over, deeply shocked. "Bibi Dong, I know you possess memories of the future, so you also know that Tang San and the others are your enemies. I can tell you definitively that I have already killed quite a few of the Shrek 7 devils. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong are now in my harem, just like you, and each of them has given birth to my child. Of the Shrek 7 devils, only Tang San is still missing. But Tang San, who no longer possesses the immortal herbs and the inheritance of the sea god, is no longer a threat. Qian Runshui will soon inherit the position of the angel god. Even if Tang San can obtain the inheritance of the Asura god, it will only be a divine position. With Qian Runshui and me together, killing him will be very easy. After Xiao Wu falls into my hands, Tang San will no longer have anyone who can connect with him on a spiritual level and share a godhood with him. He will no longer be able to possess the power of 2 godhoods. Besides, whether he can obtain the inheritance of the Asura god after losing the immortal herb is another matter entirely. When he shows up, I'll definitely help you kill him. And Tang Hao, isn't he also your enemy? He has now been killed by me, and his wife, Tang San's mother, Ah Yin, who should have belonged to him, has also been added to my harem. I've almost completely killed or dealt with your enemies. I've been pretty good to you, haven't I? So, for the sake of avenging you, you'll obediently stay by my side from now on, okay? You wouldn't want your daughter to lose her man, would you? You wouldn't want your precious granddaughter, Qian Ziyu, to lose her father, would you? Dylan looked at Bibi Dong, who was staring blankly, and comforted her precious darling while slowly speaking. He then revealed that he had already killed many of her enemies. After hearing Dylan's words, Bibi Dong's eyes immediately became much more lively. Hearing about what Dylan had done to the Shrek 7 devils, Bibi Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. Those damn Shrek 7 devils had finally met their match. She felt a great sense of relief at Tang Hao's death. In Bibi Dong's memories, she only knew that Tang Hao was also the one who ruined her unification plan and caused her a lot of trouble. After Tang San was killed by her, his body was only taken back because of Tang Hao, otherwise, Tang San would never have been able to be resurrected. She had no memory of Tang Hao severely injuring Qian Zunji, which gave her the opportunity to kill him. Therefore, She only felt hatred towards Tang Hao, and of course she was happy to hear that Tang Hao had been killed. Dylan's next words stirred up ripples in her heart. She had long regarded Qian Runshui as her closest family member, so she didn't want to see Qian Runshui sad. Now that Qian Runshui has already accepted Dilong and even become his queen, if she still insists on revenge, it will only make things difficult for Qian Runshui. Okay, I promise you. Knowing that revenge was hopeless, and because of Qian Runshui, Bibi Dong finally agreed. She told herself that this was a temporary surrender. It's also for my own better growth. If there's no future opportunity, she'll obediently be Dylan's woman. If she gets the chance, she will definitely take revenge. Very well, then show me your sincerity. Upon hearing this, Dylan burst into laughter. Yes, Your Majesty. Bibi Dong propped herself up, leaned over and gave Dylan a sweet laugh, then buried her head in her hands. Bibi Dong, who had just achieved a 100-game winning streak in the Hell Slaughter Arena, cleared the Hell Road to obtain the Killing God domain, and successfully emerged from the Slaughter City, was subdued by Dylan. While Bibi Dong submitted, she secretly regretted it. I should never have entered the Killing City in the first place. If she hadn't entered the City of Slaughter, she definitely wouldn't have let Dylan return to the Spirit Hall. The current martial Soul Empire was not founded by Dilong, but by Bibi Dong. Moreover, she worked hard for more than 2 years, but in the end she didn't even pass the Rakshasa God's divine test. It was a complete loss. However, when Bibi Dong returned to the Spirit Empire with Dilong and learned about Dilong's series of plans for the Spirit Empire, she was immediately shocked. Chapter 233 The older generation of angels, still retaining their charm. Abolish noble privileges. Under the rule of law, everyone is equal. Soul masters are punished the same as ordinary citizens for committing crimes. Strict control over all sects and academies. Promoting civil governance would allow those who lack power but possess wisdom and managerial talent to obtain the social status they deserve. Dylan even advised soul masters not to focus on improving their combat abilities, advocating that there should be other types of soul masters besides battle soul masters and support soul masters. For example, a life soul master can develop soul skills to improve their life. Soul skills shouldn't only be used for combat, they should also be used to help with things like planting, building, and crafting, bringing convenience to life. Each and every incident deeply shocked Bibi Dong. Dylan's various policies perfectly achieved everything she wanted to do. There are many things she wants to do in the future, but she doesn't know how to do many of them well. Now, after witnessing Dylan's transformation of the martial soul empire, she realized that there were other ways to manage an empire. Bibi Dong is so shocking. It's because the contrast between Dilong's behavior and her understanding of him is just too great. In her eyes, Dylan was an utterly wicked, shameless, and despicable person who was also incredibly lecherous, a complete villain. So she never imagined that Dylan could bring so many righteous changes to the empire. That's when she truly began to change her opinion of Dylan. Bibi Dong, are you coming with me to Sea God Island, or are you staying to participate in the management of the empire? Dylan finally asked Bibi Dong a question. I want to stay. Bibi Dong did not hesitate at all and chose to stay. Although she has now chosen to submit to Dylan, it is not entirely by choice. She does not want to be a mere ornament by Dylan's side, only to be played with by him. She prefers to realize her own value. Dylan naturally had no objections. She knew Bibi Dong's abilities well. He was overjoyed that Bibi Dong was willing to help him manage the empire and make it better and better. He wasn't in a hurry to return to Sea God Island, because after returning to the Spirit Empire, Dilong discovered that Qian Runshui's divine test was almost complete. Qian Runshui has already completed the previous 8 tests. Now, all that remains for Qian Runshui is the final, 9th test. Your Majesty, you've actually become the god of the sea. Great. Now Tang San is even less of a threat. Qian Runshui was overjoyed to learn that Dilong had become the sea god. Silly girl, you'll be here soon too. Dylan patted Qian Runshui's head and said with a smile. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Qian Runshui hesitated. She also wanted to complete the 9 tests of the angel god and become an angel god, but she hoped even more that her grandfather would sacrifice himself. Are you worried about your grandfather? Haha, you really don't need to worry about that at all. When Dylan saw Qian Runshui's appearance, he immediately laughed and then told her that Qian Dalu's soul could still be preserved so that he could be resurrected in the God realm in the future. Real. Qian Runshui was overjoyed. She hadn't expected such a thing to exist. Then she wouldn't have to worry about her grandfather actually dying. Of course, why would I lie to you? Dylan nodded slightly, and then summoned Poseidon's soul form. Qian Runshui, what His Majesty said is true, and I am the only example. Poseidon looked at Qian Runshui and said seriously. Very good. Upon seeing Poseidon's personal account, Qian Runshui was overjoyed. She has always resisted accepting the inheritance of the angel god because she is afraid that her grandfather, Qian Dalu, will sacrifice himself again. Now that she knew that Qian Dalu would not truly die after his sacrifice, but could be resurrected, Qian Runshui no longer resisted. Afterwards, Tilung took Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong to celebrate together. This celebration marks Bibi Dong's return from the city of slaughter, Qian Runshui's completion of the previous 8 trials, and Dilong's attainment of the sea god's position. The way to celebrate, of course, was Dylan's favorite, playing cards. Playing cards with 3 people is the most fun. After the celebration, Dylan led Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui to the hall of worship. Lord Poseidon, congratulations. I have become the new sea god. When Qian Dalu saw Dilong, he immediately stood up and congratulated him. No one told him, but he already knew that Dylan had inherited the position of sea god. You're too kind, High Priest. After today, Qian Runshui will also become a deity. Dylan responded with a faint smile. Then we'll take your Majesty's good wishes. Qian Dalu said excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Xiaoshui, shall we begin your 9th test? Are you ready? Then Qian Dalu looked at Qian Runshui and asked her seriously. I'm ready, Grandpa. Qian Runshui already knew that her grandfather would not truly die, so she had no more reservations. Alright, let's begin the 9th trial of the angel god. Qian Dalu nodded, then looked at Dilong and asked, Your Majesty, are you and Bibi Dong going to watch from here? Qian Runshui is my woman, and also the mother of my daughter, so of course I have to stand by and watch. Dylan said it as a matter of course. Yes, Your Majesty. Then after Xiaoshui, I will leave it to His Majesty. Qian Dalu nodded. He certainly wouldn't dare disobey Dylan, the new sea god. Boom. Subsequently, Qian Dalu began to help Qian Runshui begin the 9th trial of the angel god. After Qian Dalu sacrificed himself, the 9th trial of the angel god was finally activated. The true angel god inheritance space appeared, and Qian Runshui was pulled into it to begin her 9th trial. Dylan and Bibi Dong were outside, so they couldn't see anything. However, that's for ordinary people. If Dylan wants to see it, there's no problem. Swish tilde. Dylan's figure flashed and he directly entered the inheritance space of the angel god. However, Dylan did not disturb Qian Runshui, but instead came to a stunningly beautiful woman who exuded a holy aura. Junior Dylan greets senior angel god. Dylan approached the other person and spoke with a hint of respect. Looking at the angel god before him, a hint of amazement flashed in Dylan's eyes. This angel who created her own angelic position was no less beautiful or slender than any of the previous women. Neither Bibi Dong nor Poseidon are as good as the angel god before them. The angel god before them not only rivaled Bibi Dong and Poseidon in physique and appearance, but also surpassed them in her superior aura. Chapter 234 The Taste of the First Angel God. Greetings, Angel God. I am the new sea god. Dylan glanced at the angel a few times before taking the initiative to greet him. I know you. The angel looked at Dylan before him with a cryptic expression. She never expected that the sea god would actually pass on the divine position to her before she could. She and Poseidon were once close friends who fought side by side, but they parted ways due to differences in their ideals. She did not agree with the sea god's ideas, and the sea god did not agree with her ideas either. So after they parted ways, she tried her best to prove herself. As it turned out, her idea was correct, so she created her own divine position and became an angel god at a very young age. She firmly believed she had won back then, but unexpectedly, hundreds of years later, the sea god also successfully created his own divine position and became the sea god. Although both of them successfully created their own divine positions, after arriving in the realm of gods, the angel god and the sea god did not reconcile. They were still secretly competing with each other. The two were secretly competing to choose a suitable successor to pass on the divine position. They all wanted to be the first to pass on the divine position. Originally, after the emergence of such an outstanding descendant as Qian Runshui, she thought she could win this time. Little did anyone know, the sea god found a newcomer with immense potential, Dylan, from who knows where. After undergoing the sea god's 9 trials, Dylan completed them in such a short time and obtained the position of sea god. Therefore, the angel god was somewhat displeased to see Dylan, who had inherited the position of sea god, appear. Furthermore, she also knew that the successor she had chosen, Qian Runshui, was still Dylan's woman. "It is my honor that even the angel god knows me," Dylan replied with a smile. "You're here to see Qian Runshui's divine test, right? Then just watch closely." The angel god spoke indifferently, indicating that he was unwilling to say too much to Dylan. "It's already quite good that she didn't drive Dylan away. Angel god, may I ask why you gods pass down your divine positions?" Dylan pretended not to see it and asked the angel god in a questioning manner. Of course he knew why, he just wanted to find something to talk about. There are several reasons why the gods in the divine realm are keen to pass on their divine positions. The 2 most important reasons are that being a god for a long time can be tedious and boring. Another reason is the desire to explore the unknown in higher dimensions. Of course, there are also some deities who are unwilling to give up their divine positions and wish to occupy them forever, while also allowing their relatives and friends to occupy more divine positions. The future Tang San, the God King, is the best among them. "It's nothing, I just want to pursue higher goals," the angel god said calmly. As expected of an angel god, he never forgets to pursue a higher realm. Dylan immediately praised it. And so, while Dylan tried to find topics to chat about with the angel god, he watched as Qian Runshui completed her 9th angel god test. After a series of tests, Qian Runshui finally passed the 9th test. Buzz. Then the angel god appeared before Qian Runshui and passed on his divine position to her. Dylan watched the whole thing, and Qian Runshui didn't notice his presence. Dylan didn't want to anger the angel god, so he just watched quietly. Besides being concerned about Qian Runshui, Dylan also wanted to see if the angel god's strength had changed after passing on the divine position. Dylan hadn't had time to observe the old sea god before. Ning Rongrong and the others were unaware of this situation, because none of them had any experience in passing on the divine position. After observing closely, Dylan discovered that after the angel god passed on his divine position to Qian Runshui, the power within her did indeed change slightly. She didn't become weaker. She simply lost her divine position and was no longer connected to the divine realm. The divine realm had lost her place. Even after losing her divine position, her power remained at the divine level, but she was no longer a deity. They no longer enjoy endless life. The endless life possessed by gods is not obtained through cultivation, but is bestowed by the so-called divine realm. However, conversely, once one becomes a deity in the divine realm, obtains a divine position, or creates one's own divine position and places it within the divine realm, one must make sacrifices for the divine realm and remain bound to it for life. Unless one relinquishes their divine position and passes it on to another. Otherwise, they would have to work for the gods forever. Dylan didn't know whether to say that the angel's choice was clever or foolish. It's just helping the divine realm with some tasks, what's wrong with that? In any case, if given the choice, Dylan would definitely choose to hold on to his divine position and live a carefree life in the divine realm. However, Dylan also knew that this was just his current thought. In the future, after he has been in his divine position for a long time, he may also find it boring and thus choose to pass on his divine position. After Qian Runshui inherited the position of the angel god, she was quickly sent away from the inheritance space. Soon, Only the angel god and Dylan remained inside. Dylan felt a little regretful, but he also knew that it was time for him to leave. After seeing the angel goddess, he developed some feelings for her, which is why he started a conversation with her. But now that the angel god's position has been passed down, the other party will definitely have to leave as well. And also leave this divine realm, including all the worlds covered by this divine realm. What? You don't want me to leave? When the angel saw Dylan's expression, he suddenly smiled. Yes, I'm a little reluctant to part with it. Dylan gave an awkward smile. I think what you really care about is my health, isn't it? Angel God said in an annoyed tone. T-Lung, exposed, could only manage an awkward, dry laugh. It was a pleasure chatting with you. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Today I have successfully passed on the divine position, and I am finally able to leave. Since you're a witness, little one, I'll give you a reward. As the angel spoke, he walked towards Dylan. Dylan stared blankly, momentarily shocked and bewildered. What did the angel god mean by this? Soon, Dylan understood what the angel god meant. He was actually reverse pushed by the angel god. However, Dylan quickly realized what was going on. Although he didn't know why the first angel god was willing to grant his lustful desires, it didn't matter, and he didn't care why. He was only thinking about retaliating now. Soon, in the inheritance space of the angel god, a fierce battle unfolds between the angel god and the sea god. This was a clash between gods, and it was extremely intense. Chapter 235 Unforgettable. After a fierce battle, the first angel god has left, leaving Dylan with endless memories. Oh, and there are photos too. It was taken secretly by Dylan when he had some free time. Angel goddess did see it, but she didn't care. I don't know if they're unaware of the novelty of photos, or if they simply don't care. Anyway, T-Lung did take the photos. Admiring the various beautiful photos of the first angel in different poses, Dylan still felt that he needed to pick up the great cause of photography again. But that's all in the future. After putting the photos away, T-Lung found Qian Runshui. Damn it, how could you villain, become the sea god first? I was planning to teach you a lesson after I became a god. When Qian Runshui met Dilong, she knew that Dilong had inherited the position of sea god. While she was happy for Dilong, she was also somewhat disappointed. She accepted Dylan, but that doesn't stop her from settling scores with T-Lung. But now that she saw that Dylan had also become a god, Qian Runshui knew that her plan had failed. No, I still want to test your abilities, you scoundrel. Let's have a fight. However, Qian Runshui was still furious and wanted to fight Dilong. She thought that with her future experience, she was already able to skillfully control the power of her angelic god even after becoming a god. Although Dylan ascended to godhood faster than her, it was his first time becoming a deity, and his mastery of divine power was certainly not as great as hers. So she still has a chance to defeat Dylan. Alright, let's have a fight then. But just having a simple fight is too boring, let's have a wager. Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately agreed. He also wanted to try his hand at fighting other gods. The fierce battle with the first angel god doesn't count. You bastard, what kind of prize do you want? Qian Runshui agreed. If I win, you have to retake all those photos, and you can't stop me from taking pictures of other people anymore. Dylan chuckled. You. Qian Runshui glared at Dilong in shame and anger upon hearing this. She never expected that this bastard Dilong would still be thinking about taking pictures. It seems the other person has a serious obsession with taking photos. However, precisely because of this, Qian Runshui was inexplicably moved when she thought about how Dilong had been willing to destroy those photos for her sake. Alright, I can agree, but the battle cannot take place at sea. Qian Runshui then agreed. Also, if I win, I want you to be my slave for a month, doing whatever I want. Qian Runshui then stated her demands if she won. No problem, I agree. Dylan laughed and readily agreed. Alright, I'll open up the battlefield. Upon hearing Dylan's agreement, Qian Runshui immediately drew her angel sword and slashed at the void. Buzz. Qian Runshui created an alternate dimension similar to a space for inheritance. There were no living beings inside, only emptiness, making it perfect for serving as a battlefield. Both Dylan and Qian Runshui are deities. If they were to fight in the outside world, it could easily cause chaos and affect innocent people. This ability is not unusual. Even the dark demon tiger possesses the ability to pull enemies into the battlefield of another dimension, so it's not surprising that Qian Runshui can master such an ability. Swish swish tilde tilde. Then Qian Runshui and Dilong entered the alternate dimension together. Divine skill. Holy light illuminates. Divine skill. Sun holy sword. Divine skill. Angelic hexagram. Quote. In the alternate dimension, Qian Runshui quickly launched an attack on Dilong, skillfully unleashing various divine techniques and striking him one by one. The realm of the sea god. The vast ocean leaves no trace. The golden 13 halberds. Quote. In response to Qian Runshui's attacks, Dilong also used various divine skills to deal with them. Boom boom boom. A fierce battle quickly broke out between the two. In other words, if the battle between the two were outside the interdimensional battlefield, the commotion would be immense. Dylan had to admit that, compared to himself, Qian Runshui was indeed more skilled at using divine power. Therefore, in his battle with Qian Runshui, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Dragon Fist, just wait and see, you'll be my servant for a month. Qian Runshui became more and more excited as she fought, because she saw hope of defeating Dilong. Xiaoshui, let's talk about this after you actually defeat me. But I advise you to prepare yourself mentally and get ready to help me retake those photos. Dylan laughed heartily upon hearing this. Although he was slightly inferior to Qian Runshui in the use of divine power. But he still has a trump card up his sleeve. Ring detonation. Boom. Dylan first unleashed his soul ring explosion technique, blasting all 19 of his soul rings apart in one go. Suddenly, the divine power within Dylan doubled. That's right. It's only one time. After becoming a god, the power boost that the exploding ring could bring to Dylan was far less than before. In other words, Dylan's spirit rings are all of very high quality, with some being hundreds of thousands of years old, and one of them even being nearly 1,000,000 years old. Otherwise, after all the spirit rings explode, there might not even be a 100% increase in power. The ring exploded, damn it. After Qian Runshui noticed the change in Dilong's power, she immediately felt annoyed and nervous. Is it really impossible for me to defeat Dylan? Fortunately, Qian Runshui gradually managed to suppress Dilong by skillfully using her divine power. Dylan was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that Qian Runshui would have such strength. Alright, Xiaoshui, now I'm going to get serious. After feeling the pressure from Qian Runshui, Dylan finally took it seriously. Having tested his own strength and the use of his divine skills, Dylan no longer intended to play along with Qian Runshui. Otherwise, he'll mess things up. If he continues fighting, his divine power will be completely exhausted. He must take advantage of his remaining divine power to unleash the final punch and defeat Qian Runshui. One punch to the end. Boom. After speaking, Dylan immediately unleashed his dragon fist, concentrating all his divine power into it. What? You can still use your 9th soul skill. Qian Runshui was immediately stunned upon seeing it. She truly hadn't expected that Dylan's 9th soul skill could actually gather divine power into a single punch. Damn it, I give up. Sensing the destructive power gathered in Dilonglong's fist, Qian Runshui gritted her teeth and cursed angrily before helplessly admitting defeat. Chapter 236. The photos have been taken again. After Qian Runshui conceded defeat, the alternate dimensional battlefield that she had originally created was quickly repurposed. What was originally a contest of soul power has become a contest of physical strength. In this area, boys are naturally much weaker than girls. Fortunately, Dylan is the sea god and has a lot of physical strength, so he eventually won against Qian Runshui on this battlefield. Of course, during the battle, Dylan also made sure that Qian Runshui kept her promise and took various photos of her in battle. Xiaoshui, for now, don't let the outside world know about your ascension to godhood. After it was over, Dylan said to Qian Runshui. Why? Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui immediately glared at Dilong with hostility. Because I want to create my own godhood. Dylan didn't hide anything and revealed that although he had inherited the position of the sea god, he still planned to create his own godhood. In that case, Dylan would really need the power of faith. Therefore, it is necessary for Qian Runshui to conceal the fact that she has become a god. Otherwise, once the world knows that Qian Runshui has become the new generation of angel god, she will definitely steal a large amount of faith power from them. That wouldn't be very friendly to Dylan. You actually want to create your own godhood. When Qian Runshui learned of Dilong's plan, she was immediately stunned. She knew the difference between creating one's own divine position and inheriting one's own. The former was far more difficult. And since they've already become gods, is it really necessary for them to create their own divine positions? Alright, then I'll keep my ascension to godhood a secret. In the end, Qian Runshui agreed to Dilong's request. She wanted to see if Dylan could actually succeed. Anyway, concealing the information wouldn't really cost her anything. She was already an angel goddess. It's just that he can't show off his divine powers in front of others. Upon returning to the Spirit Empire, Bibi Dong was naturally happy to see that Qian Runshui had inherited the position of angel god. But the thought of not being able to inherit the Rakshasa god's legacy made him feel somewhat disappointed. She had no idea how to complete her path to godhood. Bibi Dong never believed that her talent was inferior to others. But now, she is truly somewhat lost. They cannot see the path to godhood. Mom, there's no need for you to be in such a hurry. You're still young, and you'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. And both Dragon Fist and I will help you. With your talent, Mother, you will definitely be able to inherit the legacy of some deity in the future. After noticing Bibi Dong's confusion, Qian Runshui took the initiative to comfort her. Quote. Bibi Dong was somewhat comforted, but mostly speechless. I'm still young. Then you're still my daughter, aren't you even younger? Being comforted by my own daughter always feels somewhat ironic. However, Bibi Dong did not blame Qian Runshui, knowing that Qian Runshui genuinely cared about her. That's right, Xiaoshui is right, you don't need to be in such a hurry. And even if you really don't have a divine position, Xiaoshui can take you to the realm of gods. Then you can cultivate on your own, or directly find those gods. They just don't know about your talent. Once they do, plenty of gods will be willing to seek you out. Dylan agreed from the side. He was also happy to see Bibi Dong become a god later. Of all the women, Bibi Dong was the one that Dylan felt was the most difficult to control. The later she became a god, the happier Dylan was. It would be even better if one could not become a god. But as Dylan said, with Bibi Dong's talent, it was only a matter of time before she was chosen by the gods. Especially after Qian Runshui, the angel god, became the bridge. Alright, let's not talk about those unpleasant things now. 2. Celebrate Xiaoshui and I both becoming gods. Shouldn't the three of us have a proper celebration? Let's play 3-player poker. To prevent Bibi Dong from overthinking, Dylan decided to help her forget her troubles. So soon, Dylan pulled Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui together to celebrate. Dylan didn't forget to take pictures of their joyful celebration. After that, Dylan filmed all the women in the Spirit Empire, including the bespectacled secretary and Ning Dingaling. The bespectacled secretary was being photographed for the first time, and she was so shy that Tilung couldn't help but show her extra affection several times. Of course, this is also the first time the Sea Witch has been photographed. However, the Sea Witch is still on Poseidon Island, and it's not her turn yet. Dylan spent some time enjoying himself in the Spirit Empire, inspecting and patching up any shortcomings in its operations. He discovered that his women and subordinates were doing a great job, as evidenced by his ever-increasing faith power. After realizing he no longer needed to put in the effort, Dylan returned to Poseidon Island. Then, immediately, Tilung went and took back all the previously destroyed art photos from them. Of course, the Sea Witch's part is to be added. After a period of absurdity, Dylan finally focused on cultivating his self-created divine position. After initial unification and integration, the Martial Soul Empire gave birth to a competition. The Continental Soul Master Tournament. This is a new competition. The previous Soul Master competition was just the Pan-Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Elite competition. All participants are Soul Masters from Advanced Soul Master Academies. Other people cannot participate. Although the event was sensational and exciting, too few people participated. Dylan felt it wasn't entertaining enough, so he launched this new competition. The purpose is to enrich the spiritual world of the Empire's citizens. This continent-wide Soul Master Tournament is open to all Soul Masters, except for trainee Soul Masters below level 10. Trainee Soul Masters don't even have soul rings, and basically no soul skills either, so there's no point in them participating. Only those who obtain a spirit ring can be considered true spirit masters. This competition is divided into many tracks. There are individual competitions and team competitions. Each level has its own champion, and champions of lower levels can challenge champions of higher levels. There is no age limit. All Soul Masters who meet the required level can participate. Those so-called geniuses who want to prove they are geniuses can participate in genius competitions. In short, this competition was the first event held since the establishment and unification of the Martial Soul Empire, and it was a grand and unprecedented event. The rewards for the competition are also very generous. Therefore, the moment this competition was announced, it instantly ignited the passion of the entire continent. Even the women on Sea God Island were getting restless, all clamoring to participate in the unprecedented Soul Master competition and contribute to the excitement of the event. Even Yin and Xiaowu said they wanted to go. Dylan didn't stop them and let them go. Dylan also believed that with their talent, they would definitely stand out and become known to the people of the Empire. Chapter 237 Tang San. She's my Xiaowu. The Soul Master competition is in full swing. As the preliminary and qualifying rounds continue across various regions, outstanding Soul Masters emerge and gain fame throughout the Soul Master world. Of Dylan's women, apart from Ning Dingaling and Ning Rongrong, who were support-type Soul Masters and could only participate in team competitions, the other women all displayed their unique talents in individual competitions and gained a great deal of fame. After consuming the immortal herb given to her by Di Long, Zhu Zuqing, despite no longer receiving the assistance of the Divine Trial, is now a level 66 Soul Emperor. In addition, she was once the god of speed, and her mastery of soul power and soul skills is unparalleled. In individual competitions at the Soul Emperor level, there is basically no one who can rival her. Xiaowu is the same. At the Soul Saint level, she has almost no rivals. Yin also shone brightly in the competition, showing the world of Soul Masters the power of blue-silver grass for the first time. Yin's blue-silver grass doesn't follow the offensive type, instead, it combines healing and control. Its powerful vitality gives it incredible resilience, making it virtually impossible for anyone to break free once it's entangled, because it's extremely difficult to destroy. The rate at which it is destroyed cannot keep up with the rate at which blue-silver grass can heal itself. This can be considered another kind of indestructibility. Lingyu and Douluo, Xiaobai, and the Sea Witch also participated in the title Douluo level competition, but unfortunately, they were just going through the motions. Even at the title Douluo level, their strength is not considered top tier. In short, this event was very exciting. Dylan could truly feel that his faith power was increasing every day. This is because people feel the happiness brought by a stable life, and they have a greater recognition of the Martial Soul Empire and its founding emperor. Everyone was happy. This includes Tang San, who has already fallen into the status of an evil spirit master. It's Xiaowu. It really is my Xiaowu. Xiaowu is still alive, I'm so glad. And Mom, and Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, they're still alive too, that's wonderful. How could Tang San not know about this unprecedented Soul Master competition? So he paid attention to it. He didn't participate, nor did he dare to. He had only been following the competition with a sliver of hope, hoping to see if he could spot someone he knew. He just didn't expect that he would actually see it. Not only Xiaowu, whom he cared about most, but also his mother, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong, all participated in the competition. Tang San was incredibly excited after receiving their message. Xiao Wu, A Yin, Zhu Zuqing. These women are all so strong. Yes, they're all amazing, and more importantly, they're so beautiful. I wish I could marry one and take her home as my wife. Quote. Around Tang San, many viewers watching the live broadcast were also discussing Xiao Wu and the others. Tang San's face immediately turned cold after hearing their discussion. These damn things, how dare they covet her lover and family? Tang San, who had already fallen into evil ways, almost couldn't resist killing everyone here, for daring to desecrate the people he cared about. Fortunately, Tang San quickly calmed down and realized that they were just talking and fantasizing, which was only human nature and there was no need to take it too seriously. More importantly, he learned that Xiao Wu and the others were still alive. This is the most important thing to him. Shish tilde, shut up. These women are not for you to covet. Do you even know who they are? At this moment, someone immediately spoke up, interrupting the discussion, looking as if they had been frightened. What? Do these beautiful women have any other identities? Tell us quickly. If their identities aren't simple, we definitely won't dare to say anything more. Quote. Upon hearing that person's words, the people who had spoken earlier immediately began to ask follow-up questions. If I told you, you'd be scared to death. The women you were just talking about are all His Majesty Dragon Fist's concubines. They are all One-Punch Douluo's women. The man didn't hide anything. He didn't want to be implicated because of these people's audacity, so he quickly revealed what he knew about Xiao Wu and the others' identities. Boom! As soon as that person finished speaking, the scene instantly erupted in excitement. Everyone was stunned. However, the one who caused the soul power to tremble at the scene was not those people, but Tang San. Buzz! The killing god domain erupted from Tang San's body, instantly turning his eyes bloodshot. What did you say? Xiao Wu and the others are all concubines of the Dragon Fist. Tang San appeared in front of the man in an instant, immediately subdued him, and began interrogating him. Tang San didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. That was suppressed anger and fear. He never expected that after finally seeing Xiao Wu's mother, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong, he would immediately receive such news. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him completely stunned. How is that possible? How could you do that? Xiao Wu is his wife. Ai Yin is his mother. Zhu Zuqing is the wife of his brother Dai Mubai. And Ning Rongrong is also Oscar's wife. How could they possibly be Dylan's concubines? Tang San was completely unable to accept this reality. Leaving aside Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, these two women were, after all, his brother's wives, not his own, so he didn't care that much about them. But Xiao Wu and a Yin won't do. Especially Xiao Wu, who is his most beloved wife. It's true. They really are all His Majesty's beloved concubines. Everyone in any slightly larger city knows. The man was subdued by Tang San and immediately looked terrified. He didn't know who the person in front of him was, but that murderous look in their eyes was terrifying. It's as if someone did something to wrong him. Impossible, you're lying. Xiao Wu is my wife, and a Yin is my mother. How could they possibly be Long Quan's concubines? You're lying, I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing the other party confirm again, Tang San was immediately enraged, his eyes contorted with rage. Enraged, Tang San killed the man in his hand. Ah, murder. This man is insane, we have to run. Those around him, seeing that Tang San had actually killed someone, exclaimed in shock and turned to run away. You deserve to die too. Tang San has already started killing, so naturally he won't let anyone else go. These people have been talking about Xiao Wu and the others quite a bit just now. So they deserve to die. Chapter 238 Discovering Tang San. In this remote town, there weren't any decent big shots at the broadcast. So Tang San, blinded by rage, quickly killed everyone there. This was his way of venting his anger. The mere thought that Xiao Wu had become Di Long's concubine caused him unbearable heartache and made him want to destroy everything. 8 spider lances, Devour. Tang San looked at the corpses scattered on the ground with a cold expression. Without hesitation, he summoned the 8 spider lances to devour the corpses. By this point, he no longer cared whether devouring humans was a bad thing. All he can think about now is becoming stronger as quickly as possible so that he can take Xiaowu and her mother back from the Spirit Empire. They must not have become Dylan's concubines willingly. They must have been suffering in the palace, and he wanted to rescue them. He would also help Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong if he had the spare capacity. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing have already become that bastard Long Quan's concubines, and what about Oscar and Dai Mubai? Is he already dead? Then Tang San remembered Oscar and Dai Mubai. Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai had appeared together in the Soul Master competition. Now that Zhu Zuqing has become Di Long's concubine, Dai Mubai's fate is predictable. And the Oscars too. He believed that Oscar, like him, would never stand by and watch his wife become someone else's concubine, and would try to save her even if it meant death. Therefore, Tang San was able to deduce that Oscar and Dai Mubai had likely encountered some trouble. And Ma Hongjun, he should have been very happy to learn that Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong were still alive. However, the thought that Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong survived only by submitting to Di Long and becoming his women made Tang San feel no joy at all. He truly hadn't expected them to be such despicable women. Why didn't they die with Dai Mubai and Oscar? Did they no longer love them? However, Tang San quickly stopped thinking about the two of them. He cared more about Xiaowu and his mother, A Yin. They certainly didn't become Dai Long's concubines voluntarily. They were definitely forced into it. He must rescue them. He must become stronger quickly. Slaughter City. A resolute glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. Previously, he did not want to devour human soul masters for cultivation. He wanted to maintain his bottom line and only devour soul beasts. But now that it has begun to devour humans, it no longer cares. Then let's go to the city of slaughter and devour our fill. That place is full of soul masters, which is enough for him to quickly improve his strength. His teacher, Yu Xiaogang, was able to break through to the title douluo level in such a short time, so he certainly can too. Therefore, Tang San stopped paying attention to the Soul Master competition and went directly to the City of Slaughter. After Tang San cleared the City of Slaughter, he also obtained the title of God of Slaughter and possessed the God of Slaughter domain, which allowed him to freely enter and exit the City of Slaughter. Furthermore, the rules of the Killing City that restrict the use of soul skills no longer apply to him. In order to improve his strength more quickly, Tang San began a massacre as soon as he entered the City of Slaughter. Of course, Tang San also took care to hide himself and not expose himself to the King of Slaughter so quickly. After devouring the fallen ones, Tang San's cultivation level indeed began to improve significantly. Before long, Tang San broke through level 80 and became a soul douluo. After absorbing his 8th spirit ring, Tang San returned to the City of Slaughter to continue his training by killing people. The news that a serial killer had appeared in the Killing City quickly spread throughout the city. The King of Slaughter was naturally enraged. Whether it was Tang San's good luck or the incompetence of the King of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter still couldn't capture Tang San even after Tang San's cultivation level reached 90. After reaching level 90, Tang San immediately returned to the outside world to absorb his 9th spirit ring. Buzz. At the same time that Tang San officially became a 9-ring titled douluo, a divine thought suddenly descended upon Tang San. It is the legacy of the Rakshasa god. Tang San was immediately surprised after sensing that divine thought. He never expected that even in his current state, a divine trial would still befall him, and it would be the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Shouldn't that be Bibi Dong's divine test? Could it be that Bibi Dong failed the test for inheriting the Rakshasa god's legacy this time? I accept. However, Tang San didn't want to think about why anymore. After sensing that divine thought asking him if he was willing to accept the divine test, Tang San agreed without hesitation. He might have looked down on the power of the Rakshasa god in the past, but now he is no longer picky about anything. As long as it's a divine test, that's fine. Boom. After Tang San chose to accept the test, the divine trial finally descended upon him completely. After undergoing the 9 trials of the Rakshasa god, Tang San finally understood why he hadn't been discovered by the King of Slaughter during his time in the City of Slaughter. It turns out that the Rakshasa god was secretly helping them. The reason why the Rakshasa god Dylan chose him is quite simple. Because his heart was dark enough, which matched his attributes, and he also had certain talents. He had even participated in killing a powerful person with a title douluo cultivation level and a 6-winged angel martial soul. The Rakshasa god had originally chosen others as well. Anyone who has ever obtained the god of slaughter domain is actually within his selection. Besides seeking revenge against the god of Asura, he was also trying to steal people from the god of Asura. To inherit his divine position, one needs not only talent and ability, but also more malice. Although the Asura god is also a god of evil, the Asura god's divine power can eliminate emotions, so the successor does not need to possess much evil. But his is no good, his successor must possess enough malice. Therefore, Tilong was immediately ruled out by him. Although Dylan was evil enough, he felt it wasn't enough. Bibi Dong had enough evil thoughts in her heart, but after she submitted to Di Lung, she was also eliminated by him. There was also Yu Shaogang before, who was actually among his choices. The evil intent carried by the other party was no less than that of Tang San Xiaonao, and was even more intense. Moreover, Yu Shaogang's martial spirit is evil enough. Unfortunately, the opponent had just become a title douluo and was killed before he could undergo the divine test. So in the end, he chose Tang San. Tang San did not disappoint him and quickly completed the first 8 trials of the Rakshasa god's 9 trials. When it came to the 9th test, Tang San faced the same dilemma as Bibi Dong in the future. Fortunately, Tang San had memories of the future and already had a reference answer. He directly chose to activate the ancient soul-devouring array in the City of Slaughter, preparing to sacrifice the entire City of Slaughter to begin his 9th trial. What Tang San didn't know was that Di Long already knew about all the anomalies in the City of Slaughter. Chapter 239 Tang San, Dragon Fist, Qian Runshui, what brings you here? A serial killer has appeared in the Killing City. When Dylan received this message, he found it somewhat amusing. In that Killing City, when does anyone not die? Every fallen person can be a serial killer. It wasn't until he learned more about it that Dylan realized it wasn't as simple as he had thought. Using soul masters for devouring and cultivation. Could it be that Yu Shaogang is still alive? Impossible. Yu Shaogang is completely gone. After learning about it, the first person Dylan thought of was Yu Shaogang, because the last person to devour soul masters on such a large scale was Yu Shaogang. However, Yu Shaogang was quickly ruled out by Ti Lung, because he had killed Yu Shaogang, and he knew better than anyone that Yu Shaogang was completely dead. That person in the Slaughter City could absolutely not be Yu Shaogang. It's Yu Shaogang. It must be him. As a righteous angel, it is my duty to vanquish evil. Qian Runshui, however, recognized Yu Shaogang and prepared to go to the City of Slaughter to kill him. She had wanted to kill Yu Shaogang for a long time, but she had been busy with the divine test and hadn't had time to deal with him. Then go ahead and kill him. That person's life or death is none of my business anymore. Bibi Dong had no objection to this at all. She no longer cares about Yu Shaogang at all. Ever since she first learned about Yu Shaogang's alleged prostitution, he had lost all place in her heart. She now occasionally thinks back to him, and feels ashamed that she once liked someone like that. That kind of trash is even worse than Dylan. I'd like to see who it is too. Let me go with you. While you're at it, destroy the Slaughter City. The Spirit Empire doesn't need a prison like the Slaughter City anymore. Dylan said to Qian Runshui. We don't need the Killing City anymore. Why? Isn't that the best place to imprison criminals? Qian Runshui was surprised when she heard Di Long's words. Even Bibi Dong couldn't help but look at Di Long. The Killing City is indeed hell for many criminals, but it's also a good place to punish them. But for those powerful individuals, the Killing City is their paradise. Locking up such criminals will not have any punitive effect whatsoever. Since it's a prison, every criminal should be treated fairly. We can't allow some criminals to go unpunished and continue to live freely. The Empire can simply rebuild the prison for criminals, if one isn't enough, build more. There's no need for the killing city to exist. And as you all know, the legacy of the Asura god is in the city of slaughter. If we destroy the city of slaughter, then no one will be able to obtain the legacy from it, right? If we can't have it, then no one else can. Dylan slowly began to explain. The last reason is the real reason why Dylan wanted to destroy the killing city. Yes, we can't let the inheritance of the Asura god fall into the hands of others. We still haven't found Tang San. If we destroy the city of slaughter, the god of Asura's trial shouldn't come, right? Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong both agreed with Dylan's words. I just don't know if it's too late to destroy Slaughter City now, since Tang San has already cleared Slaughter City. However, in any case, destroying the killing city is a good thing. Just as Dylan said, a prison should look like a prison, not a paradise for the powerful. Then you can go. If it really is Yu Shaogang, just kill him. I'm not going. Bibi Dong then spoke to Dylan and Qian Runshui. She no longer cared about Yu Shaogang, but she also didn't want to kill him with her own hands. So Dylan and Qian Runshui set off together for the city of slaughter. Since they were both already gods, the restriction on using soul skills in the city of slaughter naturally had no effect on them. When they arrived in the killing city, they found it in chaos for some unknown reason. There was killing everywhere. The people inside seemed to have all gone mad, killing each other. The corpses on the ground were absorbed and swallowed up by the ground after they died. It's an ancient devouring formation. Under the influence of the formation, these people have all lost control. Qian Runshui was surprised when she saw this. She recognized that her mother had used this formation before. It shouldn't have such power. It's because places like the city of slaughter naturally possess malevolent energy, and the combination of this energy with the array caused everyone here to lose control. Dylan said with a smile. He still understands her better than Qian Runshui. I see. Then let me find out who is using this evil formation. Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui suddenly realized what was happening, and then closed her eyes to begin sensing. It's Tang San. When Qian Runshui realized that the person who had secretly set up the formation was actually Tang San, her eyes widened immediately. Swish tilde. Without saying a word, Qian Runshui immediately flashed towards Tang San's location. In an instant, she understood what had happened. Her mother unexpectedly did not inherit the Rakshasa god's legacy. Instead, Tang San activated the ancient devouring formation. Therefore, she guessed that Tang San might have obtained the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. This is also highly likely. She knew that the Rakshasa god's inheritance required the recipient to harbor hatred in their heart. The stronger the hatred, the better. The Tang San of the past might not have had a dark side, but the Tang San of today is different. Every single thing Dylan did was a huge blow to Tang San. Whether it was destroying the Haoshan sect, seizing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong, or even worse, having Tang San's mother, Ah Yin, taken by Dilong. The immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin yang well at the beginning were also snatched away by Dylan. As the son of Xiao Wu's husband, Ah Yin, Tang San must have been filled with hatred after learning about what Dilong had done. It's no wonder he was chosen by the Rakshasa god. Boom! Soon, Qian Runshui appeared in front of Tang San. At this moment, Tang San was using his 8 spider lances to devour a corpse. When Dylan arrived, he discovered that it was the corpse of the King of Slaughter. Tang San actually killed the King of Slaughter. His strength has increased incredibly fast. After carefully sensing Tang San's condition, Dilong knew that Tang San had followed Yu Shaogang's example and fallen into evil ways. 1,000 blades of snow, dragon fist. It was you guys. The appearances of Qian Runshui and Dilong naturally alarmed Tang San. Tang San's expression changed drastically when he saw that the people who came were Qian Runshui and Dilong. It looks terrible. Chapter 240 Qian Runshui criticizes Tang San. He was about to begin the 9th trial of the Rakshasa god and become the new generation of Rakshasa god. Qian Runshui and Dilong unexpectedly arrived at this time. His path to godhood is likely to be disrupted. Tang San, I never expected it to be you. Qian Runshui descended before Tang San and spoke calmly to him. His tone carried a hint of condescension. She now certainly has the right to look down on Tang San. Tang San was indeed stronger than her in the past. Even when she and her mother joined forces, they couldn't defeat him. But things are different now. Tang San has lost his divine position, while she has regained it. In her eyes, Tang San is just an ordinary mortal now. Qian Runshui, you've already become a god. Tang San's pupils contracted sharply. Only then did he realize that Qian Runshui's aura was abnormal. It was the aura of a god. Although he is no longer a god, he can still make that judgment. Now he was even more desperate. Qian Runshui, who has become an angel god, appears before him. Is there still a chance for him to complete the 9th trial of the Rakshasa god? The chance is so small, it's not even 1 in 10,000. That's right, Tang San. This time, I've become a god first again. But this time, I won't let you grow up unchecked. Seeing Tang San's disapproving expression, Qian Runshui felt a surge of satisfaction. In the future, she was too kind. In the name of fairness, she limited her strength and fought against Tang San, which resulted in her being injured by Tang San's hidden weapon and Tang San escaping successfully. This time, she won't be so pedantic. People like Tang San should be eliminated. After learning about the changes to the future of Douluo continent from Dylan, she became very certain of this. Qian Runshui, what kind of skill is it to bully the weak? If you have the guts, let me inherit the divine position, and then we'll have a fair fight. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression changed drastically, and he immediately spoke with righteous indignation. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Dilong finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. He knew about Tang San's double standards, but he still couldn't help but be amazed when he saw it with his own eyes. If their positions were reversed, he believed Tang San would definitely not say that. We're already enemies, what's the point of talking about fairness? Tang San, would you be fair to your enemy? No, you'll only say that by being my enemy, you've already committed suicide. Dylan mocked Tang San. Dragon Fist. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Tang San immediately looked at Dilong, his eyes turning red with anger and murderous intent. It's you, why? Why are you doing this to me? What grudge do I hold against you? Why did you hurt the people around me and take my wife and mother away? Tang San's long accumulated anger suddenly erupted. This was also a question that had always puzzled him. Why was Dylan targeting him so much? Why? You still have the nerve to ask why. Do you know what Douluo continent will become after you become a god? Dylan chuckled and turned around to criticize Tang San. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Tang San. Even if Tang San had inherited the position of Rakshasa god, it would be an easy task for him and Qian Runshui to kill him together. Although villains often die from talking too much, Tilung wanted to make Tang San suffer more before he died. So you really did travel back from the future. What happened in the future that made you hate me so much? Upon hearing Dilong's words, Tang San was immediately convinced that Dilong was also a time traveler, and then couldn't help but ask further questions. He genuinely wanted to know what had happened in the future that made Dylan hate him so much. Xiaoshui, you tell him. Dylan smiled gently at Qian Runshui beside him, signaling her to speak. Tang San had told Qian Runshui about all the negative impacts he would have on the future. Tang San, let me tell you. Qian Runshui was also happy to stand up and proclaim Tang San's crimes. She loved this way of subtly cutting Tang San's flesh piece by piece. She didn't want to kill Tang San so soon. She also wanted Tang San to experience pain. This is the city of slaughter, so let me first tell you about the consequences of your destruction of the city of slaughter. Tang San, do you know what the slaughter city is? Do you know its purpose? Qian Runshui first asked Tang San a question in return. A place as evil as Slaughter City should not exist. Am I wrong to destroy Slaughter City? Qian Runshui, you are an angel representing justice. Can't you see the evil in the city of slaughter? Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Tang San immediately retorted with righteous indignation. The city of slaughter is indeed an evil place, a place of chaos and sin, but it is also a prison for evil soul masters, a place that can restrain them. You destroyed the city of slaughter, but you didn't rebuild a place to imprison and restrain evil spirit masters. You didn't even care about the issue of evil spirit masters. So that's why, after you ascended to the God realm, evil arose everywhere, and evil spirit masters were everywhere. Countless people were killed by evil spirit masters, and all of this was caused by you. You think you've eliminated evil, but in reality you've allowed it to flourish. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Qian Runshui scoffed and immediately began to criticize his behavior. Impossible. After hearing Qian Runshui's words, Tang San instinctively refused to admit it. He was unwilling to believe that his destruction of the slaughter city would cause such serious consequences. Snort. You're too hypocritical. You only see that the city of slaughter is evil, but you don't know that the truly evil ones are those evil soul masters. You think you've done a good deed, but in reality, you've done something stupid with good intentions. Qian Runshui snorted disdainfully, giving her final comment on Tang San's destruction of the slaughter city. Quote. After hearing Qian Runshui's words, Tang San opened his mouth to refute them. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a rebuttal. Because he didn't know how to refute Qian Runshui's words. Because what Qian Runshui said was indeed true. When he destroyed the slaughter city, he only saw the surface and thought that such an evil place as the slaughter city should not exist, but he completely ignored the matter of the evil soul masters. And that's not the only stupid thing you've done. With your intelligence, I don't believe you can't see the benefits of unifying the mainland. But you have prevented the unification of the continent. Do you know what the people of the future continent will be like? Qian Runshui looked at Tang San's expression with unusual pleasure, and then continued to criticize him. Chapter 241 Tang San spits blood. You've always thought the Spirit Empire was evil. But the two great empires are far more evil, more corrupt, and more despicable. When the Spirit Hall still existed, the people of the two great empires could awaken their spirits for free. But after you destroyed the Spirit Hall, the people of the two great empires completely lost the support for free spirit awakening. They have to pay a huge price to awaken their spirits. It's all because of you. They defeated the Spirit Empire, yet they disregard the future of the continent. I don't know why the sea god and the Asura god would both take a liking to someone like you. You're so pedantic and have absolutely no sense of responsibility as a deity. After you became a god, you not only failed to bring about any positive changes to the douluo continent, but you actually made it worse. After my ancestor, the angel god, became a god, he completely restricted the development of evil soul masters. But you, after you became a god, you ruined the great situation that the angel god had maintained for many years. If it weren't for you, as time goes by, there will only be fewer and fewer evil spirit masters, and there will be no possibility of them growing stronger. The sea god's ascension to godhood brought positive changes to the creatures of the sea, bringing peace and stability to the ocean. Only you, no, all of you Shrek 7 devils. After you became gods, you not only failed to bring about better changes to the continent, but you actually made it worse. You are not just one god, but a bunch of gods. You are truly unworthy to be called gods. Qian Runshui unleashed a barrage of attacks on Tang San. After this outburst, Qian Runshui felt incredibly refreshed, as if her mammary glands were cleared up. It was so satisfying. After learning about the future changes from Di Long, she wanted to catch Tang San and give him a good scolding, and now she finally got her wish. This is so awesome. To thank Di Long for giving her this opportunity, she plans to call him Dad when she gets back. In a sense, Di Long could be considered her father. Quote. Faced with Qian Runshui's barrage of attacks, Tang San remained speechless. His expression changed repeatedly. He himself hadn't expected that their ascension to godhood as the Shrek 7 devils would bring no positive changes to the continent. Not only did it not work, it actually made things worse for mainland China. This incident was a significant blow to Tang San. This negates everything that would allow them to become gods. No, I did nothing wrong. Although what you said is true, as gods, we shouldn't interfere in the mortal realm. What you said happened after we became gods. Now that we've become gods, we have no reason to interfere too much. The city of slaughter was destroyed because it was inherently an evil place and should never have existed. The proliferation of evil spirit masters later on was due to the inaction of the two great empires, not my fault. It's all because your spirit hall is too domineering. If you weren't so domineering, if you hadn't killed my mother, if you hadn't forced the major sects, I wouldn't have become your enemy. Since you are the enemy, I have no fault whatsoever in destroying you. Tang San was naturally unwilling to accept Qian Runshui's statement, so he quickly refuted it. Ha ha ha, gods shouldn't interfere in the mortal realm. Tang San, you're utterly ridiculous. Anyone has the right to say that, except you. If it weren't for the intervention of the sea god and the Asura god, do you think you could have been resurrected? That's impossible. You yourself have already benefited from the interference of other gods in the mortal realm, otherwise, you would have died long ago. And then there's your future self, who interferes in the lower realms so frequently. When a chosen one of destiny appears on Douluo continent, you plot to train him into a dog of your Tang family. You interfered in the battles between the empires of the lower realms without hesitation, directly calling for a halt. That was incredibly domineering, and your interference was so direct that you didn't even bother to hide it. When the sea god and the Asura god resurrected you, at least they knew to do it secretly. I hate your hypocritical face the most, that's why I've been targeting you. After hearing Tang San's words, Dylan burst into laughter again and then proceeded to berate Tang San. Impossible, I would never do that. Tang San refused to acknowledge Dilong's words. If you don't want to admit it, then don't. Anyway, I know you're the kind of person who's extremely hypocritical. Dylan chuckled and said nonchalantly. You. Tang San looked aggrieved upon hearing this, so he simply stopped talking about those things and went straight to asking what he most wanted to know. What exactly did you do to Xiaowu and my mother? And Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, why did they become your concubines? Where are the rest of us Shrek 7 devils? These are the things he most wants to know right now. He didn't care about the future events that Dylan and Qian Runshui mentioned. The only people he cares about are those around him. It seems you already know quite a bit. That's right, Xiaowu and Ayin are now my beloved concubines, as are Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. I captured Xiaowu directly from the Stardo Great Forest. Not long after you returned from your time travel, she recognized me as her master and became my bed-warmer pet. Ayin is about the same. I don't know if your father's luck is good or bad, but he actually ran into Ayin again. But unfortunately, this time Ayin doesn't like your father. Instead, like Xiaowu, she has recognized me as her master. As for your father, he was just like everyone else in the Haoshan sect. I crushed him to ashes right in front of Ayin. Seeing that, Tang San didn't care about the future, Dilong stopped talking and instead started talking about Xiaowu and Ayin's situation. By the way, take a look at these photos. They show how they behaved after they recognized me as their master. Suddenly remembering something, Dylan took out some photos and threw them in front of Tang San. These are all artistic photos of Xiaowu and Ayin. These artistic photos are not so explicit, you can only see what they are doing, but you can't see any parts that shouldn't be exposed. Dylan didn't release the more sensational photos. What he took out was enough to break through Tang San's defenses. Xiaowu, mother, impossible, how could they do this? Sure enough, after seeing Xiaowu and Ayin's behavior in the photo, Tang San couldn't accept it at all, and his face showed disbelief. Tang San flipped through the pages one by one, feeling increasingly frustrated and distressed. How could his wife and mother behave like that in front of other men? Puff. Finally, Tang San couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Chapter 242 Xiaowu makes her move. Tang San's defenses are completely broken. Don't worry, I will take good care of them both from now on and let them bear my children. Upon seeing Tang San cough up blood, Dilong quickly offered words of comfort. You, PFFT. Instead of comforting him, Tang San was so angry after hearing Dilong's words that he vomited blood again, thinking about how his wife and mother would have to bear children for Dilong in the future. Qian Runshui watched from the side and felt extremely relieved. Your Majesty, we don't need to wait until later, do we? Haven't Xiaowu and Ayan already given you a daughter each? Then Qian Runshui spoke up and reminded Dilong. What? PFF'd. Tang San, who had just coughed up blood, broke down and coughed up blood again upon hearing the information Qian Runshui had given him. As for the rest of you Shrek 7 devils, I've already taken their women, how could I possibly keep them around? Just like your father, they've long since vanished without a trace. Upon seeing Tang San's appearance, Dilong then recounted the situation of Dai Mubai and the others. Tang San, however, didn't react much to this news. In his view, his brother's death and Xiao Wu's situation were completely incomparable. He didn't care at all about what happened to Xiao Wu and his mother. Besides, he had already anticipated that Dai Mubai and the others would get into trouble. Now it's just that my suspicions have been confirmed. Dragon Fist, I'm going to fight you to the death. The continuous stream of messages caused Tang San to completely break down, and he also hated Dilong intensely. Ring detonation. Boom. Without any hesitation, Tang San immediately used the exploding ring. Your Majesty, let me kill him. Upon seeing Tang San's actions, Qian Runshui immediately stepped forward and spoke up. She wanted to kill Tang San with her own hands, etc. Instead of us doing it ourselves, we should let Xiao Wu do it. Dylan stopped Qian Runshui from doing so. Buzz. Then Dylan waved his hand, and a void vortex appeared in front of him. Swish tilde. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Wu's figure was summoned by Dylan. This is Dylan using the power of faith to summon Xiao Wu, who has faith in him. He is now a god. He may not be able to summon other people at will, but summoning his followers is no problem. Xiao Wu. After the ring exploded, Tang San, who originally wanted to fight Dilong to the death, froze in place when he saw Xiao Wu being summoned. Owner. After Xiao Wu came out, she first happily called out, Master, to Dilong, and then turned to look at Tang San. You are Tang San. Xiao Wu took a closer look before she dared to confirm it. She only saw Xiao Wu's memories of the future, not the Xiao Wu of the future. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. It really is you, Xiao Wu, you really gave birth to a daughter for him. After a moment of stunned silence, Tang San saw that Xiao Wu recognized him and immediately began to question her excitedly. He was still somewhat unwilling to believe it. Yes, is there a problem? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, showing no pity for his disheveled state. After saying that, Xiao Wu touched her belly again and said to Tang San, and I'm pregnant again now. Puff. When Tang San saw Xiao Wu touching his belly with a look of maternal love, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood again. No, I don't believe it. Xiao Wu, you must not have done this willingly, right? Tell me quickly, I'm your brother. Didn't you promise you'd always love me? You didn't do it willingly, did you? He forced you, didn't he? Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, Tang San questioned Xiao Wu hysterically. He simply couldn't believe that Xiao Wu was following Dilong willingly. That was the real betrayal of him. If Xiao Wu was forced into it, he wouldn't be so devastated, even though he couldn't accept it either, because he wouldn't blame Xiao Wu for anything. So, Tang San's actions at this moment were less of a questioning and more of a last-ditch effort to make himself feel a little better. No, my master didn't force me. My master is so good to me. Xiao Wu, upon hearing Tang San's words, disregarded Tang San's feelings and directly denied his guess. She may have been forced to submit to Dylan at first, but now she has long since succumbed to his charm. Women are naturally drawn to strength, let alone their spirit beasts. She felt it was her good fortune to become Dylan's woman. Puff. No, it's impossible, I don't believe it. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San coughed up blood again. He simply couldn't accept it. How could his beloved Xiao Wu willingly become someone else's woman? Xiao Wu, kill him. Seeing that Tang San had been so badly injured, Dilong didn't do anything else and directly ordered Xiao Wu to kill Tang San. Buzz. After speaking, Dylan waved his hand and imbued Xiao Wu with the power of the sea god. Xiao Wu's current strength is certainly not enough to kill Tang San, but with his divine power, there will be no problem. Yes, Master. After feeling the power surging through her body, Xiao Wu excitedly responded and charged towards Tang San. Tang San, just die. Swish tilde. Xiao Wu's figure flashed, instantly teleporting in front of Tang San. She then unleashed her waist archery technique, kicking Tang San with her foot like an arrow. Boom! With the blessing of Dylan's divine power, Xiao Wu, even though she was using a low-level soul skill, still possessed terrifying destructive power. The void itself was shattered by Xiao Wu's kicks, and the cracks spread upwards toward Tang San. Bang! Tang San was completely defenseless against Xiao Wu's attack. Because he didn't want to believe that Xiao Wu would attack him, and he didn't want to retaliate against Xiao Wu. So when faced with Xiao Wu's attack, Tang San took a solid kick, and his figure was instantly sent flying. Puff! While Tang San was in midair, he inevitably spat out another mouthful of blood essence. Cough cough. Little Wu. Tang San, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to get up. Looking at Xiao Wu, his eyes were filled with despair. He truly could not accept that Xiao Wu would actually attack him. If he hadn't been in the exploding state, Xiao Wu's attack just now would have been enough to kill him. Xiao Wu truly intended to kill him when she attacked him. The thought of this made Tang San's heart ache so much that he couldn't breathe. How did his little Wu become like this? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Xiao Wu, why is this happening? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with difficulty, unable to resist wanting to know the answer. Chapter 243 The Death of Tang San. Even now, Tang San still doesn't realize that the Xiao Wu in front of him is not his Xiao Wu at all. The Xiao Wu of today is merely a Xiao Wu who has browsed through the memories of the future Xiao Wu. Furthermore, the current Xiao Wu does not approve of the future Xiao Wu at all. She entered the human world to seek revenge, but instead she fell in love with a human. She has truly let her mother down. They even sacrificed themselves for humanity. Although the outcome was positive, Xiao Wu still couldn't accept it. Moreover, the future outcome wouldn't be much better. Didn't he die not long after ascending to the God realm? Tang San and his companions had a chance to travel back in time, but the future Xiao Wu didn't, she simply died. Snort. It's nothing. I only approached you to use you to avenge my mother. My mother is still safe and sound, so of course I won't side with you against my master. Xiao Wu knew what Tang San was asking, but she didn't intend to tell him the truth. Instead, she made up a reason on the spot. No, this is impossible. Tang San still refused to believe it. Then you should just die. Seeing Tang San's state, Xiao Wu felt disgusted and attacked him again. Bang! Tang San was kicked away by Xiao Wu again, breaking several bones in his body, before flying towards Qian Runshui's direction. Minor snow. At the same time, Xiao Wu called out to Qian Runshui, meaning that Qian Runshui should also take action. She knew how unjustly Qian Runshui would lose in the future. As for her hatred for Tang San, Qian Runshui would definitely wish she could kill Tang San with her own hands. Therefore, Xiao Wu decided to grant Qian Runshui's wish. Good. Seeing this, Qian Runshui showed absolutely no politeness. Angelic judgment. Boom. Qian Runshui directly wielded the angelic sword and slashed at Tang San's body. PFF. Tang San was unable to dodge Qian Runshui's attack and was cleaved in two by her. Thump thump. After Tang San's body, split in two, fell to the ground, scalding blood splattered all over the ground. With only half his body remaining, Tang San stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with resentment. But no matter how much resentment and bitterness he felt, it was useless. Facing Qian Runshui, who had already become a god, and who had been severely injured by Xiao Wu, he could only be killed by Qian Runshui. After twitching for a while, Tang San's two halves of his body completely lost their life force. Tang San died at the hands of Xiao Wu and Qian Runshui, filled with endless resentment. Even after he lost consciousness, Tang San's eyes remained open, dying with unfulfilled grievances. Xiao Wu, thank you. Qian Runshui felt incredibly relieved after personally killing Tang San. She put away the angelic sword and thanked Xiao Wu. Hee, as long as you're happy. Xiao Wu chuckled. She genuinely felt no sadness at Tang San's death. She actually felt relieved. Tang San is finally dead. She was genuinely afraid that if Tang San didn't die, he might cause some trouble in the future. She and her mother are both alive and well now. Dylan has become a god, and it is no longer a fantasy that he will take them to ascend to the divine realm in the future, but a fact that will definitely be realized. Furthermore, the resurrection of Da Ming and Ming is also achievable. She must be stupid to get entangled with Tang San. If it were her future self, perhaps, but she is not her future self. If you're going to die, die cleanly. Dylan waved his hand and casually unleashed a dragon fist, completely obliterating Tang San's corpse. He didn't want to keep Tang San's corpse, giving him a chance to be resurrected. Seeing Tang San completely disappear, Dylan felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Tang San, the male protagonist, has finally been defeated by him. To be honest, Dylan was under a little pressure because he hadn't been able to find Tang San before. He thought that God would continue to favor Tang San. This allows him to continue to leverage his protagonist aura and grow into a major force in the shortest possible time. And that is indeed the case. This time, Tang San unexpectedly received the inheritance test of the Rakshasa god. If he hadn't arrived in time, Tang San might have become the new Rakshasa god. Who knows what other changes might occur at that time. So it wasn't until this moment, when he actually saw that Tang San was completely dead, that Dylan felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that he wiped out almost all of the main characters in the original work. Of the Shrek 7 devils, the 3 beauties of Shrek have all been taken into his harem. The others, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, are now all dead. He also destroyed the Haoshan sect, and Tang Chen and Tang Hao both died at his hands. Yu Shaogang is also dead. It seems that the only remaining members of the main cast are the other minor characters from Shrek Academy. For example, Dean Flanders and his ilk. However, since Yu Shaogang is already dead, those people are no longer important. In the future, it will be impossible for Flander to establish various Shrek Academies that do not meet the required qualifications in his Spirit Empire. He wiped out most of the main characters and took over most of the others. The Spirit Hall became his power base, and Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were both taken into his harem. He also conquered Poseidon Island, and even Poseidon became his woman. It is no exaggeration to say that Dylan has no rivals in the douluo continent. In the future, he only needs to focus on cultivation and creating his own godhood. Qian Runshui, Xiao Wu, I'm going back to Sea God Island to continue my cultivation. I'll continue to entrust the affairs of the Spirit Empire to you. Dylan said to Qian Runshui and Xiao Wu. Yes, Your Majesty. Understood, Master. Qian Runshui and Xiao Wu responded in unison. Roar. Dylan nodded slightly, then summoned the Golden Dragon Soul and flew back to Sea God Island. For the rest of his days, he only needed to focus on creating his own divine position. In the past, he would get nervous and pay attention if he didn't know where Tang San was hiding. Now, apart from creating his own godhood, nothing can really alarm him anymore. As for the City of Slaughter, after Tang San set up the evil ancient devouring formation, there was no need to pay attention to it anymore. The people inside will kill each other until everything is destroyed. At that time, the City of Slaughter will be completely destroyed. Moreover, he believed that Qian Runshui would continue to handle the matter after he left. He had said that places like the Killing City no longer needed to exist, and Qian Runshui agreed with that, so naturally she wouldn't keep the Killing City, even if it was a killing city that had already disappeared. Angel Purification. Just as Dylan had predicted, Qian Runshui used her divine skills to completely destroy the City of Slaughter after Dylan left. Let's go back. I'm going back to tell my mother that Tang San is dead. Qian Runshui said to Xiao Wu. Chapter 244 Bibi Dong is pregnant. After returning to the Empire, Qian Runshui immediately sought out her mother, Bibi Dong. You're back. So, is it that good-for-nothing Yu Shaogang? After seeing Qian Runshui, Bibi Dong couldn't help but ask a question. No, that good-for-nothing Yu Shaogang was actually killed by His Majesty long ago. Qian Runshui shook her head. Yu Shaogang was killed by him long ago. Bibi Dong was taken aback by what she heard, but then she didn't care anymore. When she mistakenly believed that the serial killer in the killing city was Yu Xiaogang, she knew that Yu Xiaogang was doomed when Dailong and Qian Runshui went to the killing city together. Knowing now that Yu Xiaogang actually died a long time ago makes no difference. The serial killer in the slaughter city is actually Tang San. Seeing that her mother didn't care about Yu Xiaogang's death, Qian Runshui continued to say Tang San's name. What? It's Tang San. Is he dead now? Upon hearing Tang San's name, Bibi Dong's expression changed instantly, and she immediately pressed for details. She didn't care about Yu Xiaogang's life or death, but she cared a lot about Tang San's life or death. There was no way around it. My future self would die at Tang San's hands. Tang San was her true enemy. After learning that Tang San had also traveled back in time, she had been searching for him, wanting to nip him in the bud. So she really wanted to know how Tang San was doing. He's dead. Xiao Wu and I killed him ourselves. His body was eventually destroyed by His Majesty, so there's no chance of him being resurrected. Qian Runshui knew what her mother cared about, so she quickly told her the truth. Tang San had died at her hands. They also revealed that Tang San's body had been destroyed to cover up the crime. Having experienced this once, they certainly wouldn't give Tang San a chance to be resurrected. Really? Tang San is dead? Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Bibi Dong's face lit up with joy. Yes, it's true, Tang San is dead. Qian Runshui said with certainty and certainty. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. That brat Tang San is finally dead. After receiving confirmation from Qian Runshui, Bibi Dong finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the initial excitement, Bibi Dong felt a pang of regret that Tang San hadn't died at her hands. However, dying at Qian Runshui's hands is about the same as dying. She and her daughter Qian Runshui finally avenged their enemy. Xiaoshui, please tell me in detail. Then Bibi Dong quickly took Qian Runshui's hand and said. She now wanted to hear carefully how Tang San was killed. Yes, Mom. Qian Runshui responded and then recounted in detail what had happened in the city of slaughter. When Bibi Dong heard that Tang San had actually stolen her Rakshasa god assessment, her expression turned very unpleasant. She never expected that she wouldn't obtain the Rakshasa god's inheritance in the city of slaughter, but Tang San would. On what grounds? Could it be that Tang San, that brat, is really more talented than her? Thinking about this made Bibi Dong feel extremely frustrated. However, Bibi Dong felt much better after realizing that Tang San had already been killed. However, she was still somewhat frustrated. Why did the Rakshasa god inheritance, which should have belonged to her, end up in Tang San's hands? When Bibi Dong heard that Tang San had activated the ancient devouring formation in the city of slaughter and was preparing for the 9th trial, she became even more displeased. Tang San is about to become the Rakshasa god. Fortunately, Tang San was killed by her daughter Qian Runshui before he could even begin his 9th trial. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong was very happy again. Tang San must have felt even more aggrieved. He was about to become the new Rakshasa god, but he was killed by Dilong and Qian Runshui at the last moment. When Bibi Dong heard Qian Runshui recount in detail how she, Dilong, and Xiao Wu had tormented Tang San before killing him, she was overjoyed and wished she could be there to see how Tang San was tortured to the point of collapse. When Bibi Dong learned that Dilong had Xiao Wu attack Tang San in the end, she had to give Dilong a thumbs up. That was absolutely brilliant. To deal with someone like Tang San, you should torture him relentlessly before he dies. She also knew Xiao Wu's position in Tang San's heart, and for Xiao Wu to deal with Tang San was worse than killing him. Mom, now our martial soul empire is no longer a threat. Mom will have plenty of time to find a way to break through and become a god. Even if she doesn't succeed in the end, when I ascend to the divine realm, I will definitely take Mom with me. Mother, please don't hold a grudge against His Majesty anymore, okay? The reason we were able to travel back in time is very likely because of him. We, who should have lost everything, are now all better off. On the contrary, my enemies are all dead. Qian Runshui finally spoke to Bibi Dong. She knew that Bibi Dong had never truly let go of the past. Qian Runshui said this to persuade her mother to give up the idea of seeking revenge against Dilong. Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Bibi Dong's expression changed slightly. She actually agreed with what Qian Runshui said. If it weren't for Dylan, they would have already failed. Although she only gained memories of the future, not her future self. However, without Dylan, she would definitely still be defiled by her teacher like her future self, and then give birth to Qian Runshui. Her relationship with Qian Runshui would still be just as bad. She and Qian Runshui will eventually be defeated by Tang San. So from this perspective, it was indeed Dylan who helped them. They saved them from defeat and turned them into the victors. Okay, I promise. I'll never think about getting revenge on him again. After thinking it over, Bibi Dong quickly came to a conclusion and agreed. That's wonderful. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Runshui's face immediately broke into a happy smile. She no longer has to worry. Seeing Qian Runshui so happy, Bibi Dong also realized that after letting go of her hatred for Dilong, she also felt much lighter. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's expression changed. After carefully sensing the situation, her expression became complicated. What's wrong, Mom? Upon seeing Bibi Dong's appearance, Qian Runshui immediately pressed for details. I'm pregnant. Bibi Dong looked down at her stomach and then said. Just now, she felt a life growing inside her. It is the result of her and Dylan's marriage. Real. Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui's expression changed, and she quickly used her divine sense to perceive Bibi Dong's stomach. It's true, Mom, you're really pregnant. Chapter 245 Poseidon. I'm not leaving until you get pregnant. Qian Runshui also gave a affirmative answer. She also sensed that life was truly growing inside Bibi Dong's belly. It seems that the seed that Dylan planted on Bibi Dong yesterday has sprouted. That's great, I have a little sister now. Then Qian Runshui happily took Bibi Dong's hand and said. She had already sensed that Bibi Dong was also carrying a daughter. Yes, this time, I will definitely love my daughter well. Just like I love you, Xiaoshui. After a period of internal struggle, Bibi Dong quickly accepted it. In the past, if she had found out she was pregnant with Dylan's child, she would definitely have secretly had an abortion. But now she no longer intends to take revenge on Dylan, and has accepted the fact that she is pregnant with his child. Yes, I believe in Mom. Qian Runshui said happily. She no longer cares how Bibi Dong treated her in the past. No matter what, her mother loved her. Mom, what name do you want to give my little sister? Then Qian Runshui took Bibi Dong's hand and talked to her about the child in Bibi Dong's belly. When Qian Runshui told Bibi Dong about Tang San, Xiao Wu, who had returned to the Spirit Empire with Qian Runshui, also told Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing the news. Neither of them chose to live in seclusion on Poseidon Island. Like Bibi Dong, they also wanted to realize their self-worth. Only Yin and Aru firmly chose to stay on Poseidon Island and live in seclusion with Dylan. Tang San is dead. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong had mixed feelings after learning that Tang San had been killed. They would inevitably feel saddened by the death of their former companions. But deep down, they were actually relieved by Tang San's death. In the past, they also worried whether Tang San would continue to create miracles and defeat the Spirit Empire again. When they were initially taken by Dylan, they hoped that Tang San could create another miracle, defeat the Spirit Empire, and defeat Dylan. However, after giving birth to a daughter for Dylan, they no longer wanted Tang San to disrupt their existing lives. Because they knew very well that even if Tang San won again in the end, they could never go back to the way things were before and get back together with Oscar and Dai Mubai. No man wants his wife to cheat on him and have children with another man. Even if it was forced. So they knew very well that they could never go back. So after learning of Tang San's death, they felt more relieved than sad. Besides Tang San, they also suspected that Oscar and Dai Mubai might have died long ago. But they no longer wanted to find the answers. Anyway, as long as they don't look for the answer, Oscar and Dai Mubai will be fine. It is only by sacrificing themselves that they are able to survive. It's normal that we haven't heard from them for a while. If they don't want to die, they have no choice but to keep hiding. Rongrong, of the Shrek 7 Devils, now it's just the two of us left. The Shrek 7 devils no longer exist, so let's not think about them anymore. We are now just His Majesty's concubines. Zhu Zuqing said to Ning Rongrong. Yes, let's forget about the past from now on. We are just His Majesty's concubines now. Ning Rongrong nodded to Zhu Zuqing. As for Xiao Wu, they knew that the Xiao Wu they knew was not the same Xiao Wu they knew now. After killing Tang San, Dylan returned to the Spirit Empire even less, and basically stayed on Sea God Island to practice his Dragon Fist. As time went by, Tilung's understanding of Dragon Fist deepened. The number of places of faith gathering in the Martial Soul Empire is also increasing every day. Because under Dylan's policies, Douluo continent is indeed getting better every day. In the current Douluo continent, sects can no longer act arrogantly. In the past, powerful sects could govern a region. In that region, the sects held sway, and even the empire had no say. Now, the sect's power is just a local soul master force. They no longer have any special privileges. At most, there are just more soul masters. However, now that the Spirit Empire has unified the continent, even powerful spirit masters can no longer bully ordinary people at will. Besides improving the environment, Dylan certainly wouldn't forget to promote his achievements. His deeds have already been publicized through the efforts of the Spirit Empire. There is a storybook that tells how corrupt and evil the two great empires of the past were, and how many casualties each war caused to both sides. It was Dylan who established the Martial Soul Empire, defeated the two great empires, unified the continent, and thus brought an end to war. It was also thanks to the Dragon Fist Emperor that various policies benefiting the people were promulgated, which made everyone's living standards better and better. Time slips away quietly like this. Dylan basically cultivates on Poseidon Island, occasionally appearing somewhere on the mainland to keep himself out of the public eye, so that he can better harvest the power of faith. As time went by, Dylan's understanding of Dragon Fist became more and more profound. With the increasing power of faith, Dylan was absolutely confident that he could successfully create his own godhood within 50 years. Poseidon, when I create my own divine position, the position of sea god will be yours. With your talent, you are fully capable of becoming the sea god. Dylan made this promise to Poseidon after she had him sleep with him. Real, can I really become the sea god? Poseidon was naturally overjoyed upon hearing this. Of course she wanted to become the sea god. The sea god was her faith. Of course, I'm a person who always keeps my word. Dylan affirmed. Yes, I believe you. Poseidon still believed Dylan in this respect. Your Majesty, I want to have your child too. If I don't get pregnant this time, I'm not leaving. After the initial excitement subsided, Poseidon looked at Dylan with seductive eyes and said, now, almost all of Tilung's women have given birth to his children, the only ones who haven't been able to conceive yet are. Now that she had received Dylan's promise, she immediately decided that she couldn't fall behind the other women. For the next period of time, Poseidon practically monopolized Dylan, demanding his attention every single day. Aside from his own cultivation, Dylan spent the rest of his time accompanying Poseidon in his farming. Persistence pays off, and 6 months later, Poseidon finally became pregnant. Meanwhile, Dylan's other woman, Ning Dingaling, finally broke through level 90 and became a titled douluo. At this time, Ning Dingaling was not yet 40 years old. Thus, the divine test that belonged to Ning Dingaling descended. Chapter 246 Tang San reincarnated from another world. Ning Dingaling obtained a support-type divine position. Thus began Ning Dingaling's journey of divine examination. Following Ning Dingaling, Bibi Dong also quickly broke through to the title douluo level and obtained a divine inheritance test. The divine test that Bibi Dong obtained was perfectly suited to her martial soul, which was the spider god. However, it is not a first-level god, but a second-level god like the phoenix god that Ma Hongjun obtained. However, Bibi Dong was also very happy because the spider god was more compatible with her. She felt that the fighting power she could unleash after inheriting the spider god would not be weaker than that of the Rakshasa god. Following Bibi Dong, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, A Yin, and other concubines also broke through to the title douluo level one after another. Some of them had eaten immortal herbs, and some were transformed from 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Breaking through to the title douluo level was not difficult for them, it was just a matter of time. However, none of them received the divine trial on their own initiative, not even Ningrongrong. The nine-colored goddess who was supposed to descend upon her in the future to test her divine power made no move whatsoever. This is normal. If the nine-colored goddess were to make a move, it would be to give it to Ning Dingaling first. The two are almost identical in terms of their qualifications. The reason why the nine-colored goddess did not descend to test the gods is not hard to guess. Since the nine-colored goddess and the god of food are husband and wife, if they were to descend to test the gods, they would definitely be testing the gods at the same time. Not to mention that those who receive their divine test must be lovers, at least such candidates should appear at the same time, right? However, when Ning Dingaling and Ning Rongrong broke through, there was no one who could match the successor of the god of food, so the nine-colored goddess naturally wouldn't send down a divine test alone. Therefore, although both Ning Dingaling and Ning Rongrong broke through to the title douluo level before the age of 40, neither of them passed the divine test of the nine-colored goddess. It's already quite good that Ning Dingaling was able to obtain divine trials from other auxiliary deities. Zhu Zuqing also failed to pass the divine test of the god of speed. Because her divine trial was not something she sought out herself. It was found for her after Tang San ascended to the god realm. She has the qualifications, but there's no place for her. For Xiao Wu, a Yin, a Ru, and other 100,000-year-old soul beasts who have transformed into human form, forget about it, they have no chance of passing the divine test. Even if they transform into human form, they are still essentially soul beasts, and the divine trials will not favor them. It is an ironclad rule in the divine realm that soul beasts cannot become gods. In the future, Xiao Wu will not obtain a godhood, nor will she become a god. She will only become the scabbard for the Asura godhood. However, Xiao Wu and the others were not too worried, because Dilong had promised them that he would take them to the realm of gods. If Dylan can successfully create his own godhood, he can bring all his companions to the divine realm. This is a privilege reserved only for deities who create their own divine positions. Dylan is not far from successfully creating his own godhood. As time went by, the martial soul empire got better year by year, and the lives of its people became more and more prosperous and better. Dylan is gaining more and more faith power. This will help him build upon his path to creating his own divine position. Buzz. Dylan, who had been cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. An alien soul has descended. Having become a god, he was naturally able to perceive some unusual changes. If he had already ascended to the god realm, he might not be able to detect the appearance of abnormal souls in the lower realm. However, since he is currently on the douluo continent, he is naturally able to detect it. An otherworldly soul, at this point in time. Is it Tang San again? A glint flashed in Dylan's eyes, and he quickly guessed who this strangely appearing soul was. Aside from Tang San, who had just transmigrated from what was supposedly a martial arts world but was actually a fantasy world, there couldn't possibly be anyone else. Swish tilde. Having realized this, Dylan quickly disappeared from his spot and followed the location he had sensed earlier. He didn't care whether this otherworldly soul was Tang San or not, as long as there was doubt, he wouldn't allow it to exist. Moreover, the entry of souls from other worlds is an act of invasion, and as a god of the douluo continent, it is his duty to eliminate them. Of course, he is also a soul from another world. But when he traveled through time, wasn't he undetected? Then it's alright. Martial Soul Empire, Fasno Province, Holy Soul Village. A young man covered in injuries awoke from his coma. Am I not dead? The young man slowly woke up and looked at his surroundings, feeling quite surprised. He remembered that he should have jumped off the cliff and died. At that altitude, it would have been impossible for him to survive. No, this isn't my body. Then, very quickly, he realized that something was wrong. The body he was in now was not his. As soon as he realized this, it was as if a switch had been flipped in the young man's mind, and a massive amount of memories began to flood his consciousness. These are memories belonging to the original owner of this body. Dylan guessed correctly. This otherworldly soul was indeed Tang San's. In the original story, after Tang San transmigrated, he possessed the body of Tang Hao's son, who was still an infant, and became the new Tang San. This time was no different. Tang San was reborn through possession. This time, however, Tang San also gained the memories of the original owner of the body. In the original story, Tang San possessed the body of a newborn baby, so naturally he had no memories of the baby. Therefore, in the original novel, Tang San only needed to learn the language and writing of Douluo continent after his rebirth. He knew nothing about anything and needed to learn everything from scratch. Now, Tang San no longer needs to do that. After absorbing the original owner's memories, he immediately understood everything and realized that he had been reborn in a completely new world. Martial Soul, Soul Beast, Soul Master. This is wonderful. I've actually come to such a wonderful world. Here, I'm confident I can make Tang Clan's hidden weapons shine. After Tang San understood everything, his face was filled with excitement. His current body is that of a level 23 Great Soul Master, whose martial soul is a small knife. Buzz! Tang San immediately summoned his martial soul. Looking at the exquisite dagger floating in his palm, Tang San immediately gripped it and threw it at the distant target. Call out! Bang! The rock in the distance was shattered instantly when Tang San threw it with his dagger using a hidden weapon technique. Excellent, this martial soul is perfect for me. Seeing this, Tang San became even more excited. He also learned that his first and second soul skills were both used to amplify the dagger, increasing its sharpness and hardness. This would be even more perfect for him. He doesn't need those fancy soul skills, he has his own hidden weapon techniques. He uses all his soul skills to increase the strength of his martial soul, and then uses his martial soul as a throwing weapon. It's perfect. Chapter 247 Kill Again. It really suits you. As Tang San finished speaking, Dilong's voice rang out. Who is it? Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression changed, and he immediately turned to look at the person who had come. After turning his head, Tang San immediately recognized the person who had come. It's you, Emperor Dragon Fist. This humble subject, Tang San, greets your majesty. After Tang San recognized the person, he immediately knelt down respectfully before Dilong. He held the emperor in high esteem. Looking at the young man in front of him and hearing his self-identification, Dylan was completely certain that the other person was Tang San. When Dylan saw Tang San use his dagger spirit as a hidden weapon, he was already pretty sure that the other person was Tang San. And now that Tang San is claiming to be Tang San again, then there's absolutely no mistake. You actually know me. It seems you've absorbed this body's memories. Dylan looked at Tang San and spoke slowly. To know oneself, yet feel only respect and no hatred towards oneself, that must be Tang San, who had just transmigrated to the Douluo continent. Furthermore, it absorbed the original owner's memories. You actually knew that. Tang San's expression changed drastically upon hearing Dilong's words. With a whoosh, Tang San summoned his martial soul knife. The Zantian Baolu states that only the dead can keep secrets. However, after holding the martial soul knife in his hand, Tang San did not dare to make the first move. Because in the memories he gained, Dylan was an extremely strong person, terrifyingly strong. The opponent was not only the founding emperor of the Martial Soul Empire, which unified the Douluo continent, but also a peerless Douluo with the title of One Punch Douluo. It means that no matter who it is, if he hits you with one punch, you will definitely die. Even if Tang San wanted to kill such a powerful person to silence him, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Of course, I not only know that you came from another world, but I also know about your future. Because I have already become a god. Dylan looked at Tang San, whose expression had changed drastically, and said calmly. You're actually a deity. Tang San's expression turned even more shocked upon hearing Dilong's words. Do gods really exist? Or is it that the other party simply thinks they are too powerful, so they regard themselves as gods? This is boring. I was hoping to have some fun, but since you don't know anything, I'm not going to waste my breath. As a god of the Douluo continent, I absolutely will not allow any souls from other worlds to invade this world. So unfortunately, you will be eliminated. Dylan looked at Tang San and slowly extended his right hand. Dragon Fist. Boom. Dylan unleashed a dragon fist directly at Tang San, whose expression had drastically changed. Roar. With a dragon's roar, Dylan's dragon fist fiercely attacked Tang San. Bang. Tang San was completely unable to mount any effective resistance and was utterly defeated by Dylan's dragon fist. A mere level 23 Soul Master was no match for Delong. Well, Tang San thus met a tragic end at the hands of Delong. Even on his deathbed, Tang San couldn't understand why he was so unlucky. After jumping off a cliff and being reborn, it should have been a time when his great survival was bound to bring him good fortune, but the new world he was reborn into was just as wonderful. He felt that he was destined for great things. But there was nothing there, and before he could do anything, he was killed. Tang San felt incredibly frustrated. Now, they should be completely wiped out, right? After completely killing Tang San, who had just transmigrated, Dylan muttered to himself. He really felt that Tang San was like a piece of dog skin plaster, something he couldn't shake off no matter what he did. However, this time, Dylan felt that he had completely solved the problem of Tang San, who traveled back from the future, and Tang San, who just traveled from the martial arts world. He has already taken care of everything. It's unlikely that there will be any more. Unless it's Tang San from a so-called parallel world. However, after learning how the Shrek 7 Devils and Qian Runshui traveled back in time, Tang San knew that there was no such thing as a parallel world here. So after he dealt with both of Tang San's, Tang San was truly and completely dead. There will never be another Tang San. After killing Tang San, Delong returned to Sea God Island to continue his cultivation. 50 years later. Buzz. After such a long period of cultivation, Dylan, using the power of faith and his understanding of Dragon Fist, finally created his own divine position. A crystal core shimmering with golden light condensed in front of Dylan. This is a deity created by Delong himself. However, when Dylan tried to absorb it into his body, he found that he couldn't. Because he already possessed the divine status of the sea god. Even if he is a genius who created his own divine position, it is impossible for two divine positions to exist in one person at the same time. Even Tang San in the original story couldn't do that. He was only able to use the power of two godhoods by relying on his martial soul fusion technique with Xiaowu. In that case, the position of sea god should be passed down. Dylan had anticipated this and was not in a hurry. Buzz. Not long after, Dylan stripped himself of the title of sea god. Then Dylan absorbed the divine position he had created into his body. Boom. As Dylan absorbed the self-created divine position into his body, an astonishing aura erupted from him. Dylan's cultivation level, which had decreased after he was stripped of his position as the sea god, immediately returned to normal. Moreover, compared to his previous position as the sea god, Dylan, who has now merged with his self-created divine position, exudes an even more astonishing aura. Ultimately, what suits you best is the best. Because he had already inherited the power of the sea god, Dylan adapted to it with great ease and quickly and perfectly mastered his own divine power. Haha, good. Now, even if I went to the realm of gods, I could instantly kill other deities. The God King may not know, but dealing with other lower-ranking deities should be no problem. Dylan, feeling his current strength, burst into laughter. After creating his own godhood, he could sense how powerful his one-punch end would be when he used it again. If he wanted, he could shatter this planet of Douluo continent beneath his feet with a single punch. Poseidon, come to me immediately. The throne of the sea god is yours. After adapting to his divine power, Dylan immediately summoned Poseidon on Poseidon Island. The position of sea god was originally promised to Poseidon by Dylan. Now that he has separated the position of sea god from himself, he naturally has to promise to pass it on to her. Chapter 248 Poseidon. His Majesty, you've successfully created your own divine position. Poseidon quickly arrived in front of Dylan, looking at him with some excitement. She knew that Dylan had promised to pass on the position of sea god to her after he created his own godhood. Now that the moment has truly arrived, Poseidon is still finding it difficult to contain himself. Absorb this sea god's divine spark, and you will become the sea god. Dylan threw the sea god's divine essence directly at Poseidon. Poseidon hurriedly caught it, afraid that her divine essence might be damaged if she wasn't careful. Your Majesty, can we absorb it directly? Don't I need to undergo the 9 trials of Poseidon? Poseidon then asked in surprise. No need. I haven't ascended to the god realm yet, so there's no need to set up an assessment for inheriting a divine position, Dylan said with a smile. This is also a minor bug in the succession of divine positions. The divine realm has a rule that the succession of divine positions requires screening and assessment. But that only applies to the gods in the divine realm. Because no deity has ever passed on their divine position before ascending to the divine realm. Therefore, as long as Poseidon has decent aptitude, he can directly inherit the position of the sea god after absorbing the divine essence. Then I'll absorb it now. Poseidon was even more excited upon hearing this, as it meant that she was 100% certain of inheriting the divine position. Dylan nodded slightly. Seeing this, Poseidon no longer hesitated. After sitting cross-legged, she began to absorb the sea god's divine essence that she was holding tightly in her hand. Poseidon's martial soul was originally the sea god's martial soul, so fusing it with the sea god's divine spark was naturally incredibly smooth and not very difficult. However, absorbing divine essence is not so easy. Especially for someone like Poseidon, who hasn't undergone the inheritance test and hasn't gained any affinity with the sea god, the absorption process isn't as fast. It took Poseidon a full 6 months to successfully absorb the divine essence and attain the position of sea god. After becoming the sea goddess, Poseidon's first thought was to thank Dylan. They have this kind of drive to squeeze every last drop out of T-lung. In the end, Poseidon actually succeeded. Poseidon, who inherited the position of sea god, possesses inexhaustible stamina and can keep demanding. So Dylan lost for the first time. After creating his own divine position, T-lung announced to the public that he had broken through the divine realm and was now the god of Fist. After the news was made public, Dylan's faith power surged. At the same time, the news that Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui, and Poseidon had also broken through to the god level was also announced. For a time, all the people were thrilled by the empire's strength. At the same time, the power of the imperial family deterred all ambitious individuals, and no one dared to cause trouble anymore. They could only regretfully express that it was their tragedy to be born in the same era as T-lung. As for evil spirit masters, there are none left. The douluo continent has ushered in an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. In this peaceful era, the life-based soul master system, advocated by Dylan, experienced rapid development. Soon, soul masters were no longer limited to being used only in combat. Soul masters can be seen in every aspect of life, making people's lives more colorful. The increase in happiness naturally led to a continuous increase in Dylan's faith power. Dylan felt his divine power growing rapidly. This rate of increase is even somewhat alarming. However, this was a good thing, and T-lung gladly accepted it. Time flies, and 100 years have passed. A century later, Dylan ascended to the realm of gods with all his women. Among the deities are Poseidon, the sea goddess, Bibi Dong, the spider goddess, Qian Runshui, the angel goddess, and Ning Dingaling, the goddess of 9 treasures. Soul beasts, including those that have taken human form, include Xiao Bai, Xiao Wu, Eru, and a Yin. There's also Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Ling Yuan, the sea witch, the bespectacled secretary. All of Dylan's women ascended to the realm of gods with him. The douluo continent is filled with legends about one-punch douluo. All the legends about Dylan are positive, there are none of them bad. The only criticism is that T-lung had too many women. However, for the founding emperor of the Spirit Empire, T-lung's harem was not that large. There are also some unofficial historical accounts that say T-lung was a photography master, but no one knows if it's true or not. In other words, no one knows how T-lung won over his concubines, otherwise, they would be absolutely astonished. However, putting aside the less than honorable aspects of Dylan's conquest of women, Dylan's appearance was entirely positive, active, and wonderful for the douluo continent. That's why people have such a strong faith in Dylan. Even if you were to reveal Dylan's unsavory deeds, probably no one would believe you. After ascending to the realm of gods, everything went very smoothly. Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui, Ning Dingaling, and Poseidon all have their previous temple residences, but Dilong does not, and needs to rebuild one. But it didn't matter. Dylan simply combined their temples into one larger one, and that solved the problem. Furthermore, Dylan also got to know all the members of the divine realm and met the gods he was familiar with. Your Majesty, is it time to revive the two Ming emperors? Once everything was settled, Xiaowu immediately went to find Dilong. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Of course, no problem. Dylan said with a smile. He will naturally keep his promise. In other words, Xiaowu didn't want them to be resurrected in the lower realm. Otherwise Dilong could have resurrected them long ago. Just like Poseidon, Dylan resurrected her in advance so that she could inherit the position of sea god. Roar, roar. Not long after, Dylan extracted the souls of Daming and Erming from the depths of their sacrificial soul rings, and after Dylan paid a small price, they were successfully resurrected. Where is this place? Aren't we dead? After Daming and Erming were resurrected, they were both completely bewildered. Their memories are stuck after they were killed by Dylan, they know nothing about anything else. Great Ming, Second Ming. Thank goodness, you're finally alive. They only saw Dylan and Xiaowu when they heard Xiaowu calling out to them. You human, Sister Xiaowu, get out of the way. Daming and Erming were initially very happy to hear Xiaowu's voice, but they immediately became terrified upon seeing Dilong's figure. Boom, boom, the two Ming forces erupted simultaneously, attacking Dylan. Daming and Erming, stop. The next second, Xiaowu stood in front of them and ordered them to stop. Daming and Erming didn't understand why, but they still stopped immediately. Daming and Erming, you died long ago. It was His Majesty who brought you back to life. Besides, this is the realm of gods, and His Majesty is the God of fists. Aren't you going to thank His Majesty for resurrecting you? Seeing this, Xiaowu quickly spoke up. Chapter 249 Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. What? This is actually the realm of gods. Did he resurrect us? Quote. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, the two 100,000-year-old soul beasts, Daming and Erming, were immediately stunned. They then remembered that they had indeed died, but were now alive again. That means what Xiaowu said is true. This was hard for them to believe. How could it have turned out like this? Their deaths should have been a tragic event, but now they have been resurrected in the realm of gods. This is fantastic news. Fist God, thank you for bringing us both back to life. Regardless of the circumstances, Daming still listened to Xiaowu and quickly thanked Dilong. Although it was the other party that killed it, it has now been resurrected, and it has been resurrected in the realm of gods. Roar. Erming also punched himself twice and roared. From now on, you will be the guardian beasts of the temple. Let Xiaowu tell you the rest. Dylan nodded, then spoke to Daming and Erming. After saying that, Dylan left, leaving the rest to Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu, what exactly happened? How did we end up resurrected in the realm of the gods? Seeing Dylan leave, Daming and Erming quickly came to Xiaowu and asked her questions. This is a long story. Let me explain it to you slowly. Seeing that Daming and Erming had been successfully resurrected, Xiaowu was overjoyed. Then she slowly told them what had happened after they were killed by Dilong. Such a thing actually happened. This boxing god is too amazing. He should have said so earlier. We could have volunteered to sacrifice ourselves, and we wouldn't have been blown to bits by that punch. It really hurt like hell back then. After learning the whole story, Daming and Erming were both incredibly shocked, and then said with some regret. If they knew how powerful Dylan was, they would definitely have agreed to cooperate with him and offer themselves as sacrifices. Of course, they were just saying that, given Dylan's situation at the time, even if he had said it himself, they wouldn't have agreed. In any case, we've now arrived in the realm of the gods. This is great news. We've hit the jackpot. Finally, Daming concluded that he no longer harbored any hatred towards Dilong. Dylan killed them, but he also resurrected them and took them, along with Sister Xiaowu and Aunt Eru, to ascend to the realm of gods. They felt only awe and gratitude. Of course, it's true that I felt a little disappointed deep down. Because both of them like Xiaowu. However, after learning that Xiaowu had become Dilong's concubine, they dared not have any further thoughts. He can just continue being Xiaowu's younger brother. By the way, Sister Xiaowu, where is Aunt Eru? Daming quickly inquired about Eru's whereabouts. I'll call Mom right now. Xiaowu quickly said that, and then used her consciousness to call her mother over. When Eru arrived, there was naturally another family reunion. While Xiaowu and her mother were catching up with Daming and Erming, Dilong returned to the temple and began to revive the others. Master, are you going to resurrect us? Hayote's spirit appeared before Dylan and asked excitedly. With a whoosh, Shuidi's soul also appeared, looking at Dilong with the same anticipation. Having lived inside Dylan's body for so long, they were eager to be reborn. Of course, they also knew that after their rebirth, the first thing that awaited them was to become Dylan's woman. They had been prepared for this for a long time, so they didn't resist at all. The two women had seen countless scenes of Dilong playing with other women, and had long forgotten what shyness was. Later on, they became more and more excited about it and wanted to experience it for themselves. That's right, I will definitely keep my promise to you, Dylan said with a smile. Dylan then resurrected both the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. Buzz. Under Dilong's divine power, astonishing energy condensed in the souls of Shuidi and Bingdi. Their souls gradually began to solidify. After an unknown amount of time, the two, who were originally illusory souls, had completely solidified into flesh and blood and were resurrected by Dylan. After being resurrected, they regained their original strength. This is to correspond with their souls. Dylan can only resurrect them as they were. Any changes that need to be made are up to them to make themselves. Snow Empress, you should remain in your soul beast form. Dylan then spoke to the Snow Empress. Although Shuidi is a soul beast, she is a humanoid soul beast. Unlike Xiaobai, she doesn't need to transform to be humanoid. Dilong likes her original form, so he lets her continue to be humanoid. Hayote, just transform into human form, go straight to your adult form. As for Hayote, Dylan definitely made her transform into a human, and like Xiaowu, she directly transformed into an adult form. Otherwise, with her human-like upper body and scorpion-like lower body, he wouldn't know where to begin. Yes, Master. Understood, Master. Upon hearing Dilong's instructions, both Shuidi and Bingdi responded. They continued to call Dylan their master. Buzz. Then, right in front of Dylan and Snow Empress, Hayote began to transform into human form. Click, click tilde. Ice began to rapidly condense around Hayote, eventually forming a giant ice sphere that enveloped Hayote. The human form of Hayote began to develop within it. When the ice puck breaks open, that will be the moment when Hayote successfully transforms into human form. Snow Empress, come here. While waiting for Ice Emperor to transform, Dylan immediately pulled Snow Emperor into his arms. As soon as Shuidi entered his arms, Dilong felt as if he were holding a piece of ice jade. Although it was icy cold, it felt exceptionally comfortable. It feels like hugging a block of ice under the scorching summer sun, very cool and comfortable. Snow Emperor, your sister is still in human form, so you will be my woman first. Dylan held Shuidi in his arms and said as he did so. Master. Shuidi had no objections. She had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. Master, let me serve you. Then Shuidi began to take the initiative to serve Dilong. Having been with Dylan for so many years, although she herself had never done it, she had seen countless other women serve him, so her theoretical knowledge was incredibly rich. Then, Shuidi used the skills she had learned from women like Xiaowu, Bibi Dong, and Qian Runshui on Dilong. Chapter 252 More Goddesses. Bang! When Hayote successfully transformed and emerged from the shattered ice ball, she saw her sister Yuki diligently serving Dylan. Sister Shui, I'm here too. Seeing this, Hayote was not shy at all, and with a cheer, they all rushed towards Dylan. Dylan's eyes lit up when he saw Hayote in her human form. After transforming, Hayote is in no way inferior to Yukite. So Dylan thoroughly enjoyed the combined service of the Ice and Snow Emperors. It was really enjoyable. However, Dylan still felt it was a bit of a pity. It would have been better if one of the Ice and Snow Emperors had the fire attribute. The contrast between ice and fire is more fun. Upon thinking about this, Dylan immediately had an idea. Lingyuan, come here. Dylan summoned the fire attribute spirit kite. A short while later, Lingyuan arrived. Upon seeing the situation, Lingyuan smiled faintly and then joined in. Lingyuan, come with me and see if I can grant you a great fortune. After playing, Dylan took Lingyuan to the temple of the Phoenix God. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Upon seeing the location that Dylan had led her to, Lingyuan had a guess and immediately became excited. That's right, I brought you here to see if you can inherit the Phoenix God's divine position. Dylan said with a smile. Lingyuan possesses the ultimate Phoenix fire and is qualified to inherit the divine position of the Phoenix God. Of course, above the second-level god Phoenix God is the god of fire, but Dilong felt it would be difficult for Lingyuan to inherit the position of god of fire, so he went directly to her to find the god of Phoenix. What brings you here, Fist God? The Phoenix God knew immediately that Dylan had arrived and came out to greet him. He still held great respect for those who could create their own divine positions. Phoenix God, I wonder if you have any plans to pass on your divine position. The spirit kite beside me possesses the ultimate Phoenix fire, so I'd like to introduce her to you. Dylan got straight to the point, addressing the Phoenix God directly. Really? Upon hearing this, the Phoenix God's eyes lit up, seemingly excited, and he immediately looked closely at Lingyuan next to Dilong. Excellent, excellent, truly possesses the ultimate Phoenix flame, and the aptitude is quite good. Your name is Lingyuan, right? Are you willing to accept my legacy? After confirming the identity of the Phoenix God, he immediately asked Lingyuan for her opinion. He was also a god who was tired of staying in the divine realm and wanted to pass on his divine position. In some lower realms, he also set up divine tests, but there was never a suitable candidate to trigger the tests, so he could only wait. Now, the right candidate has come knocking on our door. He was naturally happy and willing to pass on the divine position. I do, Lingyuan immediately said excitedly. Who wouldn't want to inherit a divine position? Therefore, the Phoenix God directly assigned the Phoenix God's assessment to Lingyuan, allowing her to begin the assessment for the inheritance of the divine position. After a series of arduous tests, Lingyuan finally met the requirements of the Phoenix God and thus inherited the Phoenix God's divine position. After passing on his divine position to Lingyuan, the Phoenix God left immediately to seek higher goals in other unknown regions. After Lingyuan obtained the divine position of the Phoenix God, she naturally couldn't help but express her gratitude to Dilong. During this time, Dylan summoned the Ice and Snow Emperors again, and they experienced an even more mysterious experience of the extremes of ice and fire. The fact that Lingyuan obtained a divine position through Dilong's introduction was quickly learned by Dilong's other women, and they were all extremely envious. His Majesty is too good to Lingyuan. That's the divine position of the Phoenix God. It was only because Lingyuan's aptitude met the requirements that His Majesty recommended her to the Phoenix God. I wonder if we'll ever have that chance. Quote. All the women were very envious. Especially Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. Your Majesty, if Lingyuan has it, can we have it too? Our current aptitude is the same as our future potential, we both consumed immortal herbs. Shouldn't we also be able to inherit the divine position? Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong quickly approached Dilong. After the two sisters worked together to thoroughly wear him down, they finally brought up the matter of the divine position. No problem, get dressed, I'll take you to ask right now. Dylan had no objection to their words. Real, that's great. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong cheered with delight. The two then quickly got dressed, and also helped Dilong get dressed. Swish tilde. Dylan then led them to the temple of the god of speed. Rongrong, yours might be more difficult, so let's try helping Zhu Zuqing first. As they walked over, Dylan said to Ning Rongrong. Yes, I know. Ning Rongrong understood upon hearing this. She also knew that the nine-colored goddess and the god of food were a couple. Her qualifications may meet the requirements of the nine-colored goddess, but if no one can inherit the position of the god of food at the same time, the nine-colored goddess will not pass on the position alone. Swish tilde. Soon, Dylan led them to the temple of the god of speed. Lord Fist God, I know why you've come. This woman does indeed meet my requirements for a successor. I can give her the divine test. Whether she passes it or not depends on her fate. The god of speed quickly emerged from the temple and, before Dylan could speak, immediately agreed to the request. Really? That's great. Ning Rongrong, hearing this, felt happy for Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing then began to undergo the inheritance test of the god of speed. Zhu Zuqing had previously inherited the god of speed, so she was much faster than Ling Yuan during the assessment. Zhu Zuqing completed each level very quickly. Okay. She was born to be the god of speed. She performed so well. She is the perfect candidate for my divine position. Even the god of speed was greatly shocked upon seeing this, and exclaimed in amazement. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong pursed her lips and suppressed a smile. It's perfectly normal that Zhu Zuqing was able to finish so quickly. After all, they've completed this assessment before, and they have the answers, all they need to do is copy them. Under these circumstances, how could Zhu Zuqing's assessment speed not be fast? This led the god of speed to misunderstand, thinking he had found a prodigy suitable for his divine position, which made him extremely happy. Soon, Zhu Zuqing passed all of the god of speed's tests. As expected, Zhu Zuqing subsequently inherited the position of the god of speed. Your Majesty, is there any way to persuade the nine-colored goddess to grant me a divine test? Seeing this, Ning Rongrong was happy for Zhu Zuqing, but she couldn't help but worry about her own situation. Chapter 251 Goddess of Life. Don't worry, just call Daisy along. Daisy also ate the immortal herb. When we were in the mortal realm, I taught her a lot how to make delicious food. I just need her to inherit the position of the god of food. It's true that the god of food and the nine-colored goddess are husband and wife, but it's not necessary for them to be husband and wife to inherit their divine positions. Why can't sisters do it too? As long as someone can inherit their divine positions simultaneously, and the two are not enemies, that's fine. Dylan said with a smile. The Daisy he mentioned is the bespectacled secretary, a very capable and strong woman who is also an excellent cook. She used to be in charge of Poseidon's meals on the island of Poseidon. Dylan only found out later, so he taught Daisy how to make those earth delicacies, and she studied and created them. Moreover, Daisy had also taken the herb that Dylan gave her, so in terms of aptitude, obtaining divine inheritance was not a problem. The tests for passing on the god of cookery's legacy are all related to food. Ning Rongrong told Dilong that Oscar, after receiving the god of cookery's inheritance assessment, found the assessment extremely difficult. Oscar started learning from scratch and finally passed the test with great difficulty. He once said that if he were already a culinary expert, the god of cookery's assessment would be very simple. The inheritance of the god of cookery is not something that can be passed on simply by having good culinary skills. It requires both cultivating talent and mastering culinary skills. The god of food has set up some tests in the mortal realm, but no one has ever completed them. Not even half of the basic requirements have been met. Because strong people generally don't like to cook, the occurrence of both at the same time is extremely rare. Later, he became too lazy to set up divine tests anymore, and just waited for someone to break through to the title douluo level before the age of 40 before he would set down the divine test. So when Dylan took Daisy and Ning Rongrong to the temple of the god of food, after some persuasion from Dylan, the god of food and the nine-colored goddess both agreed. Then, Ning Rongrong and Daisy completed the divine test at an incredibly fast speed. Like Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong had experienced a divine test before, so she completed it very easily. Daisy mastered a large number of culinary techniques from Earth that Dylan taught her, completely won over the god of cookery, and finally passed the test to become the new god of cookery. After Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Daisy became gods, they naturally couldn't help but repay Dilong wholeheartedly, just like Ling Yuan. In a short period of time, the divine realm has seen the replacement of several deities. This matter surprised the gods in the divine realm, and some dissenting voices arose. This has never happened before. In the past, when gods ascended to the divine realm, their relatives who came with them were merely residents of the divine realm, at most becoming priests under the gods. No one had ever gone to the gods directly to obtain divine examination and inherit a divine position. Although the laws of the divine realm do not prohibit it, as long as the requirements are met, there should be no reason to object. However, Dylan's actions, which allowed his women to hold so many divine positions, were not tolerated by some deities. What is he trying to do? Is he going to turn the divine realm into his personal fiefdom, and eventually turn all the divine positions into his family's? The one who disapproved most of Dylan's behavior was the god of destruction. Xiaozi. He wasn't abusing his power for personal gain. After all, those women are his family, and he wants to give his women a better life. That's perfectly understandable. Upon seeing the appearance of the god of destruction, the goddess of life couldn't help but speak up to explain for Dylan. She didn't want to see her husband fighting with others. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to just stay in the divine realm and be good gods together? There's no need to fight for so many things. Among the 5 great god kings, she and destruction together occupy 2 of the 2 seats. No, I just can't stand his behavior. Little Green, tell me, what should I do to punish him? Destruction remained cold and unmoved, refusing to heed the advice of the goddess of life. In that case, Xiaozi, we have no choice but to use the power of the God King of the Divine Realm Committee to restrict the rules of divine succession. Seeing the destruction unfold, the goddess of life stopped trying to persuade her and instead offered a solution. Okay, let's do it this way. When Destruction heard what the goddess of life said, his eyes lit up. A discussion about amending the laws of the divine realm quickly began. This discussion was jointly initiated by the goddess of life and the god of destruction. With the 2 great god kings jointly initiating it, what deity would dare not attend? Soon, all the gods gathered together. Regarding the inheritance of deities, I would like to add a new rule. That means relatives who ascended from the lower realms will automatically lose their eligibility to inherit the divine positions of other deities, no matter how strong their talents are. The god of destruction quickly stepped forward and stated his intentions. Swish 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 tilde tilde tilde. Upon hearing the words of the god of destruction, all the gods turned their gazes toward Dylan. They naturally understood that the god of destruction's words were directed at Dylan. At this moment, all the women who had become goddesses were by Dylan's side. Bibi Dong, the spider goddess, Qian Runshui, the angel goddess, Ling Yuan, the phoenix goddess, Zhu Zuqing, the goddess of speed, Ning Rongrong, the 9-colored goddess, Ning Dingaling, the 9-treasure goddess, Daisy, the goddess of food, and Poseidon, the goddess of the sea. There were 8 goddesses in total, all of whom were Tilung's women. Including Tilung himself, there were a total of 9 deities. You wouldn't know unless you looked, but now that you see it, the other gods are also secretly shocked. Dylan is a god who has just ascended to the god realm, and he already has such great power. This is really not simple. Add to that the 8 goddesses around Tilung, all of whom are so beautiful and each has their own unique charm. The gods who originally had no problem with Dylan now felt inexplicably resistant upon seeing this. I agree to the proposal to destroy the God King. I agree. Quote. So very quickly, deities stepped forward to vote. I disagree. As long as one possesses the qualifications, even mortals in the divine realm should have the right to inherit divine titles. I disagree too. Quote. Of course, there are those who agree and those who disagree. In an instant, all the gods began to vote. Overall, there were more people in favor. After all, it was a referendum initiated by the 2 great god kings. Your Majesty, they are targeting Your Majesty. Poseidon, standing beside Dylan, spoke with some concern. The most uneasy were Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Ling Yuan, and Daisy, who had just obtained their divine positions in the divine realm. Dylan waved to them, then stood up and said with a smile. Haha, I agree, because I don't want anyone to end up like me. Chapter 252 Kill Destruction, Steal the Goddess of Life. Anyway, the voting results were obvious, and Dylan didn't object. Instead, they stood up and voted in favor. Very well, I hereby declare that mortals in the divine realm will no longer have the right to inherit divine titles. As the representative of justice, the god of Asura, upon seeing the results, did not waste any words and directly announced the results of the referendum. After making the announcement, the Asura god left. Other deities also left one after another. Dylan naturally didn't intend to stay any longer. However, before Dylan and his companions could leave, the god of destruction and the goddess of life approached them together. God of destruction, goddess of life. When Dylan saw them coming, he wasn't angry, but calmly greeted them. Qian Runshui and the others, who were behind Dilong, quickly greeted him as well. Dylan, the realm of gods is a place to maintain world peace and stability, not a place for forming cliques. Don't bring your earthly methods to the realm of gods. And you, I know you are his women, but now that you have become deities, you should fulfill your duties and do your jobs well. The god of destruction first lectured Dylan, and then lectured Qian Runshui and the other women. He had such a righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor. God of destruction, you say we can't form factions, then what about your subordinates? Upon hearing the words of the god of destruction, Dylan burst into laughter. Although destruction is the king of gods, after arriving in the realm of gods, Dylan learned all the rules of the realm of gods, so he was not afraid to clash with the other party in words. Even destruction cannot harm him. The goddess of life won't watch, and the god of law enforcement, the Asura god king, who maintains order, will also intervene in time. Moreover, after arriving in the realm of gods, Dylan gained a strange insight, realizing that the destructive power of his dragon fist was enough to kill the so-called god king with a single punch. In other words, he is invincible in the realm of gods. Therefore, Dylan was not afraid of offending the god of destruction. Upon hearing Dylan's words, the god of destruction's expression immediately turned ugly. We'll see. Unable to answer Dylan's question, the god of destruction could only snort coldly and turn away. I'm sorry, the destruction has caused you unpleasantness. I'm here to apologize to you on his behalf. After destruction left, the goddess of life spoke apologetically to Dylan and the others. No need. I know it's not good for me to help my woman inherit a divine position, and it's also not good to have so many divine positions at once. Therefore, I also agree with the god of destruction's proposal. I'm just not used to being threatened. Dylan laughed and didn't say anything more. That's good. The goddess of life then departed. As he watched the goddess of life's retreating figure, a glint of light flashed in Dylan's eyes. Destruction, is it? It's best if you don't fall into my hands, otherwise I'll be the only one who can inherit your wife. Since that day, the god of destruction has been targeting Dylan. Dylan responded forcefully to all of them. In any case, no one in the divine realm dares to kill a god. After confirming that the god of destruction had been targeting him, Dylan secretly prepared to retaliate. Finally, after some careful planning, Dylan lured the god of destruction out of the douluo god realm and into an unknown area. Dylan, it's you. When the god of destruction discovered that he had been tricked by Dylan, he was both shocked and furious. You bastard, you really are no good. You dare to scheme against me. Then you should die. In the divine realm I destroyed, there is no place for someone like you. Enraged, the god of destruction immediately attacked Dylan. In this unknown area, he was not worried that killing Dylan would be discovered by others. You're the one who should be dead. One punch to the end. Boom. Faced with the attack of the god of destruction, Dylan also launched a strong counterattack, directly striking with a dragon fist. Roar. With a dragon's roar, Dylan's dragon fist, carrying terrifying destructive power, slammed towards the god of destruction. This power. It's the power of the dragon god. How is that possible? Who exactly are you? Upon seeing Dylan unleash the dragon fist and sensing its terrifying destructive power, the god of destruction's expression changed drastically. He was truly shocked this time. His face was filled with horror. He had always thought that Dylan was just a new god who created his own divine position and wasn't that powerful. Little did he know that the attack launched by his opponent would actually make him feel that his life was threatened. Most importantly, he sensed the power of the dragon god within Dylan's dragon fist. Wasn't the dragon god dead long ago? How could the power of the dragon god still exist? Boom! Dylan's dragon fist quickly struck the god of destruction. PFF. The god of destruction coughed up blood and collapsed, his body mangled, on a desolate planet. This is impossible. The god of destruction, lying in a pool of blood, couldn't believe he'd been killed instantly by Dylan's punch. He's the god of destruction. Destruction, you can die now. Don't worry, I will take good care of your wife, the goddess of life. For so many years, because your power has destructive properties, the goddess of life's wish to have a child has never been fulfilled. I will help her realize this wish. You can't get pregnant with me, but with me, it's naturally possible. Dylan approached the god of destruction, looked at the dying figure, and smiled as he spoke. Cough cough, bastard. What did you say? Upon hearing Dylan's words, the god of destruction was immediately enraged. The goddess of life is his wife. He never expected that Dylan would dare to covet his wife. He was simply a beast. Snort. Boom. Dylan didn't say anything more, and directly unleashed another dragon fist, completely destroying the god of destruction. When news of the god of destruction's disappearance in an unknown region reached the realm of the gods, all the gods were astonished. However, the positions of the 5 great god kings could not be left vacant, and Dylan ultimately secured his place with his formidable strength, becoming one of the 5 great god kings. After becoming the god king, Dylan often took his daughter to see the goddess of life. I'm so envious of you, Dragon Fist, to have such a lovely daughter. The goddess of life often said enviously to Dylan. Goddess of life, destruction is irreversible. If you wish, I can give you a daughter. Dylan said with a smile. During this time, Tilong spent a lot of time and effort on the goddess of life. Although she had lived for countless years, she was still very innocent. Tilong used many of the scumbag tactics he learned from Earth, and during this time she unknowingly developed a great deal of affection for him. She simply didn't want to betray the god of destruction. However, the goddess of life ultimately could not resist the temptation of having her own child. Good. Chapter 253 God Emperor. Ultimately, the goddess of life also became Dylan's woman. She then became pregnant with Dylan's child not long after. At first, the goddess of life was somewhat at a loss, not knowing why she had unknowingly accepted Dylan, and felt very sorry for destruction. Although destruction is likely dead and can never return. But she still loves destruction. But after she became pregnant, the goddess of life stopped thinking about all that and only thought about giving birth to her and Dylan's child. She can finally have her own child. Dragon Fist, you were the one who caused the destruction, weren't you? The Asura god somehow found out about it and approached Dylan. No, what kind of power is destruction? How could I possibly kill him? Dylan, of course, denied it. But I found out that the reason destruction appeared in the unknown area was because you lured him out. The Asura god stared coldly at Dylan. Okay, he was indeed lured out by me. With my strength, it's impossible for me to kill him, so I trapped him in a dangerous place in an unknown area. When Dylan saw that the Asura god had truly discovered something, he quickly realized what was going on and admitted it. Take me to him. You are not worthy to sit on the throne of the God King. After I save destruction, I will depose you from your position as God King and return it to destruction. You will also receive the punishment you deserve. The Asura god coldly declared to Dylan. I see. Dylan responded with a grim expression, then led the Asura god to an unknown realm beyond the god realm. One punch to the end. Boom. However, as soon as they left the realm of gods and entered the unknown area, Dylan immediately took action. After being discovered by the god of Asura, Dylan originally planned to take action directly, but who knew that the god of Asura would actually dare to follow him out of the realm of gods, which was perfect. Since he killed the god of destruction with a single punch, Dylan has no fear of anyone. However, Dylan still didn't want to be exposed if he could avoid being discovered by others. Therefore, Dylan only made his move after leaving the realm of the gods. The Asura god was probably too confident, which is why he was tricked out by Dylan using such a low-level method. What? This is the power of the dragon god. How is this possible? Even the god of Asura was visibly shocked when faced with Dylan's dragon fist. Just as Dylan thought, the fact that Shira god dared to come out with Dylan meant that he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if he guessed that the god of destruction might have been killed by Dylan, he was absolutely confident that Dylan was no match for him. But at that moment, he realized he had been arrogant. Dylan's strength is far beyond what he can possibly compete with. That's the power of the dragon god. Asura / Faced with Dylan's attack, the Asura god naturally did not want to die, so he unleashed his strongest attack, meeting Dylan's dragon fist head-on. Boom! Dylan's dragon fist and the Asura god's Asura / quickly clashed. Bang! The Asura god's Asura / was completely obliterated by Dylan's dragon fist. How is this possible? The Asura god was stunned. Bang! In the end, even the god of Asura was killed by Dylan with a single punch. Thus, 2 of the 5 great god kings fell at the hands of Dylan. Dylan also had some guesses about the power of the dragon god mentioned by the god of destruction and the god of Asura. He believed that the dragon god's power might have been inherited by his own dragon fist. No wonder his dragon fist is so powerful. Whether it was true or not, Dylan didn't care anymore. All he knows now is that in the realm of gods, no one is his match anymore. Even the mighty god of destruction and the god of Asura met their demise under his dragon fist. After returning to the realm of gods, with the support of Dylan, Qian Runshui ascended to the throne of the god king. For some unknown reason, the goddess of kindness and the goddess of evil, wanting to experience mortal life, actually reincarnated. Now, the throne of the god king is occupied entirely by Dylan's men. From this point on, Dylan began his sweeping changes. Dylan first firmly grasped the positions of the 5 great god kings in his own hands. In the end, Dylan abolished the committee and, with his own immense power and the support of the goddess of life and Qian Runshui, conquered all the gods. Then Dylan changed the divine realm to the divine court, and he himself took the position of the divine emperor of the divine court. At this point, the divine realm committee disappeared and was replaced by the divine court. The divine court was ruled by the god emperor Dailong. Dylan has truly turned the realm of gods into his own territory. After becoming the god emperor, Dylan abolished the rule that soul beasts could not become gods. Then, Shuidi, Bingdi, Xiao Wu, Xiao Bai, A Ru, and A Yin all inherited their respective divine positions under Dailong's arrangement. In the current realm of gods, Dylan is completely in charge. This is the divine realm I've always wanted. Dylan looked at the empire he had conquered in the realm of gods and couldn't help but burst into laughter. From then on, Dylan and his woman lived happily in the realm of the gods. Dailong was never bored. After getting tired of the women in the divine realm, he would go down to the mortal world to select some women to provide for his own amusement. Beauties like Sheng Kair, Bai Yu, and Li Xin from the divine throne royal seal were all welcomed into the divine realm by Dailong and became his concubines. Dylan also didn't spare the 3 sisters, Shengguan Binger, Shengguan Shuiye, and Shengguan Feier, from the world of Tianzhu Bian. In short, Dailong would never compromise himself. Whenever he gets bored in the realm of gods, Dylan will go down to the mortal world to collect beautiful women. No. He was just going incognito, and when he encountered someone with decent talent, he brought them to the realm of gods. Moreover, Dailong's descent to the mortal realm wasn't solely for the purpose of gathering beautiful women. He also saved lives in certain areas and then spread his faith in the mortal world. It is the God Emperor who will save you. The title left behind by Dylan is no longer God of Fist, but God Emperor. As Dylan descended to the mortal realm more and more frequently, Dylan's harem is also growing larger and larger. Dailong has collected quite a few beauties with all kinds of personalities, body types, and characteristics. Of course, the power of faith is also increasing. After most of the world's gods became Dylan, Dylan's power became terrifyingly strong. Later on, Dylan could destroy a world with a single thought. Invincible, that's T-Lung. P.S. The end. The series is complete. Hooray! Thank you all for your continued support. This book is fast-paced and starts with a title douluo, making it an invincible story. By the end, the protagonist is already invincible, so there's not much more to write. Thank you all for your support, especially to those who read to the end. I didn't let everyone down this time either. I didn't stop updating or delay the updates in the later stages. If all goes well, the new book will be available to everyone soon. We hope everyone will continue to support us.